Protocol. A system of rules that explains the correct conduct and procedures to be followed in formal situations. A plan for a scientific experiment or for medical treatment. A document that describes the details of a treaty or formal agreement between countries. Prologue. I shot the first one in the face. It hadn't been my intention, it wasn't how I'd been trained. Center mass. Always aim for center mass. It gives you the greatest chance of hitting your target, the head being a smaller target. So when the first bullet exploded from the back of the intruder's head, I adjusted my aim and shot him twice in the chest. I probably didn't need to, but it was habit. The dead man's accomplice raised his rifle to shoot. He had arms the size of tree trunks and a barrel-shaped belly. I felt the bullet whiz by my head. It was so close, like a bumblebee doing a flyby. My first shot didn't miss, but neither did my second. He took the rounds in the chest with wide eyes. I could almost hear him thinking, how could I get shot? Really? How could he think that? He came into my house, where I try to keep my wife and 3 kids safe, and he has the balls to think, no, assume, that he would not get shot? I shot him again, the old anger palpable now. It tasted like iron nails in my mouth, the reasonable me gone for the briefest moment. I watched the second intruder squirm for a few seconds, my pistol always aimed at him in case he could be stupid or strong enough to threaten my loved ones again. Finally, he ceased all movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I counted deliberately, another old habit. My breathing slowed, the adrenaline sap leaving me drained a couple of levels. That's when I remembered that my 2 oldest children were behind me. It had been my daughter's scream that brought me running, and now when I turned to face my kids, she stared at me with blank eyes. I wanted to run to her and hold her beautiful face against my chest. My sweet child, the innocent one who took offense at even the most childish slight, was clearly in shock. Most days she had the maturity of a 19-year-old, but right now she looked like a fragile little 9-year-old girl. She was in shock, but I knew she would deal with it in her own way. Both children had just witnessed a new reality, much worse than anything they had seen before. Then there was my son, all boy at almost 7 years of age. He clung to his sister, not out of necessity, but because he sensed she needed the physical contact. He stared at me with a mixture of awe and trepidation, like he wanted to ask me what I was thinking or how I was feeling. He was always asking that sort of thing. Funny, really. I call him my little professor. Now they came to me, tentatively at first, then they ran into my open arms. My daughter wouldn't let go of my neck, while my son stroked my back as if I required comforting. I smiled, despite the dead duo mere feet from us. We were safe, for the moment, and I inhaled the innocence of my children. It was similar to when I'd marveled at their tiny toes and fingers when they were born. How I wished I could go back to that time, that world. In those days, safety was a given. Nights weren't spent with a gun at my side, listening to the light snores of the children sleeping a few feet away. But those days were gone, swept away by the violence that now threatened to envelop us again. I kissed my children on their heads lightly, as if they might break. I would do anything to keep them alive for another day. Chapter 1. The Tennessee Zone, year 2057. I pushed past the barricaded front door and took in a deep breath. The morning chill tickled my nose and sent shivers up my back. While I relished the fresh, crisp air, the rest of my body was tense, my senses reaching out to the trees encircling our small grove. It had been our haven, a place where the children could play in relative safety. However, Jane or I always sat on the rickety old porch with a long rifle and shotgun, protecting our children. The kids knew not to go far. Well, all except for little Charlie. He had a gift for sniffing out trouble, and, At a bubbling 2.5 years of age, he had more than enough energy to keep us on our toes. But on this morning he was curled up in Jane's lap. Sybil, our oldest, and Andrew, our second oldest, kept vigil with their mother. We'd waited for dawn together, like we always did. It was hard teaching your kids that the pre-dawn hours were the most perilous, that stretch of time when silent enemies converged. In the old days, kids slept from dusk until dawn. Not now. To me, it seemed they never had. I took a step off the porch, the ground meeting me with a squish. The long days of rain had finally slacked off, and I was anxious to get on the move. Jane and I had talked about scoping out our territory. It had been the first attack in a while. We had many questions. We still didn't know how the two men had found us, and I'd expected their comrades to run to their aid, but no one had come. That didn't mean they weren't in the far tree line. I'd done my best to keep the underbrush at bay, but there were still plenty of places to hide. I imagined them watching me, just waiting for me to make a mistake. As I stalked across my land, I saw no movement from any direction. There were no other sounds beyond the spongy squishes as I walked, the birds chirping and the rustling of leaves. Then I saw footprints. They were headed to the tiny cabin we'd called home for the longest time, since it had all happened. I followed the trail back to where the prints originated, automatic rifle ready. I followed the 2 pairs of boot prints, those presumably from the dead men who were now stacked like firewood behind our cabin. I breathed a sigh of relief when I found their packs behind the tree nearest the hayfield. Much like their shooting technique, their gear looked worn and unprofessional. The 2 packs held soiled sleeping sacks and clothes I was surprised I hadn't smelled from our cabin. I searched through their belongings. I found a tin of food pills, some extra ammunition, and 3 canteens. One canteen was half full of liquor, probably moonshine. I dumped the rot gut onto the ground and kept the canteen. I'd come back for the things later, after a vigilant loop or 2 around my property. By the time I saw the sun peeking out over the trees, I was certain that the 2 men had been alone. There was only 1 pair of tracks coming in, except for the familiar deer and coyote stamps. As I returned to the cabin, I attempted to devise a game plan. The kids would need to know what we were doing, especially the older 2. They were both at ages where every action was preceded by a question. Part of me loved that, despite the world we now inhabited. Despite the dangerous conditions, their hearts remained childlike, innocent and inquisitive. It wouldn't always be that way, but I hoped to preserve that for as long as I could. But with questions must come answers, and as I scraped the mud off my boots, I prepared myself for their inquisition. "Where are we going, Dad?" Andrew asked. He didn't say Daddy. When had that changed? "I'm not sure yet, buddy, but we can't stay here." "Because of the bad men?" Sybil asked. I glanced at Jane, who gave me a small smile. She was my rock, always there. "Yes, honey, because of the bad men," I said, stroking my daughter's sun-streaked hair. "Can we go to the city? Do you think we can go to the city?" Andrew asked, barely able to contain his exuberance. For Andrew and Charlie, the city held magical powers and treasures yet to be explored. "Yeah, city, Daddy, city," Charlie parroted. I couldn't help but laugh. "I don't know yet, guys. We'll have to wait and see." The kids took leaving much easier than I'd expected, more than likely due to Jane's innate gift of making them think they were embarking on a new and exciting adventure. Instead of focusing on the drudgery of packing, they focused on the new chapter in their lives. No one complained as we finished packing our belongings, and even Charlie asked to carry something. I told him that Topper, his earless teddy bear, was his responsibility. He nodded like I'd just put him in charge of guarding the entire family. It was Jane who took our departure the hardest. She'd worked hard to convert the 1-bedroom cabin into our oasis. Miles from civilization, the little home had seen many happy times. I remembered with a pang of regret all the firsts that the cabin had seen. Here was where Charlie had taken his first steps, where Andrew had made forts, and where Sybil loved to chase butterflies. Jane and I exchanged a look, and then I grabbed her hand, fingers quickly entwined for mutual support. "I love you," I said. "I love you too," she replied, stroking a thumb over the back of my hand. Our reminiscing was interrupted by Andrew declaring, "Come on, guys, it's time to go." "Yeah, time to go," parroted Charlie. With one last look back, we stepped off on our new adventure. It was always shocking to see civilization, or at least what it now looked like. As we sat on the small hillock overlooking what was once the thriving downtown community of Franklin, Tennessee, I remembered taking Jane to dinner at a place on the corner. It had been a pizzeria with every topping combination you could imagine. I still tasted the salty anchovies, and just the thought made my mouth water. Now the building was gone, replaced by tarped shanties, under each of which a handful of families was probably living. I never understood why so many of the survivors had decided to congregate. Jane said it was due to an inherent need for community. During tough times, people banded together looking for safety in numbers and comradeship. I'd asked her if she needed that, and she said that all she wanted was me and the kids. Even though I believed her, I thought I sensed a longing there, like she needed something more. That was Jane. She was the people person. I was content living miles away from society until supplies were low. Only then did I feel the need to come into town, but with the kids getting older, maybe we all needed more camaraderie. "I'll be back in an hour," I said. Jane nodded, but Andrew said, "I want to go with you, Dad." "Sorry, bud, this is a solo mission. Next time, okay?" He looked disappointed, but I knew he'd snatched the next time out of the air and stuffed it into his 6-year-old brain. "I'll see if I can find some candy." That made his eyes light up, and Charlie mouthed, "Candy." I put a finger to my lips and then kissed each one of them on the head. With one last kiss for Jane, I trudged off to stock up on our dwindling supplies and see what news I could find. I wore my weapons openly. Like the Wild West I read about as a kid, it was best to be seen armed. No one thought twice about the open display of arms anymore, and it sure as hell kept you out of trouble that came hunting. I passed the old grocery store that had been converted into living quarters. The smell of a bird cooking over an open fire wafted down from the second-floor window, and the smoke reached lazy fingers into the boulevard. It didn't smell as good as what Jane liked to cook, but it was still tempting my empty belly. As I lazily walked down the street, wary eyes followed my every step. I noticed a crude poster secured to the brick wall. It was a recruitment poster, the first I'd seen in ages. "Want real food and a place to live out your days? Join the Tennessee Armed Forces. Visit us at the Old Nashville Airport to apply. Families welcome." I shook my head. No promise of food or safety could ever make me return to that. I'd lived it before the collapse, and I had no inclination to see what military life had devolved to. Sometimes when I went hunting, I saw their personnel carriers driving along the remnants of the highways. There'd even been the occasional flyby from those dark Batwing aircraft. That had been the extent of my involvement, an old curiosity. My first stop was Pete's place. In town, Pete was the closest person to what I could call a friend. He greeted me with a slow nod of his massive head. It appeared the wrinkles from his bald scalp threatened to cascade over his low-slung eyes. The personal energy cannon lazily resting in his lap warded off any errant thief. "Riker," he said in the way of greeting. "Hey, Pete. What are you in the market for today?" He shifted in his seat, trying to see if I'd brought anything to barter. "Food supplements, water tabs, and a new blanket." "Moira!" he yelled, and a second later a shy face poked out from the shadows. The slight form of Pete's daughter slinked out from the storeroom. "Yes, Daddy?" "Can you please get Mr. Riker a box of food sups, a bag of water tabs, and that blanket you just knitted?" "Yes, Daddy." I'd never heard her say more than, "Yes, Daddy." The girl disappeared to the back, and Pete asked, "What do you have for me?" "Ammo," I said. "Yours?" I nodded. "Made it last week." "Caliber?" $5.56 or 45. I'll take the 45. Too bad you can't make extra charges from a baby here. He patted the cannon lovingly. I unslung my day pack and grabbed what I thought was a sufficient amount of ammunition for payment. The handful I laid on the table was quickly snatched up by Pete and examined like precious jewels. After he seemed satisfied, he said, "Couple of more and we're even. Got any candy you can throw in?" Pete let out a low whistle. "Big spender today, eh, Riker? Did someone forget to tell me it was Christmas?" I was a notoriously cheap man when it came to extravagances. My kids and Jane had loosened the proverbial purse strings a bit, but I still clung to our hard-fought bartering system whenever practical. What can I say? A good wife can teach an old dog new tricks. He laughed and yelled for his daughter to add candy to the order. The cost of adding candy was more than I usually paid for much more practical supplies, but the thought of the smiles on my kids' faces pushed my normally frugal thoughts aside in an instant. Once I'd packed my purchases in the day pack, I asked Pete, "Do you have any room at your house to spare, say, for a couple of nights?" That made his hooded eyes widen. "You in some kind of trouble?" I debated whether to tell him about the night before. This was Pete, after all. If there'd been a mayor in Franklin, he'd be it. I only knew him from my infrequent visits to town, but by every indication I knew he was a man to be trusted. "We had a visit last night," I said quietly. I did what I had to do. "Is your family okay?" I nodded. Attacks were fairly common, or at least they had been. That was the reason why some flocked to towns like Franklin. There could be safety in numbers. There'd been rumors spreading that the government of the Tennessee Zone was starting to crack down on the lawlessness. I'd believe it when I saw it, and I figured that the rumor was yet another empty promise of civility. "I've got a room upstairs," Pete said. "Won't even charge you as long as you can make me some more ammo. I'll even let you use my supplies to make 'em." It was a fair trade. For maybe the millionth time, I silently thanked my father for teaching me a skill that, in a world of energy emitters and instantaneous virtual reproduction, seemed so antiquated and a waste of my time. Now that skill was keeping me and my family alive. "Deal," I said. "Let me make a couple more stops first before I bring the family in."
Psst. If you want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 2. I looked around the tiny room. Its 4 used mattresses laid in a tight row. It was our version of an extra-large king mattress. It would be our home until we came up with a new living situation. It wasn't ideal, but we were together, safe and dry, and there was even a bathroom downstairs. As soon as Jane and I had everything unpacked, the kids begged to take a walk around town. I groaned. The last thing I wanted to do was go sightseeing, but the longing looks in my kids' eyes told me there was no use being the spoilsport. They never came into town. I was always the one who came to restock our supplies. Just the act of walking straight into Pete's place and our new lodgings left their mouths agape, eyes wide with wonder. It made me smile until I thought about what Franklin used to look like. The collapse had changed that, probably forever. Like cavemen stepping into the future, my kids walked into Franklin as if the place was some kind of wonderland, full of marvels, new smells, and people. Real people. "Let's go out for an hour," I compromised. All 3 kids jumped up and down, even Charlie, who probably didn't have a clue as to what we were talking about. Jane gave me a wink, and I rolled my eyes, quickly covered by a genuine smile. We kept to the vendors I knew, and I surprised myself by loosening up enough to act as the tour guide. I told them about the statue that used to be in the roundabout, and I explained how during the holidays the city would put on a Dickens Christmas. Andrew asked who Dickens was, and Sybil piped up, "Charles Dickens, dummy. He was a writer." Andrew stuck his tongue out at his big sister. She responded with her best patronizing scowl. "Sybil's right," I said, moving them both along to cut off any forthcoming snarky remarks. "Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol. They made like 10 movies of it." I remembered watching them all with my mother, even the black-and-white versions. She used to love those old movies, with all their nostalgia and life lessons. She'd be devastated to see what the country had become. America was one of her great loves, the land where she'd made a home and a family, her own nostalgic black and white movie. Jane must have seen me drift off because she took over the tour. "And right over there, kids, is where Daddy and I first kissed." "Ew," said Sybil. Andrew started making kissing sounds, Charlie right behind him with his 2-year-old air smooches. "Come here, you," Jane said, sweeping Andrew up in her arms and smothering him with kisses. He squealed and squirmed as I grabbed the other two and planted wet kisses on their foreheads. Sybil had just managed to wriggle away when I felt eyes boring into my back. When I looked up, all I could see was someone ducking into the shadows. "What is it?" Jane asked quickly. She knew me, my quirks and little habits. Jane could read me with better reliability than the old world's most expensive lie detector. "Nothing," I said, smiling. She cocked her head, seeking reassurance. All I could do was shrug. The outings became part of our daily routine. The kids had school, of course, courtesy of my eclectically educated wife. However, once their lessons were over for the day and I'd finished the last box of ammunition for Pete, we would head out. While the kids jabbered on, we walked down crumbling brick sidewalks. Jane and I discussed our limited options. She thought it might be a good idea to stay in town for a while. The kids were enjoying it, and they'd even made some friends with the locals. I was torn. Pete had enough supplies to keep me busy making ammunition for a year, and we'd come to the agreement that I'd get a quarter of the output in return for my labor. It was a good deal for all involved, and as long as I could find a place to store my share, we could be set for years. "We could make a go of it," Jane said. "I don't know," I said. The truth was that I felt exposed. After nearly 10 years of living in concealment, my antennae were sounding alerts day and night. I'd learned to be careful, and up until the attack at our little cabin, I'd kept us all safe. Maybe I should start looking for a place. "Promise me you'll look in town, too." I nodded, not wanting to disappoint her. Jane had learned to be careful, like me, but she had a trusting heart. It allowed her to nurture and grow a loving family. She had enjoyed a brief career as a flight nurse. She was used to caring for others and seeing the good in them. It hadn't been easy to bring her over to my more jaded and cynical way of thinking in our early days together, but the collapse pushed her the rest of the way with all the subtlety of an avalanche. "I'll look in town, too," I said, when I saw my nod wasn't good enough. "But that doesn't mean I won't find a place somewhere out there." I pointed to the trees in the distance, my blanket of safety, my hiding spot where only I got to see my family. She seemed mollified, and I took her hand. Charlie was doing his waddle run up ahead, and the older two were giggling right behind him. Another week went by. In the mornings, while the kids were in school, I went dwelling hunting. There were some promising places, shanties, really, on the outskirts of town. Without any kind of government to enforce property rights, whoever laid claim first was the new owner, provided they could enforce the property rights themselves. With a few options in mind for Jane, I expanded my search radius. I hiked miles from memory, thinking back to those years before the collapse, when driving down the winding 2-lane roads of Leaper's Fork was a weekend ritual. The roads were overgrown now, surrendering the rest of the real estate day by day to wild grasses and creeping tree lines. I'd pass the occasional traveler, our exchanged looks always wary. It was the way of things to trust no one. By the 5th day out, my spirits were sinking. I hadn't found a single property that wasn't taken, unavailable, or completely indefensible. If it had been my choice alone, our bags would have been packed and our travels renewed. But it was hard to ignore the light in my kids' eyes, the way Jane chattered on about the new friends she'd made, or all the people she could help. She had her mind set on establishing a clinic. There wasn't much available for supplies, especially without assistance from the Tennessee Zone's government, but Jane felt that she could scrounge up enough to provide help. She'd even talked to Pete about going into business together, possibly even renting a spot adjoining his shop. Unfortunately, that's not how things worked out. One sunny morning, Jane left me with the kids so she could go out foraging for medicinal herbs she'd been reading about in an old herbology tome Pete had somehow scrounged up. Noon fluttered by. Still, there was no sign of Jane. We were supposed to have a look at one of the houses I'd found, and it wasn't like Jane to be late. She was armed, of course, and she knew how to use every weapon in our possession. That did little to settle my nerves as noon became 4 p.m., and Jane still was not home. Then, just as I was about to go down and ask Pete to watch the kids, I heard the lock on our little hovel click open. Jane was carrying the satchel she'd taken earlier, but it looked empty. Then I saw that her hands were empty except for the room key. She didn't have the shotgun. Jane didn't look up. She just turned to lock the door. I couldn't see her face, but I did see that her hands were shaking. "Jane," I said, as calmly as I could. The kids were playing a board game on the floor, and I didn't want to alarm them. "Are you okay?" She nodded without saying a word, but she wouldn't look up. Her long hair hung over her downturned face. I moved closer, suddenly noticing the torn pants leg and the way she shifted uncomfortably as I stepped forward. She actually flinched when I touched her arm. "What happened?" I asked quietly so the kids couldn't hear. Her face rose slowly and painfully, I thought. Despite my conditioning, despite everything I'd seen before and after the collapse, I couldn't prevent my sharp inhale. Jane's left eye was swollen shut, and a deep red cut seeped blood from her lip. Dirt smeared her beautiful face, and something inside of me broke. "What happened?" I asked again, my voice quivering now, rage bubbling to the surface. Jane shook her head like she didn't want to tell me. I grabbed her hand, but said in a soothing voice, "Jane, are you okay?" That's when she flew into my arms, her body pressed to mine in an unbreakable hold. I felt the warm tears running down the side of my neck, then down my shirt. I just held her there, wanting more than anything for her to tell me, but I kept myself in check, knowing she needed this, that there would be a time for talk. So as her emotions spilled forth, her agony silent and shattering, I made a new promise. I would find whoever had done this to my wife, and I would make them pay. Chapter 3. Her shaking stopped, but her breathing was still labored. The kids were watching us now, and I had to give my ever-vigilant Sybil a reassuring nod. Inside, I felt anything but calm. Jane was as tough a woman as I'd ever met. She never complained, even when she broke her ankle a month after having Andrew. It was one of the things I loved about her, and maybe it was the reason we'd both gotten careless. I vowed never to let her venture out alone again, all the while knowing that Jane would fight me on that with bare knuckles. "Let's go outside," she said to me softly. Then to the kids she said, "Sybil, you're in charge, okay?" I saw Sybil's lower lip quiver, but she said, "Yes, Mommy." When we were safely outside the sturdy apartment door, I waited for Jane to collect herself. She was pacing back and forth along the concrete hallway, slowly, like the motion was soothing her back to her normal state of mind. The minutes ticked by, and even though I felt like bursting, like every atom of my being would explode at any moment, I waited. She'd taught me that, my Jane, that not everything happened in an instant, that the answers would come, and so they did. "I went to some of the spots you mentioned, the ones close to town. There were some people out, nothing to be concerned about." Her voice was flat and emotionless. It could have been a robot saying those words instead of my wife. It didn't sound like her, like my Jane. My bag was only half full, so I went farther. Her breath caught, and she looked up at me furtively. "You told me not to go far. I know you did." She was crying again, and I went to her, wrapping her in my arms once more so that her battered face lay against my chest. "It's okay," I said soothingly. "It's not your fault. Just tell me what happened." Jane's cheek stayed glued to me while she said, "They found me on my way to Leaper's Fork. There were 3 of them, and at first I thought I could outrun them. 2 of them I did, but the third, Riker, he was just a boy. He caught up to me and tackled me to the ground. I tried to fight him to get the gun, but he was too fast. He punched me in the face, and I think I lost consciousness. I felt her tears again, the heaving of her chest against my stomach. I clenched my teeth as she continued. The next thing I remember was that they had me tied up. We walked for a long way until we got to an untended farm. They took me to a metal farmhouse, big and dark like a silo. Their whole family was there, even the women, dirty and quiet, and they looked at me like a sow being brought home for slaughter. Her words turned cold, a twinge of anger in her tone. Good, I thought. Get angry, Jane. Stay angry. The women just watched as the 3 men dragged me to the back. I tried to get loose, but every time I did, they punched me again or kneed me in the leg to make it go limp. I did my best to control my breathing, but my thoughts overwhelmed my body. My mind skipped to the end, to the only conclusion my brain would come to. Did they take advantage of you? I asked, trying to make the question sound clinical, but Jane was still tense in my arms, and I thought I felt her move a centimeter away. I should have listened to you, she said. You always tell me to be careful, to stay close, to shoot first and think later. I had to know. No matter the pain, no matter the anguish it would cause, I had to know. Did they do it? I asked again, my voice more forceful this time. Jane's face raised to meet mine, her one good eye searching like she was bracing for impact, that whatever she had to say would shatter our perfect little world in ways unimaginable. They tried to, she said quickly, but I got loose. I don't know how, I don't even remember, but suddenly I was outside and running. They came looking. I heard them yelling and saw them with their guns, but I hid like you showed me. I didn't move even though I wanted to. Finally, long after my legs had fallen asleep, they gave up. That's when I came the long way back. It's why it took me so long, because I had to be careful. I promise I'll be careful from now on. I promise. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I pressed her into me, smelling the sweat and grime in her hair, kissing the top of her head. It's okay, honey. It's okay. I was so relieved that she'd gotten away, that she'd fought them off before the most despicable act a man could level against a woman had come to pass. They were animals, another symptom of the collapse, when the lack of law enforcement in now rural towns like Franklin bred a new kind of civil disobedience. But that also presented the solution. As if sensing my resolve, Jane grabbed my arm. Let's just go to bed. I need to go to bed. The way Jane looked at it, the thing at the cabin had been born out of necessity. It was either me killing those 2 men or the 2 men killing us. In her mind, that was reasonable. What was now searing a triple crosshair in my vision wasn't in Jane's code. It was what she was glad I'd left in the past. I need to go, I said, releasing her and moving to go. She held on stubbornly. Please, Riker, don't go. She knew me so well, and while we were meant to be together, we were different people. Jane meant for us to run, to leave the trouble behind, but that wasn't me, and it never had been. It'll be okay. I'll take care of everything, I said. Then, in a voice saved just for her, I said, I love you, Jane, and if you love me, you'll let me do what I need to do. I knew the area in and around Franklin. Leaper's Fork was the southwest of downtown Franklin, and from my travels it was pretty easy to pinpoint where they'd taken Jane. Originally, one of my concerns was the possible presence of dogs. Since the collapse and the death of consumer-grade surveillance and alarm systems, wary homesteaders had taken to breeding dogs like landowners had over preceding centuries. The dogs came in all shapes, but their sizes were typically large to quite large. They had to be. I'd heard of whole packs of trained dogs helping farmers fight off roaming bandits and even organized assaults by rebel militias. But Jane's description of her capture hadn't included dogs, and when I settled in to watch the nightly routine of the humble homestead, not a single bark or snowl answered the call of crickets and hooting owls in the falling night. I did hear yelling, mostly male, although there was a female voice that screamed out in pain. That normally would have been enough to spur me forward, but I waited. Whatever had been done to the woman was now in the past. There was nothing I could do to help her now. I took my time circling the property, noting the lanes of approach, the tamped-down paths through the fields of untended wheat. I'd never visited this particular property before, and I'd almost passed by it. It was tucked into a small valley, sheltered and cozy, like a snake nestled into a shallow hole. Smoke rose from the chimney, and candlelight flickered from a single window. I could smell cedar in the air, and the odor reminded me of where we'd lived just weeks before, in relative safety, or so I'd thought. It angered me again that our lives had been turned upside down, that everything that was wrong in the world had chosen to knock on my front door. I slid the curved hunting knife from its sheath, preparing to steal across the open ground. There was enough waist-high tangle to obscure me from view, but I would still have to be careful, moving with measured steps. I was about to lift myself off the ground when something hit me on the cheek. At first I thought it was an errant bug flying off course, but when I turned I caught the faint outline of something maybe 20 feet away. The dark mass shifted and I flinched, grabbing the pistol from my hip holster and pointing it at the figure. "Shh," the shadowed figure admonished. "Who are you?" I asked, my aim dead center of the blob. I saw what must have been an appendage point deliberately away from the house, towards the woods from where I'd just come. Whoever this was definitely desired my staying clear of the farmhouse. "No," I hissed. The appendage disappeared, and a moment later something hard landed next to my boot. Keeping my aim on the ambiguous form, I reached down and grabbed the object. It was roughly rectangular, and it felt metallic. It still felt warm, like it had been resting next to the warmth of a person's skin. When I flipped it over, I felt the raised button on one corner. I'd possessed something comparable years before. It was a method of identification, simple and useful. I depressed the button, sensing the darkness around me. The identification badge illuminated in a dull red, like the red lens flashlights of old. Similar to the stars and stripes I'd worn in the past, the image was that of a flag, very similar to the American flag. It still held the 13 stripes of the original 13 British colonies that claimed independence in 1776. But instead of the 50 stars in the top left corner that had adorned the nation's symbol since 1960, a random fact I somehow remembered from boot camp, the circle and 3 stars of the former Tennessee flag now resided there. I'd only seen the symbol before on the propaganda flyers thrown from military convoys zooming by at max speed. It was the mark of the Tennessee Zone, and the implication was that whoever had just given it to me was either a past or present representative, read soldier, of the Tennessee Zone. "Who are you?" I asked, tossing the badge back to the shadow. It was snatched with ease, and the fading red outline disappeared from sight. Once again the figure pointed toward the tree line. Something told me that I wasn't going to like where this ended, but it didn't appear I had a vote in the matter either. If this shadow had somehow snuck up on me, it was entirely possible that a platoon of the same could be watching me from the darkness. After one last look toward the farmhouse, I followed the apparition back into the woods.
Psst! If you're enjoying this book and want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 4. I marveled at the silent shadow slinking through the vegetation in front of me. I was pretty good, but this guy was good. That's when it hit me. No normal human being could be so quiet, so unobtrusive through sticks and bramble. The guy had to have some kind of dampener on him. I'd only heard about the tech years ago, and in my final days in the service, the mythological devices sure would have come in handy. Imagine sneaking up on anyone with your movements, whether footsteps or brushing against objects, all concealed by a tech gadget that somehow swallowed up the sounds you made. Now, if I remember correctly, not just any idiot could use a dampener. You still had to be good, had to have the skills of a ninja. As I watched the smooth steps of the man in front of me, I knew the shadow fit the bill. Not long after entering the tree line, we came to a void. I call it a void because that's the only way to explain it. It was like a black hole in my vision, a roughly square shape sitting no more than 10 feet in front of me. I shook my head. It was another reminder of the old days when technology pervaded every aspect of our lives. Robots led the American manufacturing boom. Special ops warriors waded into battle wearing body armor nearly impervious to gunshots, and exoskeletons allowed a lowly recruit to pick up a small car. The void in front of me was something I'd wished for on many a night, something that could have kept me, Jane, and the kids safe. I couldn't remember what the whiz-bangs in the headshed had called it, but we grunts just called them quick huts. Built with 4 sides, the thing was basically a pop-up tent with the appearance of an upside-down box. But the weight, at just under 20 pounds if I remembered correctly, wasn't what made it special. The shelter could accommodate 2 men comfortably, but again, that wasn't the coolest part. A quick hut could take a beating, and I don't mean fall off the back of a transport. The top-secret material they were made of was reminiscent of the texture of the stealth fighters I'd seen in some museum. They could withstand high explosive rounds, bullets, most caliber of electric weapons, and even some heavy artillery shrapnel blows. A battered quick hut had saved my life on more than one occasion. But when I moved closer, I realized the structure I was looking at was more substantial than any I'd seen before. The damn thing could have housed 2 families. I saw the shadow reach out toward the black box, and the seam appeared. A sliver of green light opened like a parting curtain, and I followed the man in. Holy shit, I thought, gaping at the insides of the expedient shelter. The thing was light years from what I'd used. The walls were covered in holographic images. There was a map on one wall and a video feed on the other. 3 men didn't even look up as they toggled boxes and swiped imaginary screens left and right. It was like traveling into the future. Or was it into the past? I'd seen almost identical tech years before. Hell, I'd had it at my fingertips on patrols and raids. However, my simple life during the last 10 years made it almost seem like I'd never experienced the level of advancement I was now seeing. It was almost as if the discoveries were being shown to me for the first time. "Johann, what have you got?" asked the shadow. He was still wearing his modified ghillie suit. The man named Johann didn't turn, but shifted what I realized were live images on his holographic screen. "They're down for the night. Now's as good a time as ever." The shadow turned to face me. That was when the main covering over his head and face came off. The shadow had deep-set eyes, like they'd seen too much of the world and had retreated to avoid the displeasure. His dark hair was in a regulation crew cut, all military, while the other 3 looked like civilians, even though they wore matching black uniforms. "General, I'd like to go in with you," said one of the others, a skinny-looking kid who couldn't have been more than 21 years old. General, I thought. What the hell was a general doing out here snooping like that? Things had changed since my time in. "Not this time, son." That elicited a curt nod from the young guy, like it had happened before, but he was too good a soldier to complain. "I need you watching our back. Who knows what the hillbillies will do?" That comment made my chest clench, the memory of Jane's battered face punching me in the sternum. "General," I said, "these people, the Fogartys," he finished for me. "Yes, He stared at me for a long moment, in the way steely warriors can, like they are using a telescope to look deep into your soul. But I wasn't one to be cowed, no matter how hard the tough general tried. "Why are you here?" he asked, like any general calling a private on the carpet. I hesitated. It was still technically highly illegal to levy retribution against your neighbor. No matter how screwed up the world was now, the law was the law, for whatever that was worth. And these men were the only law I'd seen in years. If I told them about Jane, about what I'd planned to do, they could detain me for conspiracy to commit murder, or at least something that would see me whisked far from my family. But the feeling in my chest wouldn't subside. I had to do something. "My wife," I started to say, struggling with the words. "These people." I pointed in the direction of the farmhouse. They... Something flickered in the general's cold eyes. Recognition? Compassion? "She was here today," he guessed. I nodded, my hands clenched at my sides. "She got away," he continued. Another nod was all I could manage. I now realized that they'd probably seen it all, had watched those animals drag Jane into that house of filth. But like any good general, or at least the handful I'd known, this one didn't flinch. His voice did go lower when he said, "She's a fighter, your wife. She got away before we had a chance to help." My eyes were burning, the tears trying to force their way out. The anger raged in my brain, and every bit of self-control was threatening to erode. "They hurt her," I said. "Now I need to hurt them." I saw one of the other men turn from his work, then resume his duties just as quickly. He'd briefly made one of those, "I can't believe he just said that to the general" type looks. "I can't let you do that," the general said. There was understanding and compassion in his tone. He was trying to let me off the hook. "We've been here for 2 days. There's a level 2 priority on these assholes." I didn't know what that meant, and I didn't ask. "I can promise you that they will be brought to justice, arrested, and tried." "Justice?" I asked. The words came out like a dagger through my clenched jaws. "That's not justice." The general nodded. "It's the best I can do." We stood there, 2 old warriors exchanging the unspoken angst of soldiers whose hands are tied by the restraints of politicians and admin weenies who have no idea what the real world truly looks like. It was one of the reasons I'd left the service, and dropping the shackles of bureaucracy had been a welcome relief. "You're more than welcome to stay and watch," he said, pointing to one of the hollow screens. I thought about running from the shelter, somehow assaulting the farmhouse on my own, but I knew it was impossible. For all my abilities, I'd probably be tackled before I hit fresh air. Without any options, I nodded again and left the 4 to their planning. It was a simple plan, daring to some but seemingly routine to the general and the one man he took with him. In near-matching camouflage, they left the quick hut and descended on the farmhouse. I watched as they waded in, weapons trained ahead, with the green glow from their video optics sending back clear images of their path. One, then another, and then the last of the 3 men were tranquilized. Not another soul in the house stirred until the perps were dragged from the house, cuffed, and left sleeping in an unceremonious pile on the ground. That was when Johann flipped a switch, and all the screens flashed white like an explosion. I actually closed my eyes and squinted. It took me a second to realize that they'd placed floodlights facing the farmhouse. A moment later, the images cleared, now color-tinged instead of eerie green. "Stay here," Johann said to me. I stayed in the hut with the kid and watched as the general and the other 2 rounded up the rest of the inhabitants and brought them to the front yard. The video zoomed in, showing us the sleepy-eyed faces of children and bedraggled women. "They're slaves," the kid soldier said. "We don't know how long they've been here." "The kids too?" "Yeah." There was clear contempt in the kid's voice. "They're sick. I hope they get the firing squad." "Do they still do that?" The kid nodded. "That or lethal injection. Depends on how bad the crime is. No real jails anymore." I'd heard something about that. When social order goes awry, when the police are no longer there to protect the people and once full jails stand empty and crumbling, where the hell do you put the criminals? Back before the collapse, capital punishment was all but gone. There was only one standout back then, Texas. They'd guarded their right to lethal injection like a mother badger protecting her cubs. I was about to ask how they intended to take the men out of there when a voice came from some unseen speaker. "4, this is Wing 3, making final approach. Is the LZ marked?" "Roger that, Wing 3, the kid responded. "High beams on." "Roger, see you in a minute." It was exactly a minute before I heard the familiar whine of an aircraft coming in to hover above our position. There was no downblast, just the familiar vibration of a large bird overhead. I watched the feed, temporarily forgetting that justice hadn't been levied to my satisfaction, and instead marveled at the sleek bird touching down in front of the farmhouse. It looked like the transports I'd been in before, but I still stared at it like a child who'd just walked in on Santa Claus stuffing the stockings. The general and his men handed the criminals off to a team who stepped down the aircraft's ramp in full military precision. It was swift and efficient, just like I would have done. Part of me wanted to be with such men again, the professionalism obvious and their compassion apparent when I saw the general leading the women and children to the transport. He was holding a young girl in his arms, pointing up at the dark aircraft like he was explaining how it worked. I couldn't hear his words, but I understood what he was doing. I'd done the same with my own children. "Where will they go?" I asked. "Headquarters," the kid said. "Where's that?" The kid looked at me. "You don't know? I've been away from civilization for a while." The kid shook his head like he was talking to a savage. "By the old airport, outside Nashville." "Is that where everything is?" "Everything that matters," the kid replied. He was young, probably didn't understand how his comment cut. He was saying that the rest of us, those who had scraped by to fend for ourselves, to protect our families, that we were less than those who'd made the choice to be part of the new order. I wanted to tell him that while he was still in diapers, I was off fighting a war, protecting his right to say what he had. But that wasn't me. I was done with confrontation. Or at least that's what I told myself. Instead, I asked, "What's it like there?" "How long have you been away?" 10 years. "Really? Like since the collapse?" "Yeah." The kid whistled in astonishment. "Wow, you look pretty normal for 10 years. What have you been doing?" "Surviving." He waited for an explanation, like why a guy like me would spend the last decade foraging and scraping by. "Sorry, kid, but you're not getting that answer." Luckily, the general appeared a second later. "Take down the shelter and get on the bird," he said to the kid. "Aye, aye, sir," the kid said snappily, like a recruit fresh out of boot camp. He was really trying my patience. "And you?" the general asked, once again facing me with those knowing eyes. "Are you good?" I wouldn't call it good, but yeah, I'm glad to see them going away. The general was staring at me again, as if searching for the right words. Finally, he said, "If you're ever looking for something better, a good life for you and your family, come up to headquarters and ask for the general." "The general?" I asked. There had to be more than one. There always was. He gave me a grizzled smile like it was some private joke between us. "Yeah, the general," he said, and left me there thinking about my life, about Jane, about the kids. What would I be willing to give for a little security, to be able to sleep through the night without thinking that some savage was about to break in and steal my family? The quick hut came down with the push of a button, just like I remembered, and as they soared away from my wilderness home, I saw the general give me a wave, like a parting salute to a long-lost friend. Chapter 5. When I got back to the apartment, everyone was awake in an instant. Even Charlie waddled over to me and wrapped his arms around my leg. I wondered what Jane had told them. How do you explain something like that to kids? Most of the time you don't. Hell, before the collapse I never would have. But the world had changed. It was a cruel and unforgiving world, and even my sweet Sybil had to come to terms with what that meant. "I'm so glad you're back," Jane whispered, her arms nearly crushing my neck. Her face was black in places, and her eye was still shut, but she'd gotten cleaned up. She smelled flowery. I never could tell where it came from. She said it was her secret, and I guessed that she'd somehow gotten some perfume from somewhere, but I let it be. We all had our little secrets, but at that moment, I was content to hold my family. After a couple hours of sleep, during which all 3 kids did their best to keep at least one hand holding either one of my arms or legs, we rose to greet the day. I was still sifting through my feelings from the raid, its efficiency still replaying in my mind. I dreamt about it in my fits of sleep, and unconsciously I had dissected how the general and his men had conducted themselves. There was nothing I could put down. They were highly trained and careful with the power they wielded, like noble warriors doing their duty as I'd once been taught. It stirred a longing deep within me, but one that I quickly pushed away. I had to stay with my family, and the first order of business was to recapture some essence of normalcy in our lives. Jane took the lead, dressing the children as I prepared the heartiest breakfast we'd had in ages, eggs and bacon. The smell and smoke filled the cramped quarters, but no one complained. When I served the hot food on a single metal platter, the kids attacked it like wolves, each one exclaiming that it was the best thing they'd ever eaten, those tiny comments that deal in childhood absolutes. I nibbled at the edges with Jane, enjoying the show more than the food. Jane and the kids were my world, the most important things, the treasure I had to keep safe. I'd shirked my duty, or at least that's what I'd told myself, and I promised myself, no, I demanded of myself, that it would never happen again. Jane and I walked hand in hand down the brick-lined sidewalk, watching Sybil gathering dandelions and offering them to Charlie. Andrew jumped from the curb to the street and back again over and over like some budding trapeze artist. I kept squeezing Jane's hand, like the movement could impart my apologies without saying a word, and she would squeeze back. I didn't know what she was thinking, and we hadn't discussed my recent absence, but I think she sensed that I hadn't done what I'd set out to do. When we reached the edge of town, we stopped and sat down. It was a ritual Jane had come up with when Sybil was a baby. We'd sit down, everyone quiet, and one by one we would tell the others what we were thankful for. We always started with the youngest first. "I'm happy for flowers," Charlie said, holding up his bouquet of dandelions proudly. Sybil smiled. She loved making her little brother happy. "Andrew, how about you?" I asked. My little professor had his face scrunched up in serious deliberation. I could see the ideas bouncing back and forth in his head. "I'm happy Mommy's okay," he said, adding a short nod as an exclamation point. "Sybil, what about you?" My daughter slid her hand in between mine and Jane's and said quietly, "I'm glad we're all together." We were all quiet for a moment. Well, all except Charlie, who was singing some undecipherable song under his breath, waving the bouquet in circles. "Honey, how about you?" I asked Jane. She smiled at all of us, the tight skin pulling around the bruises on her lovely face. I winced inwardly. "I agree with Sybil. I'm glad we're all together on this beautiful day." And with that she stood up suddenly, pulling Sybil and Andrew with her, and twirled them around. The children laughed, and Charlie hopped up to join the fun. I could have watched them for ages, the light in their eyes, the silly giggles and bodies so full of untainted life. But then Jane stopped and looked at me. "What about you, Daddy? What are you thankful for?" I took my time. I always did. I did it on purpose, just to get a rise out of the kids. Andrew groaned first, and then Sybil rolled her eyes. "Come on, Daddy," Sybil said. "Yeah, Dad, it's not a test," Andrew said. "Yeah, test," Charlie parroted. I eased myself to my feet, and I gave them a scholarly nod like the answer had finally arrived. "I'm thankful for—" I spread my arms like I was going to give them a huge bear hug and then said, "Bacon." Charlie giggled first, joined by the other two. Then they ran to me, wrapping me in their tiny arms and trying to tackle me to the ground. I let them have their way, and I landed with a soft thud, all 3 collapsing with me. Jane watched it all with a tender smile, like she knew the happiness wouldn't last. I tried to ignore the rare pessimism in her look and nuzzled my stubbly face in Andrew's neck. 1 week bled into 2. Then 3, and things felt like they were getting back to normal. Normal. What was that, really? A magical place or thing that we concoct in our heads to tell ourselves that everything's okay? When are things really okay? Sure, there were spots of joy, and sometimes we could forget and ignore what the world now was. That's what we tried to do. Jane did it best, and every day, as her wounds slowly disappeared, she came up with new adventures for the kids. Even I got swept up in the fun from time to time. It was hard not to when Jane was in charge. She had the infectious spirit of a soul made to celebrate living. I spent the morning making more ammunition and working on our stockpile. It would be impossible to carry it all, so I made little trips to find hiding spots, and then I buried some next to a drooping willow tree or under a massive magnolia in full bloom. On my much-used map, I marked every spot after tattooing it in my brain. Trouble let us be, and it really felt like life was giving us a fair hand. Jane and I talked about my encounter with the general one night. She asked me questions, and I answered every one. I told her the truth about what I'd planned to do to her attackers. She never berated me, just listened. She did have a lot of questions about the tech I'd seen, about the transport, and about the general. Jane was probing me, like she'd seen me gazing at my old life with longing. "I don't ever want to go back to that," I said. She nodded and didn't press. We both knew where my allegiance lay, and only a catastrophe would see me swayed from my chosen path. The catastrophe came soon afterward. It was morning, and Jane was doing her best to rustle the kids from sleep. Andrew popped up like he always did, but Sybil and Charlie moaned from their sides of the bed. As soon as I touched Sybil's scorching forehead with my hand, she turned her head and threw up. As if on cue, Charlie moaned and did the same. The next hour was spent fetching fresh washcloths to dab on the kids' foreheads and cleaning up vomit. When the spewing subsided, I finally had a chance to ask Jane, "What do you think?" She had her nurse's face on when she said, "It could be the flu, or maybe just a bug." Jane was always cautious with her diagnoses. I was the one that liked to jump to the worst-case scenario. "How can we be sure?" I asked. "Time. We've just got to give it some time." Hours passed, and there was still no improvement. Night fell, and Charlie was the first to become lethargic, resting completely limp in my arms. My heart raced as I looked down at him. If I told you our options were limited, I'd have been over-exaggerating. We had no clinics, no hospitals. The best we could do was provide the mild pain meds and sedatives Pete sold for exorbitant prices. They looked like something a medicine man had made, some the size of my thumbs and bristling with herbs and who knew what else. "We need to do something," I said. Jane nodded absently, stroking Sybil's sweat-matted hair. Her calm had turned to alarm, and that put me on the precipice of panic. "Jane, what should we do?" "I don't know. I was hoping that their fevers would break, but—" She let out a little sob, then caught it, glancing over at Andrew. He was sitting in the corner, whittling a strip of cedar I'd found in the woods. Luckily, he hadn't heard. He'd become accustomed to our private chats. I wondered when that would change. "Honey, tell me what I need to do." Jane shook her head, thinking. "We need to get them to a hospital," she said. There were no hospitals. I tried to think of something, any alternative. God damn it. "Let me talk to Pete. Maybe he'll have an idea." Jane nodded, and I moved Charlie over so she could hold his head on her lap. I found Pete where he always seemed to be, behind his wares, waiting for customers. "How are the kids?" he asked. He was gnawing on something that looked like a piece of beef jerky. There were rumors that Pete had a secret horse farm where he sourced a lot of his meat. I never asked. Frankly, I didn't care what animal my family's food came from. "Not good. I came to ask if you've heard of any clinics or maybe hospitals that the zone runs." "The only hospital I know of is up near the airport." I groaned inside. "You know, they're recruiting. Yeah, I've seen the flyers. Why don't you give it a shot? Hell, I think one of their convoys might be coming through to pick up recruits and their families tonight. Maybe you can pretend you're joining and pay 'em off or something. You think that'll work? He shrugged as if to say, it's worth a try. What time do they come? Pete glanced at his watch and said, in just over an hour. I'd never seen the convoys come into town. Do they come here? No, they stop on the side of the highway over by where the old McEwen Drive exit used to be. That was miles away. There was no way I could get myself, let alone my wife and sick kids, to the pickup point. As if reading my mind, Pete said, I've got a truck. Pete was full of secrets. I never knew he had a vehicle. Hell, they were so scarce that every time you saw one, it was like seeing a unicorn. Can you give us a lift? For all the ammo you left me, Pete snorted, I'll take you for free. 5 minutes later, Jane and I had the kids downstairs. 10 minutes later, Pete pulled up in a truck that looked like it had been put together with glue and parts from 100 different trucks. It was roughly rectangular and had 4 different-sized tires, but at least the engine sounded clear and throaty. I piled my family into the roomy truck bed, and we roared off down the crumbling road. Chapter 6. It felt like the longest ride of my life. We rambled over hills and cut corners. One time I had to grab Andrew's arm before he flew out of the truck bed. From then on, he clung on to me as I held him and Charlie close. The seconds ticked by in my head, the deadline real. Would the convoy still be there? Were they even sending one tonight? Pete seemed to be sure, and that was the only thing I could put my faith in. He treated me decently up until this point, but things could always change. Relationships were never static, especially in the surreal reality we'd been thrown into. As we came over a ridge, I saw lights in the distance, the first I'd seen since leaving downtown Franklin. They were faint, but seemed to be moving in our general direction. That's them, Pete yelled back through the cracked rear window. I allowed myself a minuscule breath of relief, but then it flew from me as I felt Charlie's head for what seemed like the 100th time. His breathing was shallow, ragged even. We'll make it, I promise, I whispered to my unconscious son. I hadn't been to the interstate in close to a year, and I was surprised to see that some work had been done. The debris I'd last seen scattered was now cleared to one side. There was still only one lane in working condition, and my heart leapt when I saw headlights under the overpass. You'll have to walk the rest of the way, Pete said, after he'd parked the truck next to the rusting hulk of a long-dead semi. We didn't waste any time. I handed Charlie to Jane and I scooped up Sybil. She felt lighter somehow, like her life force was being drained. Stomach in my throat, I ordered Andrew to follow us as we picked our way along the ramp. When we reached the point where we could see the convoy, there was a gaggle of maybe 100 people gathered facing a wall of armed soldiers, clothed in black. A line had formed as individuals, some with families and some without, took their turns stepping up to a folding table and talking to a skinny man who shined a flashlight in each potential draftee's face. "What's your name, girl?" I heard him harshly ask a child of no more than 4 years. She hid behind her father, or rather, I assumed he was her father. You never knew anymore. In our new reality, people just died, leaving entire families without one or both parents. I ignored the line and headed straight to the first soldier. "Please, I need help. My kids are really sick," I said. I wasn't a beggar, had never begged in my life. The desperation must have been plain in my voice, but the man with the scoped rifle automatically eyed me with open suspicion. "Get in line," he said coldly. "Please," I whispered. "I have ammunition." I patted the bag at my side. It was chock full of all the ammo I could fit, sealed in jingle-proof padding. "Get in line," he repeated, now looking away. I moved down 4 more and tried again. This one didn't care either. I was starting to get desperate. "Let's get in line," Jane said after the second rebuke. Okay, I said, breathless. It felt like hours before we got to the front of the line, and when the skinny man, the only one not in uniform, looked up, it was in disgust. "How many?" he asked. "5, I said quickly. "And you understand the commitment?" He was shuffling papers, actual papers. "Listen, my kids are sick. I was hoping we could go up to headquarters with you, maybe pay for treatment." "That's not how it works, sir," he said in a simpering tone. He said "sir" the way someone does when they're being insincere. "The minimum commitment is 5 years. After that, you decide whether to remain or leave." I didn't want to enlist. I'd already done my time. I'd left Jane time after time. I'd served my country, and look where that had gotten both me and my country. Then a name came to me like a bolt of lightning. The general told me to come. The skinny man twitched and looked over at the closest guard. Then he recovered and looked up at me. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "I told you the general told me to come." I said it in a voice that promised pain, or at least the wrath of the general if he didn't comply. "You still have to sign the papers," the man said. Now I took a chance. "The general said not to sign anything. His words, not mine." The skinny clerk looked like I was ruining his whole career, but he grudgingly waved me and my family to one of the armored troop transports. As we made our way to the back hatch, I noticed a medic's bag at the foot of one of the soldiers. "Do you have any meds in there?" I didn't know it was a woman until she spoke. "For troop use only." She didn't say it unkindly, just officially. "Please, my kids are sick. Is there anything you can give them?" "For a fever," Jane cut in, "and maybe some fluids." God bless that woman. The female soldier looked at me, then at Jane, and then at the 2 forms in our arms. She was wavering. I could feel it. "For both?" she asked, shouldering her rifle and reaching for the oversized bag. "Yes, please. In liquid form if you have it, or injections," Jane said, lowering herself to a kneeling position. I did the same. The soldier produced 2 electric syringes and handed them to Jane. "You'll have to do it," the woman said. "It's okay. I'm a nurse," Jane said. "Or at least, I was a nurse." That piqued the female soldier's curiosity. "Where did you work?" Jane gave Charlie his shot first. He was so out of it he didn't even flinch. "I was a flight nurse at Vanderbilt," Jane said. "You know they're looking for nurses. Maybe you should apply." "I'll think about it," Jane replied, injecting Sybil next, in her upper arm. Jane appeared to be calmer now. That made my heart beat a little slower. "You'll have to give them the fluids inside," the soldier said, pointing to the transport. "Do you think you can handle it?" "Yes, thank you," Jane said, grabbing the fluid bags. "Thank you," I said quietly. The female soldier nodded and returned to her post. The transport didn't have any windows, and some of the vehicle's exhaust leaked into the space, making more than one of the passengers sick. Charlie and Sybil were sleeping now, and Jane declared that their temperatures had gone down. I didn't know if that was the truth or just wishful thinking. To me, they both still felt burning hot. A row of green lights cast a ghostly glow over the 30-odd passengers. Most rode in silence, and I scanned their faces for anyone I knew. Not one. They all looked hungry and pathetic, like beggars after a 1,000-mile march. I didn't see how these people would be of any help to the zone. Some looked like they could barely stand. "Dad, are we going to be there soon?" Andrew asked. He'd been quiet since leaving the apartment. Normally, he would have been a fount of endless questions and observations, but he must have understood the gravity of the situation. "Yeah, buddy. We'll be there before you know it," I said, giving him the most reassuring smile I could. Some more time passed, and then he asked, "Hey, Dad?" "Yes, Andrew?" "Can we play that game?" "Which one?" "The animal game. The one where you have to figure out what animal I'm thinking of." Kids. If only adults could find the silver linings in things so readily. Sure, bud. You want to start? He nodded with a big grin like he had the perfect one already selected. Okay, I said. Does your animal live on land or in the sea? On land, he replied haughtily. Huh. Does it have fur? The game went on for most of the ride, and by the time we stopped, half of the other passengers were peppering Andrew with questions. My son, my little professor, had somehow wrestled us from our misery, even if for only a short time. From moles to giraffes, we guessed and laughed. It wasn't until the back hatch opened and a glaring light stabbed into our cocoon that we splashed back to reality. My family was the last to emerge, straggling out into the blinding spotlights that looked more like the blinding summer sun. I can't see, Dad, Andrew said. Just hold on to me. He grabbed onto my pants pocket as we followed the procession away from the small convoy. A speaker squeaked somewhere high above. Please proceed in an orderly fashion. If you have identification, please keep it ready for inspection. Identification? I hadn't had an ID for years. It wasn't like there was a DMV to get a new one. Besides, where would you need one? With most people going only by their first names now, who really cared? We rounded the last vehicle, which looked like a squashed grape, and for the first time in ages I couldn't find the words to speak. There in front of me, above me, and soon to be all around me was the largest structure I'd ever seen. It looked like a football stadium, curved at the top, but this one had metal plating that resembled the vehicle we'd just left. The only opening was a large door to the right that looked more like something from the Middle Ages. We came to another table, but this one had at least 5 clerks who helped disperse the workload. Most of the passengers from our transport let us go first. Whether it was because of Andrew's game or the obviously ill kids in our arms, I didn't really care. We needed a doctor and medicine, and I was willing to do anything but sell my soul to make that happen. Name, please? The woman we stepped up to said. She looked like my third-grade teacher, all gray hair and clean lines, with a voice that was clipped to perfection. Riker, ma'am, I said politely. Do you have your consent form? No, ma'am. Actually, I was told to ask for the general. Her reaction wasn't as pronounced as the skinny clerk before, but she did look up at me through squinted eyes. Then she turned to the guard behind her and beckoned him closer. She whispered in his ear and then turned back to me. If you'll have a seat right over there, she said, pointing to a row of wooden benches. I'll have someone come fetch you soon. Soon turned out to be just over 1 minute. A soldier came running, and when he saw us at the benches, he inquired, Riker? That's me, I said, rising with my family. If you'll come with me, please. We rushed to keep up with the soldier's pace, and Andrew was even running to stay at my side. He didn't complain, though. He was too consumed with looking up at the humongous fortress. I had to remind myself that he'd never seen anything like this in his life. In his short 6 years, the extent of civilized exposure he'd had was in Franklin proper. Please keep up, the soldier said. We did not go all the way through the tunnel that led to whatever was inside. Instead, the harried soldier led us into a small side tunnel that looped around in what felt like a perpendicular path to the giant structure. We passed door after door and elicited curious stares from workers and soldiers alike. It smelled and looked like every military base I'd ever visited, and it was the tidiest building I'd been in since before the collapse. Jane wouldn't like me to say that, considering the pains she'd taken to keep our humble cabin clean, but there was no substitute for government, military order, and discipline. It was like traveling back in time, and the shock of recognition made it feel like an out-of-body experience. The soldier finally stopped and whirled around. His eyes were wide, like he was about to tell us something so profound that we should hang on to every syllable. The general will see you now. He opened the door grandly, like he was presenting us to the lord of the manor. The general was facing the opposite direction when we entered, and he didn't turn to face us until after the door closed. "Do you have a change of heart?" he asked, still facing the opposite direction. "My kids are sick," I said quickly, desperately. Now he turned. Gone was the warrior wrapped in camouflage. Now he wore form-fitting black utilities. He looked like a general. "Ma'am," he said, nodding to Jane. "Please, General, can you help us?" she asked. "What are their symptoms?" Jane told him, methodical and robotic. "Have you been tested yet?" he asked me. "Tested for what?" His face twisted in frustration. I knew what was coming. "They didn't test you? No samples?" I shook my head. "And you didn't enlist?" "No, sir," I replied. I felt an ass-chewing coming. The glare disappeared as fast as it had come, replaced by a thin smile. "I'd love to know how you accomplished that feat," he said. There was no getting around it. I wasn't ashamed to admit it. "I told them you said to come. I used your name, like you told me." He gave me a nod. Approval? "Look, despite your roundabout way of getting here, and yes, I will be having a little chat with my staff about this, we have rules. No one comes in unless they're in custody or signing up." The fear welled inside me, churning. "Please, General, I'll do anything," I said. "I need as many good men as I can get." He didn't ask me to join. He didn't have to. It was the obvious thing to do, but my hard-won freedom wasn't for sale. At least that's what I told myself, until I looked down at Sybil in my arms and then over at Charlie. My gaze shifted to Jane. I could see the fear there, but she nodded. The choice no longer mine. "Okay," I said. "Tell me what to do."
Psst. If you're enjoying this story and want to support more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 7. We were taken straight to the clinic. If I thought the hallways of the headquarters were clean, the silver shelves and waxed floors of the clinic were immaculate. The doctor was courteous, yet cold, all business. "How long have they exhibited these symptoms?" he asked. Jane gave the doctor the same detailed report she'd given the general. The doctor's eyebrow rose. "Have you done this before?" he asked. "I was a flight nurse, doctor." His focus fixed squarely on Jane. I didn't like it. "You know, we're looking for nurses. You'd have to go through testing first, of course, but if you have experience—" "Doctor, I'd be happy to talk to you about that later, but can we please focus on my children?" If the doctor was offended, he didn't show it. His eyes lingered on Jane for another moment, then he returned his attention to Sybil and Charlie on the gurneys. He pulled something out of his pocket that looked like a pen. Jane leaned in to see what he was doing. The doctor pressed the instrument to Sybil's temple, clicked the button on top, then repeated the same actions with Charlie. "This should only take a second," he said, staring at what I now realized was a tiny screen on the side of the pen-shaped instrument. "Is that for temperature?" Jane asked. The doctor grinned. "When was the last time you've been to a place like this?" "It's been a while," Jane answered. "Well, this fine tool not only measures temperature, but it also samples a microscopic amount of blood and tissue to tell us exactly what's wrong with our patients. It beats having to run tests and spend a whole day in a hospital." He said it like it was the most natural thing in the world. Jane was obviously curious, but my thoughts went to the dead. The tens of thousands who had perished after the collapse, and that was only in an area that I knew. What had happened to the rest of the world, the rest of America? Did it all look like the Tennessee Zone? And here was this doctor with his sparkling clinic and high-tech tools. How much could he have done if he'd just gone out into the real world and helped the people who hadn't enlisted in whatever scheme the new government had concocted? Then I remembered that I was one of them now, that I was again a cog in the machine. A barely audible ding sounded from the miracle instrument, and the smug doctor looked down at it. "Ah," he said, then clicked the top again, and a holographic display appeared on the closest wall. It showed a staggering amount of information. All I could decipher were the temperatures, 102.4 for Sybil and 101.9 for Charlie. Fungal meningitis, the doctor announced, like it had been obvious. Jane gripped my arm. She'd always been worried about meningitis. The wrong type could be contagious, and most times lethal without proper medical care. I didn't know the difference between the types, and I waited for the doctor to cut the suspense and just tell us. Were we too late? It will take them a couple of weeks to fully recover, but with the proper medication and plenty of rest, I don't think they'll have a problem. The relief almost dropped me to my knees. The doctor called for someone in the next room, and a moment later an old woman appeared in a spotless white nurse's uniform. "Yes, doctor?" "I've submitted the drug orders for these 2 patients. Would you mind running down to the dispensary to get them?" The nurse smiled and left the room. "Now, is there anything else I can do for you?" the doctor asked, his attention completely on Jane. "I don't like that guy," I told Jane when the doctor left after giving Sybil and Charlie their injections. "Don't be that way," Jane said. Andrew was sitting on her lap. He'd been a real trooper, but I could tell from the way he was swaying that he needed to get to bed soon. "He's just doing his job. I don't like the way he looked at you." "Are you saying you're jealous?" Jane asked. She smiled at me mischievously, like I was being ridiculous. She didn't know how beautiful she was, even in the comparatively shabby clothing she was wearing, set against the backdrop of the spotless clinic and its perfectly dressed staff. Jane reached over and grabbed my hand. "You have nothing to worry about, honey. I promised my mother that I would never date a doctor." It wasn't Jane that I was worried about. We were in a strange place, and the doctor seemed sort of like the general, a master of his domain. Those types of characters tended to get what they wanted, or at least did their best to twist the system to their needs. I was about to toss a snarky jab back, but the general walked in, with the kid from the farmhouse raid marching in right behind him. "How are the kids?" the general asked. "Much better, thank you," Jane said before I could reply. There were tears in her eyes now, and the look on her face showed the depth of her appreciation. "I'm glad we could help. Now, if you'd like to follow me, I'll show you to your quarters." "But the children," Jane said. "Eli here will stand watch, at least if that's okay with you," the general said, motioning to the kid soldier behind him. Jane looked at me to answer. "Is it close?" I asked. "A 5-minute walk, tops," the general said. "I'll bet that young man right there would like to take a shower and catch some Z's." Andrew's eyes went wide. "A shower?" "Yep, with all the water you want." "Dad, can we go? Please, can we go?" Andrew pleaded. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had a shower. The kids had never had the luxury. Since being born, they'd had to make do with the river a half-mile from our old home. At least it was running water. Most people didn't even have that. The room was tight and looked like an exact replica of a ship's berthing areas, but it was clean. There was a bed for everyone, and there was a shower. Jane and I let Andrew go first, and we laughed as he sang while the hot water washed over him. "Pretty nice, right?" I asked Jane. "It is." But she didn't want to ruin the moment. I could see that. But we'd built our marriage, our family, on telling the truth, no matter the cost. It was one of the few possessions we had. "Are you sure we should be doing this? I mean, it's a change from what we've gotten used to, but what's the catch?" she asked. "I'm not sure I want to think about that just yet. Why don't we enjoy it for now, and we'll deal with the aftermath tomorrow?" Jane nodded, but didn't look convinced. That was fine. I wasn't convinced either. In fact, I was having serious second thoughts about my promise. Chapter 8. After showers, yes, it was one of the most glorious things I've ever experienced, we headed back down to the clinic to see Sybil and Charlie. We fit in with the rest of the base personnel now, dressed in our starched khaki uniforms. They reminded me of prison uniforms, but at least they were clean. Mine were a little baggy, and we had to roll up the pants for Andrew. Jane's fit like she'd been measured by the seamstress. I was surprised to see the general waiting outside our room. Why didn't he have one of his men escort us around? The answer came a moment later. "I'll get you back to the clinic, and you're welcome to stay with your kids," he said to Jane. "But you'll need to come with me for testing," he said to me. "Testing?" Andrew asked. "Did you study, Dad?" I chuckled and tousled his combed hair. He slapped my hand away, trying to smooth his hair back in place. "I'm sure your dad'll do just fine," the general answered for me. "It won't take long, I promise." The general was true to his word. After dropping Jane and Andrew at the clinic, he led me to another part of the gigantic complex. I didn't ask any questions on the way, and the general didn't offer a guided tour. I did see how the other inhabitants looked at the general, mostly with respect and deference, but others with anxiety. The test was simple. A guy wearing thick glasses produced a stick with a cotton tip, ordered me to open my mouth and swab the inside of my cheek. Then he put the swab into a sort of rectangular box, pushed a button, and something popped up on the screen. "Security," the man announced. The general grunted in what sounded like approval. "Thank you," he said, and then he ushered me to the far wall where a holographic file was waiting. There was a picture of me. I had no idea when they'd taken it, maybe when I'd walked in the testing room, because I saw the khaki shirt I now wore. It made me wonder if the entire complex was crawling with hidden cameras. Probably. "So you're probably wondering what that was all about," the general said, swiping through my file. "I think I've got too many questions to ask in the time allotted, General." "That's understandable, and there'll be time for that later, but right now we need to nail down what you're going to do here." "Are you referring to a job?" "Exactly. Now, that test we just performed predicts within a hair's breadth, pun intended, an individual's innate aptitudes. It's effective in selecting the best man or woman for the job. Don't ask me how they do it, 'cause that tech is way over my head, but I will say that I've never seen it go wrong." "So what does security mean?" "Well, I know it's a fairly broad term, but it means you have a high aptitude for security and military service." "Is that all it predicts?" The general shrugged. "They test for a lot of things, track population trends, that sort of thing, but the Fed handles that." "Did you say the Fed? I thought they were gone." The general's astonished look was genuine. "How long have you been out there?" "Since it all started." "And you've never wondered about the real world?" he asked, incredulous. "I can't say that I cared much. I had my family." "But you served—" "That was a long time ago, General." I didn't want to talk about those days, and thankfully he didn't press. "Okay, let's call it a clean slate then. A fresh start for your family. I think you'll find that it isn't so bad here. Better than where you came from, right?" I wasn't so sure. Our living situation hadn't been perfect, but I'd loved that one-bedroom cabin. It was where we'd made and raised our kids. I'd always look back on it fondly, despite the attack that led to our departure. "You were saying that the Fed still exists. Where are they now?" "How much do you know?" I searched my memory bank, but I didn't have to look far. I would never forget the last newscast, the one that had changed everything. The last I heard was the announcement about the breakup, that each state would become its own zone, and that the state's delegates in Washington would return home to oversee the orderly reconstruction. The general nodded. "Then you have missed out. Did you know that shortly after the announcement in that newscast, the 50 zones reorganized and became the 10 zones? "I didn't." "It's bound to happen. Some zones just collapsed under the strain. They'd been beholden to Washington for so long that independence was near impossible for them to achieve," he explained. "But we're still the Tennessee zone, right?" "We are, but we now stretch virtually from coast to coast. General, are you saying we invaded those states? It was much worse than I thought. I imagined my children being conscripted for some enormous land grab that would benefit whoever was running the zones now. Not exactly. We saw a weakness and moved in to help. I obviously used the word help loosely, but most of it happened without a single shot fired. So, which states are now part of the Tennessee zone? Here, let me show you. He moved my hollow files aside and swiped a map into view. Nevada, Utah, Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and West Virginia, roughly. But why those? Why cut the country in half? Why not? It had already been divided into 50 pieces again, so some brain upstairs came up with what they call the Tennessee line. He traced his finger from west to east and back again. What now? Is a plan to keep growing? That's above my pay grade, Riker. But everyone seems to defer to you. Why is that, General? He grinned. Let's just say I keep most people at arm's length. Also, my people and I have been known to take on some exciting adventures. Like the farmhouse takedown. Nah, that was just routine. Normally we get the B and C teams to do that, but I was a little bored and figured my new guys needed some time in the field. He glanced at his watch and then said, I only have time for one last question. Jeez, one question. After I sign my life away again, he tells me all these things about the Fed, about the Tennessee zone, and I get just one last question? I decided to ask the most pressing one. What do I have to do for this security assignment, General? Now he laughed. Didn't I tell you, Riker? It's off to boot camp for you. Chapter 9. Training wouldn't start for a couple days, which was good and bad. It meant spending extra time with Jane and the kids. It also meant that I was stewing about being the low man again. A boot. A nothing. The pain and torment of my first time through boot camp came flooding back. Was I really going to do it again? At my age? I didn't have a choice, and when I told Jane about it, she took it in stride. She was more concerned about Sybil and Charlie, who were thankfully now awake and asking for more water. Water. It seemed like such a simple thing, and it was for much of my lifetime, but my kids had never had the ability to turn on a faucet to fill a cup of water. We'd either reclaimed it from the rain or fetched a couple of buckets from the river each time we went down. Then there came the tedious boiling process, something Jane took seriously due to her background in medicine. Now water was everywhere. We could shower in it. There were faucets and water fountains everywhere. There was even ice. Ice! I'd never thought I'd ever see ice again. So, despite my imminent departure, Jane and the kids were happy and the 2 patients were well on the mend. I'd forgotten how effective real medicine can be. We'd survived on good old-fashioned grit and the occasional herb cocktail to remain healthy. That, and avoiding the rest of the human race, kept us in fairly good health. From what I'd seen on the transport over, in addition to the others we'd left begging near the underpass, my family and I were the lucky ones. The doctor made occasional visits throughout the remainder of the night, which Jane appreciated and I abhorred. Sure, the guy said he was just doing his job, but he'd better keep his hands off my wife. He acted a little too comfortable with her, a little too familiar. It was well past midnight when we finally curled up on cots beside Sybil and Charlie to go to sleep. They put us in a private room in the clinic, and the sounds of light snoring filled the room minutes after I turned off the lights. I lay there for some time, thinking about what the general had said, and wondering what my role would be in the days ahead. The next afternoon, Sybil and Charlie were pronounced healthy enough to go to our new home. They'd still have to take it easy for a while, but a bunk was better than a cot. We wheeled them down the halls, and Charlie waved like a prince to everyone we passed. After we each had taken a shower, we headed down to the cafeteria. If the kids thought the showers were special, the cafeteria was like heaven. Fragrant fruit was stacked next to gleaming vegetables, and steaming soups sat adjacent to bins overflowing with sandwiches. It was another first for the kids. Jane and I had to remind them to eat slowly and to only pick out those items they knew they would finish eating. "They can have as much as they want," said a woman wiping empty tables. "I remember my first day here." I nodded my gratitude, and then I joined in on the feast. Not even Charlie said a word as we dug in like ravenous dogs, tearing at meats and slurping down soups. I never thought an orange could taste so good. For the next couple of days, we enjoyed the frequent trips to the cafeteria and the twice-daily showers. It was so pleasurable that I almost forgot about my impending enlistment. Almost. When the day arrived, I was ready to go before dawn. I say dawn, but for the duration of our stay here, we hadn't been outside HQ. That might seem strange, but when you've gone without civilization so long, the outdoors suddenly doesn't matter as much as it used to, especially when you have fresh ice cream a short walk from your room. I would be issued all the gear I needed when I got to boot camp. A messenger had delivered a vague itinerary the day before, and it stated that basic training lasted 4 weeks. 4 weeks. I hadn't been away from the kids for longer than a few hours since they'd been born. Just another price I'd have to pay for their safety. I said my goodbyes under the dim overhead lights. Sybil wouldn't let go, and I was afraid I might have to pry her off, but Jane magically appeared, as she always did, and she whispered something in Sybil's ear that allowed me to slip out of her grasp. "Well, when you see me again, I'll be fit as a fiddle," I announced to tear-streaked faces. Nobody laughed, and I had to bite my cheek to keep from joining the grief. "I love you all very much." "I love you, Daddy," Sybil said, though weeping. "I love you, Dad," said Andrew, the toughest of the three at that moment, still trying to play the man and failing. "I love you," said Charlie, reaching for me from Jane's arms. One more kiss apiece, and I left, casting a final look back at my uprooted family, hoping that they would be okay without me. Like I said, it was my first time out of the complex since arriving, and holy cow had I missed the view during our nighttime travel. The peach glow on the horizon greeted me when I stepped through the enormous door to the outside. Now I saw the fencing, miles and miles of it, with yet another wall beyond that perimeter. Where I remembered trees and buildings once being, it was now fairly level ground. You could see for miles. It was the perfect setup to spot someone coming, probably very defensible, and I bet that there were anti-aircraft stations somewhere nearby. Once again, there was a folding table sitting in front of a beefed-up convoy. 2 clerks were checking recruits in. I felt exactly like a lowly recruit again. "Name?" the clerk asked when I took my spot in front of the table. "Riker." He checked the handheld tablet, and he tapped what I assumed was my name. "Vehicle 3, he said. "Thanks." "You won't be thanking me once Gregor gets his hands on you," the clerk said without looking up. Typical military bullshit. Mess with the new guys. Whatever. I could take it. Been through it once. You know the rules. Boy, was I wrong. Chapter 10. Federal Highway, location unknown. The secretary entered without knocking. There was no need. The president was nearly deaf anyway. He sat huddled in an old armchair, his withered form covered in an oversized blanket. He'd once been a sight to behold, one of those modern-day monoliths that might have been memorialized by statues across the nation. But here he was, deep underground, wasting away much like his country, and, for that matter, the world. He looked up from his book when he sensed his secretary's presence in the room. She handed him the tablet and then left. "Ah, this week's results," he murmured to himself. He was doing too much of that now, like an old man. It made him remember how his grandfather used to talk to himself as he sat in a rocking chair, his grandfather who had died of Alzheimer's. He wasn't as old as his grandfather had been, but he both looked and felt as if he were. Time had not been kind. Where did the time go? Where had his health gone? He perused the lists from the New York zone, followed by those from the Oregon zone, and finally the Tennessee zone. He almost missed it. It was just a blip, like a single digit out of place, and completely unobtrusive to all, except for the president and his closest advisors. The president zoomed in and rechecked the data. For so long they'd searched. It couldn't be. With an effort that left his legs creaking, he arose from the chair as quickly as his body would allow. He was out of breath by the time he reached the door. There was no need for desks and phones anymore. There was no need for so many things.
"Lena, could you please have Mortimer pay me a visit?"
The secretary looked up in surprise. She'd been reading on her personal tablet, probably one of the many romance novels they'd stored before the collapse. "Sorry, Dad. I mean, Mr. President." The president smiled at his oldest daughter. She was still getting used to her new role. There wasn't much to do here, and she should probably be with her peers, but he felt like he needed her close to him now. Time was not on his side, and now that his wife was dead, who else could he count on?
"Have him come see me,"
he repeated. "Yes, sir." While his daughter went to fetch one of the last living members of his former inner circle, the president returned to his modest office, slumping back into his chair. He stared at the tablet screen and ran the possibilities through his head. Could this be the beginning? Could it all start in the Tennessee zone?
Psst! If you're enjoying this book and want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 11. There were 20 of us lining the transport walls as we rode blind. Sometimes the huge vehicle's wheels would encounter something too large for even its massive suspension to handle, and 4 or 5 of the recruits would tumble to the metal deck. I'd clipped myself to the wall, an old trick I'd learned in my younger years. It could be dangerous if you forgot to unclip yourself during an insertion, or worse, if your vehicle was attacked, but it sure beat falling on the ground every time a driver or the terrain decided it was time for a charge.
"How'd you know to do that?"
the guy next to me asked, pointing to the clip. His southern accent was thick, and every vowel came out stretched. "Picked it up somewhere," I said.
"Shit, we used to do the same thing in our deer stands. Never thought I'd need it in a high-tech baby like this."
He patted the inside of the transport admiringly. The last thing I wanted was for anyone to know that I had prior military experience. It didn't matter at that point. Hell, I was 20 years older than the last time in anyway. My experience might not count for a hell of a lot anymore. But it did count in simple ways, like with the clip, and the fact that I knew to keep my mouth shut. There were some guys who just kept jabbering, like they hadn't talked in decades. Sure, there was some excitement to the whole thing, and like me, it was the first time in a long time any of us had enjoyed real showers and food, but this was the service. Better to keep your mouth shut until you were asked to open it. Hell, they'd find out soon enough. My prediction came to pass just as I'd imagined. As soon as the back hatch creaked open, the screaming started. Men and women in pressed black utilities yelled like banshees, spittle hitting the occasional face as we rushed from the transport over to the manicured grass in the distance. I moved along at a modest clip without effort, but some of my peers were bent at the waist, sucking in lungfuls of air when we arrived.
"I see they sent me a bunch of hillbillies again,"
came the booming voice. The screaming from the others stopped as if in respect, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a massive figure come into view.
"Which one of you wants to be my demonstrator?"
No one raised a hand. At least they were that smart. Thankfully, I was in the very back row, because I watched as the trainer behind the booming voice picked a man from the front row. "What's your name?"
Dillard.
"Dillard? What the hell kind of name is Dillard?"
I don't know.
"I don't know, sir." There was a pause as Dillard tried to put two and two together. "Drop and give me 20, said the large man.
20 what?
Asked Dillard. I heard someone laugh. To my surprise, the giggler wasn't reprimanded. 20 what, sir? The big man said slowly.
20 what, sir? Said Dillard.
20 push-ups, moron. One moment Dillard was there, and then he wasn't. I couldn't see him from my position in the hasty formation, but I assume he was doing something wrong, and I was rewarded with confirmation when the big man said, "Does someone want to show Dillard how to do a real push-up instead of humping the ground?" He picked another recruit from the front row, who joined Dillard on the ground. As the two recruits did their pushing, the instructor moved down the line. "My name is Gregor, but when you address me, it will be as sir. Do you understand that?"
"Yes, sir,"
we said as a group. I hadn't yelled like I knew I should, still wanting to remain in the shadows, no standing out. "Okay, ladies, when I ask you a question, you better yell your answers as loud as you can. You got that?"
"Yes, sir,"
we all yelled in near unison.
Well, maybe you're not a bunch of morons. Maybe you can be taught."
He was still marching slowly down the line, and I could almost make out his features.
"Like I was saying, my name is Gregor, and I'm the commandant of this proud training facility. You will meet your instructor soon, and you will see me on occasion. If you see me more than occasionally, it means that you're a screw-up and that, in all likelihood, you'll be sent back to whatever hellhole the zone recruit has found you in. You got that?"
"Yes, sir."
"Good."
He turned the corner and was walking my way. My jaw tensed involuntarily when I saw his face. He didn't notice, but I saw his eyes flicker with recognition.
"Can anyone tell me why you're here?"
"To eat as much real food as we can," some smartass answered.
"Sure," Gregor said thoughtfully. "You'll have some good chow, but the powers that be back at the zone have tasked me with making you civilians into soldiers. Some of you may not be up to the task, and that's okay. Less mouths for me to feed. But for those of you who think you have what it takes—"
He didn't finish his sentence. Instead, he stood, staring at me.
"Instructors, they're yours."
"Yes, sir," the instructors yelled in unison, and then the yells turned toward the recruits.
"You, double time over to the flagpole. I have a special job for you."
"Sir, yes, sir," I yelled, and took off for the middle of camp where the Tennessee Zone flag hung limp from atop a wooden pole. The entire sprint I cursed under my breath. It was a good 5 minutes before Gregor joined me. I was standing at a position of attention, ramrod straight, staring 1,000 yards ahead.
"Don't I know you?"
he asked. I hesitated. "This recruit does not—"
"Holy fucking shit!" Gregor exclaimed. "It is you!"
I lifted my gaze. "I'm not trying to make trouble. I just want to do my time and take care of my family. But no, please, just treat me like everyone else." Gregor stared at me, probably thinking I was crazy.
"Your choice, but if you ever—"
"I won't," I said, my voice marking the finality of my decision like the stomp of a staff.
"Fine. Fall in line with the rest of them. No, and before I forget, take that big rock with you. I wouldn't want them thinking you were getting special treatment."
There was no malice in the command, just resignation and understanding. "Thank you, sir," I said, heaving the 50-pound rock up to my chest.
Don't thank me yet, recruit. This shit doesn't get easier with age.
Chapter 12. Gregor was right. Even though I was in better shape than most of the others, when they finally let us go to bed that night, my muscles ached and my throat was sore and hoarse. I guzzled water straight from the tap, and then I stuck my head under the tap, letting the frigid water rinse the day's layers of salty sweat from my face. "Hurry up, would you?" asked someone behind me. There were only a few spigots, so I quickly moved aside to let the next man have his turn. He gave me a dirty look that I ignored. The guy's name was Omak. I had no idea if that was a real name or not, but the instructors didn't seem to care. Omak was all sinewy muscle, like he'd spent the last 10 years doing gymnastics. He was by far the most fit of all the recruits, including myself, but he already had a habit of rustling up trouble with punchy remarks. I'd have to steer clear of him. Before bed, we were shown how to tuck in our sheets and then our scratchy wool blankets. They could have been the same bedding I'd used 20 years earlier, one of the millions of recruits who had used it over the previous centuries. When the last recruit in the squad bay had their shot at making a bunk in front of an instructor, we were told to get in bed. No ceremony, no position of attention or prayers. I figured they understood that we'd had enough, or at least the others had. When you spend hours learning how to put one foot in front of the other while marking cadence with an instructor barking orders, your brain gets a little fried. I slipped into bed with thoughts of Jane and the kids, already eagerly anticipating the next time I could see them, and hoping with fervor they were safe. I still didn't know where I was exactly, or what my newest home was called, but I knew information would only be provided at the instructor's behest, and not a second before. I closed my eyes and willed sleep to come. Tomorrow would be another long day. The place was called Camp Cumberland, and it was named after the mighty river that cut through the Tennessee zone. It was once a favored boating destination for Tennesseans. While we sat in neat formations on the parade deck, Gregor told the story of how Camp Cumberland came to be, and why it was one of the most important assets held by the Tennessee zones.
"I was one of the lucky ones," he explained. "When the collapse happened, I was on active duty. I wasn't lucky because I was on duty, but because I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. I'm sure you all understand what I mean. Millions of our fellow Americans weren't so lucky, and billions around the world got the same raw deal."
He paused for a moment, searching our faces to make sure he had our attention.
"Yes, we are the men and women of the Tennessee zone, but we will always be Americans."
There were murmurs from the crowd, but Gregor ignored them. I didn't know much about what went on outside of Franklin, Tennessee, but I did know that to call us Americans had become taboo in some circles. Many people thought that the leaders of our once great country, America, had let us down and left us to fend for ourselves after the collapse. I didn't have an opinion either way, but I understood how they felt. Jane and I had talked about it on many nights when the kids were sleeping, or at least pretending to. We'd talked into the wee hours while crickets chirped and frogs croaked their songs. We'd discussed what it would be like to go back, to reclaim the life that had been taken from us. There'd been good times, for sure, but as I sat there listening to Gregor talk about the New World Order, I couldn't help but think about the devastation I'd seen, the heartbreak every survivor still felt. We could never go back. Gregor disclosed how the Tennessee zone was poised to capitalize on the weaknesses and instability of the rest of the zones. I couldn't help but think that the collapse, although providing obstacles and despair, had provided a silver lining as well. I'd lived a simpler life for sure, but my time was spent with the ones I loved, without interference from anyone. I'd become a better husband and an attentive father. We'd made do, and from the look on the rest of the recruits, our family had done much better than most.
"You'll begin with basic training," Gregor was saying. "Based on your scores, your instructors and I will place you in the job we feel is best suited for your skills and personality. Some of you will go on to join the security force at headquarters. Others will fill personnel protection details for our leadership. And still others, and this will be the tiny minority, will join the squads." His gaze rested on me for a long moment, and I thought I caught a hint of amusement there. Then he shifted his gaze onto the next man, and he continued his lecture. Those first days were the hardest for me. My body, while fine-tuned for hunting and ranging miles from home, was ill-suited for the strain placed on it by our daily runs and calisthenics, at least in its current form. It didn't help that my body was no longer that of an 18-year-old baby-faced boot, but my body flexed and dealt with the pain in a way a body does. I'd learned years before that the human body could withstand much more pain than we could ever fathom. Take childbirth. What person in their right mind would endure that kind of pain on purpose? But it happens, and although I couldn't speak from personal experience, I'd been the one to deliver all 3 of my children. I'd been shot before, which seemed wholly insignificant after seeing the pain my wife endured during the birthing process. So as hours bled into days, and days morphed into 1 week and then 2, my body hardened, as did my resolve. The familiarity returned, and every morning when I popped out of bed to the yells of our instructors, the cadence of military life seeped into my veins, like a long-missed drug made available again. To my surprise, our instructors were fair and only leveled punishment when necessary or when a lesson was needed. There was the time when the youngest of our group, a pimply-faced kid named Hover, decided it would be funny to wave his wooden weapon, designed to look roughly like a rifle, in the general direction of the rest of the recruits. Not only was Hover sent on laps around the camp with the fake rifle over his head, but the rest of the class was put to work building coffins out of the wood gathered from the surrounding area. It might sound macabre, but when those 10 coffins were laid in front of the flagpole and 10 recruits were told to lie inside them, it was clear that such an offense would never happen again. Mixed in with the physical training were lessons on basic tactics. They were designed to educate the men and women who had never experienced military service. Yes, we did have a handful of females in attendance. We were instructed on how to move as a tactical unit, how to use hand signals, and how to do basic land navigation. These all came naturally to me as they had the first time around. I became an extra set of hands that the instructors could call upon to help the others. I didn't ask for it, it just happened. Through it all, Gregor never said another word to me, unless he was addressing the group in its entirety. To his credit, he was professional and seemed to be running a tight operation. I was impressed by the caliber of the instructors and how they'd converted a remote encampment with all the glamour and upgrades of a 1940s detention camp into a place of learning and effective training. I don't know why it surprised me, but one day I realized that unlike my previous trip through boot camp, in this iteration the retention of recruits after 2 weeks was almost 100%. Then it dawned on me. Due to a limited supply of manpower, they couldn't afford to fail people who would have been tossed out at an earlier time. So, as the basics of soldiering turned to marksmanship and long jaunts into the wilderness beyond Camp Cumberland, we lost very few from our ranks. The only exceptions seemed to be the hard cases, ones who would never accept orders from anyone other than themselves, and the sick. It turned out that, despite whatever medical advancements our zone had, there were limits to the developing powers. There were also the recruits who were borderline head cases. Whether from the years of survival, breeding, or just plain different wiring, it was impossible to teach them anything. The marksmanship training kept our interest the most. The yelling subsided as the instructors focused on safety, proper sight picture, trigger pull, and breathing. It felt good to get behind a rifle again. I'd become so accustomed to having some kind of firepower on my body that much of my first week at Camp Cumberland, I woke up each night reaching for my non-existent pistol. Beyond those iron sights, I felt like myself again. I plugged away, happy to be with my old friend, the almighty gun. The weapons themselves were slightly modified from my time in the service. There were no frills, but they were simple, easy to take apart, and easy to clean.
To my surprise, someone had been smart enough to change the material into some polymetallic substance that fended off rust and corrosion and could allow us to simply wash the weapons under a tap. I say could because the instructors were not going to let us get away with that. Just like in the old days, we wiped away residue with rags and polished them until not a speck of dust littered their gleaming shells. I didn't mind it. It gave me time to think of Jane and the kids, imagining what they were doing and what I would say when I saw them again. Weapon cleaning time was my chance to zone out, to daydream, to imagine what life might be like after training. A cushy job on HQ security didn't sound so bad. From what the instructors said, there was a rotation for outbound patrols that lasted a week at a time, but the rest of the time you lived and worked at HQ. Being away from the family that often would be difficult, but it could work. Strangely, they never did really explain what the patrols were for. Omak touched my shoulder and I was instantly awake. "You're up," he said, already making his way to his assigned bunk. He'd mellowed since arriving, and I'd come to appreciate his physical prowess. I was the best shot of the bunch, but Omak could climb a rope without using his legs and cut across a flowing river like a shark. He easily took the top honor as our physical number one. I slipped from under the sheets, carefully tucking the wool blanket back into military precise right angles, and then put on my watch uniform. While the instructors wore black, we dressed in gray replicas of our soon-to-be peers' outfits. They were roomy in the right places and much better than the tan garb I'd been given at HQ. Once I was dressed, I grabbed the luminescent flashlight that looked like a glow stick. However, this one actually brightened depending on how hard you squeezed the handle. It was a dim green now, and the handle was still warm from Omak's hands after his 3-hour shift. I did a slowdown and backed into the squad bay. My boots marked dull thuds on the concrete floor. There were the sounds of snoring and the occasional creaks from the bunks, but no one stirred as I passed. One of the responsibilities of Night Watch was to report to the regular watch who patrolled the perimeter and interior of Camp Cumberland. I made my way outside, extinguishing the light stick that was heavy enough to double as a weapon. I found a black-clad patrol team checking the fence line, and I gave them my report. They nodded, bored, and sent me on a walk around the barracks. I was halfway through my thorough inspection of each cinder block composing the outer walls of the barracks building when I stopped. Something. What was it? What? My body shivered with that same excitement, that familiar rush and flow of blood and tingling nerve endings. I went to my belt holster on instinct and cursed myself when I realized I didn't have it. It was locked away at HQ. I jogged back into the barracks and went straight for Omak's bunk. Sure, it was a risk, and Omak was a notoriously pissed-off morning person, but I had to do it. His eyes flashed open when I nudged him. "What?" he hissed. "Get up and get dressed. I need you to take watch for a few minutes." He glared at me, but he must have seen that I wasn't pulling his leg or trying to shirk my duties. I nodded my thanks and ran from the squad bay. Gregor's quarters were easy to find, but when I got there, 2 guards demanded to know why I was away from the barracks. "I need to see Gregor," I said, as patiently as I could. Now that I was standing there, I felt like I might have made a mistake. Maybe the lack of sleep was getting to me. "Get back to the barracks, Riker," one of them said. "Sir, I need to speak with Gregor." "Who is that?" came Gregor's voice from inside the hut. "Shit," said the first guard. He cracked open the door and said, "It's Riker. He says he needs to see you." A light switched on inside, and Gregor said, "Let him in." The guard huffed his frustration, but ushered me to the door. "Close the door, Riker," Gregor said. I did, and I watched as his huge form rose from the simple cot. If anything, his room looked more Spartan than our squad bay. Not a single personal item hung on the log walls or adorned the desk or side table. "What do you need, Riker?" Again, I hesitated. I was taking a huge chance. Then again, what could they do to me? Send me back to Franklin? "Something's wrong." Gregor stretched his arms over his head, his chiseled form bulging as he moved. "Like what kind of something?" he asked. I was on duty at the barracks, doing my perimeter sweep when I felt it. I had his attention now.
Inside or outside the camp?
Outside. Then I realized what I'd felt. The sounds were absent over on the barrack side of camp. That's what it was. The bugs and animals weren't calling, weren't serenading their companions with their nightly song. Gregor opened the door, surprising both of the guards.
Get everyone up.
But
just do it, and I want them armed. Double all floodlights outside the perimeter. Check our sensors and extinguish the lights inside the camp.
That rustled the guards from their stupor, and they both ran off to do Gregor's bidding.
You're sure about this?
Gregor asked me while he lifted the mattress from his bed, displaying a wide array of weaponry. I didn't have to answer because a moment later, a thundering explosion rocked the camp. Chapter 13. The guards must have gotten to the lights, or whoever was attacking the camp had taken them out, because suddenly the camp was enveloped in darkness. I received my answer a moment later when I looked toward the layers of fencing that lined the perimeter, and I saw the floodlights flash into blazing brightness.
Here,
Gregor said, handing me a rifle and a handful of magazines.
You check on the recruits, and I'll go get the guard. Meet me back here.
I didn't hesitate and sprinted from the hut as energy blasts rained from the tree line. Another explosion tore through the watchtower, debris flying in every direction. I tumbled to the ground, rolling to absorb most of the fall, and I came up in a run, weapon ready. When I got back to the barracks, half of the building was rubble. The first explosion, which must have been some type of mortar or maybe a mini-missile, must have taken it out. I heard moaning, and I made my way inside, stepping over bodies that lay half-buried in eternal sleep. "Who's left?" I called out through the smoke.
"I've got some over here,"
answered Omak from somewhere deep inside. I searched the squad bay, but I couldn't find him. That's when I realized he'd called from inside the bathroom. When I went in, he was standing just inside the door, the only one fully dressed. 20 or so more men were huddled by the showers. "Follow me," I told them, moving before anyone could respond. "How did you know?" Omak asked, taking a position next to me as we ran. "Just lucky, I guess." Omak actually laughed, but it was one of those crazy laughs like, "Here we fucking go again." I couldn't help but laugh too, but it was cut off when something dark and ominous scorched by overhead.
"They've got attack aircraft," Omak observed, his mirth gone.
The surviving recruits made it back to Gregor's hut without incident. Gregor was still shirtless, barking orders at his troops. When he saw me, he beckoned me over.
"Riker, I want you to take a squad outside the wire."
"But Gregor," complained the lead marksman coach, an instructor.
"He's the best man we've got,"
Gregor said flatly. Then he looked to the recruits.
"There's a bunker under the chow hall. You can either hunker down there or grab a weapon. Your choice. I won't have anyone on the line who won't fight."
I didn't see who raised their hands, but I did see a handful of shadows dart towards the relative safety of the bunker at the wave of Gregor's hand.
"Can I go with Riker?"
Omak asked, grabbing a rifle from the stack the others had just dumped on the ground next to the hut. Gregor looked to me, and I nodded.
"Fine, but listen to what he says. Riker, you pick who you want, no more than a short squad, and see what you can do to keep the heat off my boys."
I nodded grimly. It was a task I was well suited for. I was the impossible missions guy, and Gregor knew it. We had no idea what we were up against. There hadn't been any troop movement yet, and there were the mortar-artillery explosions that peppered the camp at regular intervals. But it felt like they were holding back, like the tidal wave was coming soon, that the enemy was just prepping the battlefield. As I took my pick from the wary instructors and loaded up on ammunition, I wondered if this would be it. Would this be the last time I'd be sent to find the enemy? Jane and the kids flashed into my mind, but I had to push them away. There was no time for that now. It was time to slip into a familiar role, like donning a cape I thought I'd left hanging in a dusty closet in some long-forgotten storage room. With a final nod to Gregor, I motioned to the men now under my command, and we went off to hunt down the enemy. Gregor watched the squad leave. The news from his men wasn't good. All perimeter sensors had been hacked or destroyed. There was simply no video feed coming in, and the security systems only provided error signals asking the user to reboot. Rebooting would take too long, and time was not a luxury he and his charges could afford. They could survive for a time, and it was always possible that HQ could send a quick reaction force, but it was unlikely they would arrive in time. Their only hope was Riker, the warrior who'd somehow been thrust into Gregor's care. But now the roles were reversed, back to the way they had been years ago, and Gregor found himself hoping that Riker hadn't lost too much of his old self. Chapter 14. It was feather quiet in the woods compared to the incoming shell shock inside the camp. We moved without saying a word. One of the instructors had tried to cut in and offer his opinion of where we should cut through the fence, but I shut him down with a piercing glare. When we reached a distance that I thought was safe enough, I ordered half the team to stay in place. "If I don't come back, find Gregor and tell him I'm gone," I said. "You might think it's better to have more firepower, especially against an enemy with unknown capabilities and troop strength, but I didn't know these instructors. I'd been under their tutelage at Camp Cumberland, but I had no idea how they'd respond under fire. At least with O'Mac, I knew he could keep up, shoot, and wasn't afraid of anything. Our 8-man squad was now cut down to 4 as we cut deeper into the night. It was possible that the enemy had outposts. Hell, they could have roving drones or tiny robots that scoured the area for anything with a gun, but I couldn't think about that. My focus was the location of the enemy. From the sound of fire, the bad guys were thinking the same thing. Either they wanted to capture the camp or destroy it, and that's where their attention remained. I sensed it like a hunter senses the sudden movement of a fleeing deer and takes his shot a split second before the big 10-point disappears. We were getting closer. Every fiber of my being pinged the woods, searching, hunting, honing in. "They're taking us apart," one of the guards said. "Tell me something I don't know," Gregor yelled over the incoming fire. There still hadn't been any significant movement, and without a force to counterattack, the best the camp commandant could do was hold tight and protect what was left of his recruits and guard force. There were some battle-hardened veterans within the camp's ranks, but nowhere near the number of men Gregor required to defend themselves and the camp against the as-yet unseen enemy threatening their complete destruction. He'd been on HQ for months, requesting more men, more protection, or at least a better plan to reinforce the small outpost. HQ thought the training center was a poor target for the enemy, but Gregor knew better. Like Riker had deducted, manpower was of utmost importance at this time. The Tennessee Zone's recruitment efforts had quadrupled in the previous year. However, only a trickle of new bodies had joined the coalition. It was the ultimate battle of attrition. Those zones who could stay alive and train their populace to fight would come out on top. Gregor had been to the California Zone, a tentative ally of the Tennessee Zone, if for no other reason than Tennessee owned the main corridor across the country. At least the assholes at HQ had done that right. California had swallowed up the states in the Southwest, in addition to busting into Mexico in a desperate land grab. What Gregor had witnessed on his diplomatic mission made him realize how well off they were within the Tennessee Zone. While depravity was the new norm, at least in his zone there was some semblance of order. The California Zone looked more like a bad movie, with leaders and warriors alike subscribing to the ultimate us versus them mentality. The slums that had taken hold in and around Los Angeles had even prompted the new government to move to Santa Catalina Island, located off the California coast. There they wined and dined while letting the rest of their populace starve, always getting them to do the bidding of the fat cats across the river. That visit had prompted Gregor's reassignment to Camp Cumberland. His relocation was guaranteed after he'd overturned a fully loaded dining table onto the collective delegates of the California Zone. It was the best decision he'd ever made. Well, at least he'd thought so at the time. Now he was being besieged by an unknown force. Gregor gave a fleeting thought to heading outside the perimeter of the fence, taking the battle straight to the enemy. But that wasn't his role. He was the protector of the precious few survivors. If his zone was to have any chance of survival, every man and woman within his command would be needed alive. They weren't concealed, and for a moment that gave me pause. It was impossible that the figures milling around up ahead hadn't posted sentries. Maybe they had passive alarms close in. However, it was too late to think about that now. I estimated 20 men from what I could spot. They had some type of command vehicle that bristled with antennas. There were also 3 tubes, high-density mortars. From what I could determine from their setup, a volley from us could take out half the enemy in seconds. Too easy, and nothing was ever that easy. I was about to motion for the men to move closer when I heard one beep followed by another, and then another, faster each time. The man to my left inhaled, and I threw myself right, tackling Omak as I flew. The anti-personnel alarm was part alarm and part big boom. I didn't see it, but from the force of the blast, I knew the poor guy it targeted was way dead. I'd gotten lucky, a few feet the other way, and that could have been me. No time to think about that now. The jig was up, and already gunfire erupted in our direction. I returned fire. My actions were almost mechanical, based on the primal need of survival. One might call it muscle memory. I plowed the enemies down, 1 man, 2 men, now 3 men down on the enemy side. There was screaming by this time, and I felt, rather than saw, every weapon they had trained in our direction. I pulled Omak up from where he was firing, as calm as a nun in church, and we sprinted forward, leapfrogging like we'd been taught. It was tiring, only allowing us to get a couple of shots off at each stop, but at least we were still alive. I moved without thinking, firing without processing anything except for a target dropping in the dim glow up ahead. Over and over we went, the mortar tubes now silent as I'd taken out those gunners first. Then I heard the plane overhead. It must have been hovering somewhere near the camp. It had cut in from that direction, fire erupting from its sleek underbelly. The enemy had to have infrared and night vision because they walked their rounds in with perfection. We'd lost our 4th man from the group, but I wasn't about to go back and look for him. He was probably dead, and even if he wasn't, the best chance for our survival was to keep moving forward. With our concentration so focused on the erupting fire, Omak and I fell into a ravine. Shots flamed over the gap. Omak and I lucked out and didn't get hit. But now we were pinned down. I saw Omak holding his leg. "It's broken," he said. "I can't put any weight on it." "Stay here." He grunted in pain and he said, "I'll cover you." I pointed to where the bird had flown by and we both laughed. "You think you can take that thing down?" I asked. "I'll do my best." We shared a final grim nod and I sprang from the hole, running like a madman to close the final 50 feet to the enemy. Gregor grinned at the sounds of gunfire from the tree line. "That crazy son of a bitch," he grumbled in admiration. The mortar fire had stopped, and for the moment the camp was left to burn. Every structure he could see seemed to be burning, and it appeared over half of the complex had been destroyed. Luckily, the chow hall was still standing, and it looked to be largely untouched. Then the attack bird screamed in over their heads, apparently unimpressed by the weaponry within the camp. Its focus was elsewhere, seemingly at the forest beyond where Riker's team was probably wreaking havoc on the enemy, but not for long. Gregor listened, out of sight while the guns rattled, mowing down whatever the pilot had in his sights. He'd seen the nasty aftermath of those flybys. He'd been the spotter sent to target the enemy and watch them get shredded by the high-caliber rounds or energy emitters that disintegrated anything living. "Fuck this," he said, and ran back inside his hut. He was back in a minute, cradling a 6-foot-long tube that looked as heavy as an oil drum. "What the hell is that?" one of his instructors asked. "Just a little something I made in shop class," Gregor said. "Hand this up to me, will you?" Even with the butt end settled on the ground, the instructor had a hard time with the thing as Gregor climbed up the side of his quarters and then motioned for the tube. "I can't lift it," the man said. "Somebody help him," Gregor yelled. 2 more men went over to help hoist the tube into the air. Gregor grabbed it with one hand, lifting it up and onto his shoulder. Then he flipped a crude set of sights up and looked over the length of the barrel. He'd only have one shot, one extremely explosive shot. His only hope now was that the attack bird would be stupid enough to make another run, thereby providing Gregor the small window he needed to take the shot. How the hell did I get to the command vehicle? Luck. Well, luck and the fact that the remnants of the Army attacking force took cover when the Black Stingray overhead swooped in. Maybe they didn't trust the pilot, or maybe they'd radioed to ask for fire on their position. I didn't much care what the reason was because I'd made it. A head popped up 6 feet from me and I took it out. It was like playing the old whack-a-mole game. Now I could make out the layout of the attack point. It was crude at best, and it was completely indefensible. Who were these guys? Could they really be that stupid? I heard a twig snap behind me and I whirled around to take out the enemy. It was Omak. He'd made it out of the ditch and he was hopping his way over to the command vehicle. I waved him on and winced when Omak raised his rifle and shot something to my right. I heard the body slip to the ground, and Omak did too, grunting in pain. Damn it. Bolting from cover, I closed the distance as fast as I could. My compatriot was in the open, a dead target for any enemy smart enough to take a shot. I was just bending over to grab him when he pointed skyward. It was unnecessary. I heard the hovering engines, and then a light shone down like a tractor beam.
"Put down your weapons,"
came a speaker's amplified voice from inside the aircraft. Omak wasn't scared. In fact, he looked at me and then up at the bird as if to say we could take it. No go, buddy. I shook my head and dropped my weapon. Omak took the cue and dropped his as well.
"Put your hands over your heads," ordered the voice.
Omak got up on his own, and we both stood there, squinting into the sun-like beam. The black aircraft hovered overhead for a long moment, and I wondered if they were calling back to headquarters for permission to fire on us. It didn't look like we'd left anyone alive near the mortars, and no one disembarked from the command vehicle. Something fell from the black bird and clanked on the ground.
"Put the cuffs on," said the voice.
Was this for real? If they were going to kill us, why didn't they get it over with? Before I could respond, I saw Omak's hand shift. I looked over and saw that he was giving the pilot the international screw you signal. I didn't want to die, but I sure as hell didn't want to get captured. Therefore, in the tradition of soldiers supporting their brothers in arms, I gave the same salute.
"I said put the—"
The voice was cut off by a thunderous boom that sent us flying. Before I blacked out, I saw, with astonishment and fear, the winged menace as it fell out of the sky, careening directly toward us.
Psst. If you want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 15. I came to slowly. First to recover was my sense of smell. Industrial strength cleaner with a hint of lilac, maybe? It reminded me of Jane in the cabin. She would pick lilacs and place the flowers in a chipped stone bowl. Nature's air freshener after the apocalypse. At least, that's what I used to call it, and then Jane would roll her eyes. If I kept pressing, the result was a playful slap. Jane. Where was she? How were the kids? And then I began to hear sounds, muffled at first, like I was underwater, but over time the sounds became clearer. I heard myself moan. Next, I began to experience pain. Not suddenly, but gradually, I felt pain. It spread from my toes, up my legs, gripped my midsection, and then shot out my arms. I grimaced, which only worsened the pain. Then I felt something warm on my arm. There were more muffled sounds. I tried to speak, but the words sounded hollow and echoed like ping-pong balls in my head. I was tired. So very tired, like I hadn't slept in months. I let that feeling take over my very being, downward, spiraling further down. When I regained consciousness, my first sense was the smell of flowers again. I had the passing thought that maybe I was dead, but that couldn't be. My brain was as muddled as before, and, just for the hell of it, I tried to open my eyes. They worked, and when they creaked open, the light that assaulted my senses wasn't too overwhelming. I heard muffled sounds at my side, so I turned my head. Initially, all I could see was a blur, but it got substantially better by the second. More sounds. Hearing didn't clear as well as my vision, but when the view cleared, I almost passed out. It was Jane, my beautiful Jane. How? What? I tried to talk, tried to say something, but it felt like I had cotton balls in my mouth. Syllables wouldn't form. Jane, I tried to say. Jane. This time I heard a familiar voice, light and giggly. Charlie. I turned my head toward the sound, and I felt a small hand caress my face. I smiled and was rewarded by more caresses. "Mom, he's awake," came Sybil's excited voice. "Yeah, he's awake," said Andrew. "Awake," repeated Charlie. I eased my eyes open carefully, the blur clearing faster this time. There they were, my beautiful children. My children were the center of my life. The time I had spent with them was the best investment I'd made in my life. I tried to reach out to them, but my arms wouldn't move. For one brief, terrifying moment, I thought I was paralyzed. Oh, God, not that. But then Jane was there. "You're in restraints," she said. "Here, let me take them off." I felt immediate relief, and as soon as one hand could move, I reached out to Jane and then the kids. Everyone was crying, especially me. My family. Oh, my family. I really had thought I'd never see them again. Jane explained to me that the doctor was affectionately called Dr. Plato by the HQ inhabitants. He declared that I was on the mend. I still didn't like him, but I was exceedingly happy I would soon be able to leave the clinic. "You've still got some hearing loss, but with some care and the therapy I've prescribed, I'm reasonably optimistic that you'll regain full use of both ears." His diagnosis complete, Dr. Plato turned to Jane with that same admiring look that I'd hated the moment we first met. "I've got to tell you, Jane's been a real help around here. If I'm not careful, she may take my job." I saw Jane blush, and that made me want to jump from the exam table and throttle the ass-kissing physician. "Does this mean I can leave?" I asked. Dr. Plato's gaze lingered on Jane before realizing I'd asked a question. "Sure, I'd recommend a wheelchair ride up to your quarters, but I don't see why you can't sleep in your own bunk tonight." "Thanks, Doc, but I don't think a wheelchair is necessary." I slipped off the table and almost fainted, but I wasn't going to give the bastard the satisfaction of seeing me fall. I took Jane's hand, both to show the doctor who she was married to, but more importantly, for physical support. I really did feel like I was going to fall over, but I gave Dr. Plato a forced smile as I walked out the door. As soon as we got into the hallway, I flopped down on the first bench I could find. Sweat wasn't dripping, it was cascading down my face and back. "Honey, are you okay?" Jane asked. I'm fine, just got up a little too fast." I wasn't going to admit to my wife that the only reason I looked like a sweaty ghost was because her precious doctor had gotten the best of me. "Just give me a second to catch my breath." She looked at me, not with concern, but with the "why are men so damned stubborn" look. "Let me get you a wheelchair. I'm fine, seriously." I was not fine. The days of laying in that bed, 5 to be exact, according to Jane, had helped the healing process, but my body was weakened and not ready for the 5-minute walk to our room. It took 4 more starts and stops before we got there, and I was so nauseous and lightheaded by then that I didn't even notice we were in another part of the complex until Jane opened the door. The kids all jumped out and yelled, "Surprise!" That lasted about as long as it took for Sybil to see my face. It must have been quite a sight, drenched in sweat and white as a sheet. "Daddy, are you okay?" she asked, taking a tentative step forward. Charlie was blissfully unaware, coming in for a bear hug on my leg. "Daddy," he said. "Hey, bud. How's my big man?" "Good. How about you, Andrew?" My second child was staring at me with what I can only describe as childlike apprehension, such as when you tell children you want them to do something like eat broccoli, and they make the face like that's the last thing in the world they want to do. "You look gross, Dad," he said. Jane laughed, but I heard the nervousness there. "Daddy just needs to take a shower, kids." "But the surprise, Mom, what about the surprise?" Sybil asked. "It won't take me long, honey, I promise," I said. When I got to the bathroom, this one was much larger than the other one, I sat down on the toilet while Jane got the water ready. "You should have told me you weren't feeling well," she scolded. "I think you really scared the kids." I felt like crap and was in no mood to hear her lecture. "Yeah, well, why don't you ask Dr. Pluto to come take care of them? I'm sure he'd get a kick out of that." The look she gave me said it all. I'd gone too far. I'd crossed the line. It wasn't something I did often, but when I did, she let me know. "I'm sorry, babe, really," I said, grabbing her hand. It was limp in mine, my punishment. "Look, I just wanted to get out of there, okay? I'm a stubborn ass, you've told me countless times. Well, this stubborn ass thought he could walk to his plush new home instead of taking the handicap mobile. I'm sorry." "Well, as long as you admit that you're a stubborn ass." Her hand squeezed mine. "I'll admit it as much as you want. I, Riker, am a stubborn ass." "Shh, the kids will hear you." I grinned and then said, "You think they'll give us 5 minutes to take a shower?" Chapter 16. We emerged 10 minutes later, clean and satiated. The kids were playing a game on the floor, and Sybil was the teacher, as usual. I watched them for a minute, savoring their zest for the smallest things, and laughing when they had their little tiffs. They were so full of life, reminding me of what was important in life. They had become such a focal point in my life. I saw that as clearly as a cloudless spring day. "What are you guys playing?" I asked. The game was forgotten as they rushed to me again, this time with hugs, now that I was non-gross. Daddy, can I show you your surprise?" Sybil asked. She was always writing us little notes and coming up with ways to delight her little brothers, especially Charlie. Sybil was the pleaser of the family, the warm soul that helped to bind our love in a way that only she could. "Sure. Where is it?" "Close your eyes," Sybil ordered. I put my hands over my eyes and made a show of spreading the fingers on my right hand so I could see. "I mean it, Daddy. Close your eyes." Okay. Andrew and Charlie were giggling, and then I felt Sybil's hand on mine, guiding me deeper into our new quarters. I counted 12 steps. It was much larger than our last place. "You can open your eyes now," Sybil announced grandly. I removed my hands and I opened my eyes slowly. What I saw did take my breath away. There was a floor-to-ceiling window that ran the width of the room, decorated with cut-out pictures and handwritten notes from the kids. But it was the view beyond the window that had me speechless. Because I'd only come in and out the main door of HQ without the opportunity to visit the interior, I'd never gotten to see the whole picture. The interior was open air now, but there was a retractable roof with landing pads in the middle of the stadium-shaped structure. It was bigger than any aircraft carrier I'd ever seen. The size of the place really was staggering, and where in a stadium you might see seats and skyboxes, in our new home, there were rows and rows of windows like ours. Looking out at the brilliance of the whole thing, I wondered how many people the HQ held. "What do you think, Daddy?" Sybil asked, obviously asking about the cards and pictures she and her brothers had spent some time creating for me. "I love it, Sybil. I really do." She beamed. "Come here, you three." I gathered them in my arms, scratching my cheek stubble against their faces, eliciting a wonderful string of giggles. The mess hall was just finishing lunch service when we arrived, but one look from the woman behind the counter and all the lids were lifted again. She stared at me and then nodded like a simple thank you. I nodded back, not really understanding. I piled my plate high with lunch meats and cheeses. While the food at Camp Cumberland had been plentiful, the cafeteria had nothing like what they served at HQ. The kids were busy piling up their plates, too. Sybil looked like an old pro, asking for things with all the politeness of a princess. Andrew was less subtle, pointing and smiling with ravenous glee. Jane helped Charlie gather his food, and I carried it to the table Sybil had selected. She reserved the seat next to her just for me. We chatted as we ate, just like in the old days when rabbit stew or deer steaks were the pick of the night. The children told me about school, proudly informing me they knew way more than their peers. I wasn't surprised. Jane had been tougher than a PhD candidate with the kids, way better than I could have done. I'd almost finished my stack of cheeses when I felt a presence standing next to the table. The kids quieted, and I looked up. She was but a wisp of a woman, almost skeletal. Her eyes glistened with tears, and her lips quivered. "Can I help you?" I asked, my body involuntarily flinching. I just wanted to thank you for my boy." I didn't know what to say because I had no idea what she was talking about. Before I could ask, she was gone, moving quickly towards the exit. "What was that all about?" I asked Jane. She looked at me uncomfortably. Andrew was the first to answer. "You're a hero, Dad." The words were like a punch to the stomach. "Yeah, Daddy, they're calling you the hero of Camp Cumberland," Sybil added. Jane hadn't said anything about it since I'd awakened, and now I knew why. She knew how I'd feel about the adulation. It made me want to vomit, and it took every ounce of fatherly control not to leave the table. "It's why we got the new room," Andrew said. Now it made sense. Special treatment. 2 words I hated and something I'd run from as long as I could remember. The special treatment would stop as soon as I could figure out who to dissuade. We dropped the kids off at school, and then Jane and I went for a walk. She showed me the workout facility, the commissary, and even an Olympic-sized pool. It looked and smelled like a military base. Was that because it was efficient, or because the Tennessee Zone had become some kind of military autocracy? When we finally made our way back to our quarters, and I'd had enough time to tamp down my annoyance, I asked Jane about the hero thing. "What's this hero of Camp Cumberland thing?" She didn't look at me. That was a bad sign. Jane knew me too well. "You can't blame them. You are a hero. I did what I had to do to stay alive, Jane. Anyone would have done the same thing." She stopped just outside the door and looked at me, not accusing, but calm and patient. "Did you, or did you not, find and kill the enemy that attacked Camp Cumberland?" "Well, sure, but— And did you save a lot of people by doing that?" "I don't know," I said, thinking of O'Mac, Gregor, and my fellow recruits. "Well, you did, and there are a lot of grateful people. Look, honey, I know this isn't what you like. I'm not a fan of it either, but if it means getting a few more perks for us, for the kids, would that be so bad?" I didn't tell her what I really thought, that perks always came with strings. Instead, I said, "Sure, you're right." She slapped me playfully in the stomach. "Riker, I'm serious. It's not so bad here. The kids have friends now. They come home with stories, get to eat real food, and get medical attention when needed. This is good for us." I nodded. There was still something nagging at me, though. If the collective active-duty population of the Tennessee Zone lived here, then I had to assume there were other replicas in the zones we'd commandeered. Where were all the resources coming from? Chapter 17. I was summoned the next day by a soldier. He was respectful. Hell, I had to practically pry his lips from my ass. When I entered the darkened room, I couldn't see anything except the image on the screen. I recognized it immediately. It was an aerial shot of Camp Cumberland. The layout was stamped in my brain from countless runs along the fence line.
"Ah, there he is, the hero of Camp Cumberland."
The overheads flicked on, and the general rose from a single chair.
"Good to have you back, Riker."
He shook my hand while he examined me from head to toe.
"Feeling all right?"
"Doc says I'll be fit for duty in less than a month, General." He nodded and motioned to the hollow screen.
"Here's what's left of Camp Cumberland."
I moved closer. Half the buildings were smashed, rubble strewn in every direction. "How many casualties, sir?"
47.
He turned to me, his eyes amused now.
Aren't you going to ask me how many survived?
I shrugged in reply. Survivors were survivors. I was glad they were alive, but in my mind I'd already moved on.
52 survivors, including yourself, he said. You know, most people would be jumping up and down to be named the hero. You not that kind of guy, Riker? Don't take applause well?
He was testing me, and I heard the sarcasm in his voice. The general knew what I was going through. From what I'd seen of him and his men, he'd probably saved 100 Camp Cumberlands. I did my job, General. I'm glad you got so many out, but I didn't act alone. There were others who helped me, others who... He raised his hand to stop me.
I know all about it, Riker, but Gregor and O'Mac put the credit square on your shoulders. Just deal with it, okay?
I nodded, not knowing what to say. The general clapped his hands, his way of announcing that business had been concluded.
Now, I know you'll be on light duty for a while, but that doesn't preclude you from helping me here.
He swiped his hand, and another image appeared in front of the wall.
This is the command vehicle we captured, thanks to you.
He moved the image left and brought another in next to it.
And this is the assault craft we recovered.
The command vehicle looked unharmed, but it looked like a dragon had taken a bite out of the black aircraft. That made me wonder aloud, who shot it down?
Gregor. Apparently he had some kind of homemade anti-aircraft gun in his possession. Damn thing packed quite a punch. One shot, one kill, as they used to say.
Where is Gregor? The general's face screwed up, barely concealing his annoyance.
The powers that be didn't like the fact that A, Camp Cumberland got attacked, and B, Gregor had an unauthorized weapon on camp proper. So now he's putting in his disciplinary time.
They threw him in jail? I asked.
No, nothing like that. He's in charge of the detail that's rebuilding Camp Cumberland. And I pulled a few strings to make it happen, and honestly, he's the best man for the job. Once he's finished, that place will be a damned fortress.
What about the others?
The recruits that weren't injured are going through a modified version of the final weeks of basic. It's not the best scenario, but it's the best scenario option they could find.
Why was he telling me all this? Because I was the hero of Camp Cumberland? I can't say that it felt awkward talking to him this way. I'd never been overwhelmed by the brass. Then I realized I didn't even have a sense of the command structure at HQ. General, I apologize for my ignorance, but who's in charge around here? One eyebrow rose on his tanned face.
I guess that's a loaded question. Let me start with the civilians. There's a council that answers directly to the Fed. I use the word answers very loosely. We really aren't beholden to anyone. The Tennessee Zone is completely autonomous. Now, I could tell you the pros and cons of that situation, but I don't think that's what you want to hear. I'll bet you can determine those on your own anyway. So you've got the council, which is composed of 9 representatives, nominated and voted on by everyone here. Every vote is equal, and they don't allow campaigning, although it does happen. It's not really something we can stop completely. On the security side, you have the HQ troops commanded by a man named Jasper. He's a former colonel in the Army and a pretty good guy overall. He's in charge of HQ security, which also doubles as our main troop strength, kind of like the regular Army back in the day. Then you have the VIP troops, and they're primarily used for exactly that. VIP protection. The man leading the VIP team is Logan.
He tried to hide the disdain from his tone, but I caught it. I made a mental note of that.
And then there's the squads. They're kind of the utility men of the Tennessee Zone's security force. Need a raid? Call the squads. Want some recon? Call the squads.
And let me guess. You're the man in charge of the squads, I guessed.
Bingo. It's not a bad gig, really. For the most part, they leave us alone. The missions can be dangerous, but For the most part, it keeps me away from the politics of this place."
"Is it that bad? Is it like the red tape of old?" I still remembered the constant worry that some politician would stick a nose in our business. From generals down to privates, politicians were loathed by security details almost as much as the enemy we were fighting.
"Probably about the same. Sometimes they think they know better, and honestly, we do the same thing to them. For the most part, everyone's trying to work together. We're human, so it'll never be all rainbows and hugs, but I feel like it's getting better."
The last place I wanted to be was in the middle of any kind of political movement. It was so far from my personality. "And where do I fit into this, General? When do I return to basic training?" The General laughed.
"I think you've proved that your skills are above basic training, Riker. The reason I asked you here today, other than to give you the update on Camp Cumberland, was to determine the role and in which capacity you would like to serve."
I gave him a wry smile. "I don't suppose getting a cushy job in some supply locker is an option."
"You'd be bored in an hour. Besides, despite your hero status, you are not exempt from service. The test is the determining factor, and the test says you're in security."
"So I get to choose? I thought we'd be assigned. That's what they said at Camp Cumberland."
"Let's just say that, other than your new quarters, this is your last perk. You get to choose. I'm not asking you to make your decision at this exact moment, because I'm positive you'll be courted by the heads of HQ security and VIP. But I'd like for you to know that you'd be most welcome here with the squads."
He meant it sincerely, not because I was some trumped-up hero, but because he respected my skills. I understood that.
"Oh, and Riker?"
"Yes, sir."
"Your past? Gregor and I are the only ones who know about it, and your secret is safe with us."
Chapter 18. During the remainder of the day, I was summoned twice more by the heads of the remaining security forces. Jasper, the commander of HQ security, was a short man, modest of build and soft-spoken. He gave off the air of an administrator, not a professional soldier. I'd seen them before, brilliant logistical minds. His tone was proper, and his sales pitch seemed forced. I could tell he wanted me to join his team, but it didn't feel like as urgent a need as the squads, nor did he seem to understand me in the way the general did. Jasper outlined the duties of HQ security, including more information about the rotating 4-week patrols. They were essentially roving law enforcement, with the added tasks of checking border crossings and reporting in on the status of the roadways. To be honest, it sounded about as much fun as mopping floors for the duration of my life. I'd had my fair share of duty, and standing at a gate or riding around in transports wasn't something that tickled my ambition. But I told him I'd think about it and thanked him for his time. Logan, the head of VIP security, didn't send one of his troops to get me like the other two. Instead, he used the HQ messaging system, which displayed a simple message. His order said, "Report to Commander Logan," in neon green, and then provided me with illuminated arrows on the corridor walls until I arrived at Logan's office. I knocked. No answer. I knocked again. "Come in," said a voice, just as I was turning to leave. I opened the door and stepped into Commander Logan's sanctum. The general's office was bare, and Jasper's was one step above Spartan. In direct contrast, Logan's office was spacious. It commanded an impressive view of the inner fields of HQ, and it was lavishly decorated. Antique chairs lined one wall, which held a painting I thought I recognized of a violin-playing goat. His furnishings provided the impression you'd just entered a king's chambers. Even the floors were covered by a plush carpet, something I hadn't seen in over a decade. Commander Logan stood from behind his glass desk in a perfectly tailored uniform I hadn't seen before. It was the standard black security uniform, but the dress shirt had bright red stitching above the pockets with the letters VIP embroidered in bold lettering. Even the lengths of the sleeves and pant legs had red stitching. It looked sharp and regal, It reminded me of the garments a king's guard might wear.
"Riker, how good of you to come see me," Logan said, extending a slender hand.
Upon grasping it, I realized he was surprisingly strong. As his uniform was tailored to perfection, his pencil-thin goatee had been cut by an expert's blade. "Thank you for the invitation," I said.
"Please, have a seat. Can I get you anything? Water, juice, or maybe a cocktail?"
he asked with a wink. I hadn't had a drop of alcohol since the collapse. It wasn't that I was averse to drinking, but it was just so damned expensive. When you're thinking about bartering your precious resources in exchange for food for you and your family, need versus a nip of homebrewed grog, the scale always tipped toward home and my precious family. "No, thank you, sir."
"Are you sure? I have Jack Daniels."
Jack Daniels? He must have a stash somewhere. But I was curious. That must be some vintage. He looked confused for a moment, and then his eyes brightened.
No, we still control the Jack Daniels distillery in Lynchburg. Didn't you know?"
I did not, and I told him so.
"Well," he continued, "it's not something we necessarily advertise, but I'm sure you, of all people, the hero of Camp Cumberland, know how to keep a secret."
I nodded. He was laying it on pretty thick. "Sir, I'm very interested to hear what your security command does, what would be expected of me on a daily basis, that sort of thing."
"Right to business, as they say."
He headed over to a cabinet behind his desk. When he turned to face me, he held a rocks glass with some dark liquid filling it halfway.
"You sure you won't have some?"
"No, thank you, sir." He shrugged and took a seat, taking a sip before beginning his pitch.
"Do you ever think about the old days, Riker? Back to the days when we had every conceivable amenity we might want or need?"
"Yes, sir." Where was he going with this?
"I dream of those days, Riker. I really do. I remember the taste of sushi in Los Angeles, the hummus in Greece, the music of lapping waves on the shores of Bora Bora. Did you ever make it to Bora Bora, Riker?"
"I never had the pleasure, sir." Commander Logan shook his head sadly.
"That's a shame. Well, back to why you're here. As you already know, I am the commander of VIP security. While that may seem like a ho-hum tasking, it is quite important. VIP protects not only the Council of Nine, but they assist in the security of our resources, including the Jack Daniels distillery."
He raised his glass to me, smiling.
"I have been in command of VIP since its inception. In fact, as a former member of the Council, I was instrumental in creating VIP. I saw the need and I filled it. My background as a bodyguard of the who's who of Hollywood helped, of course."
His eyes drifted off, as if he was reminiscing about naked starlets and the splendor of the mansions.
"But I also think that VIP can play a more vital role in the Tennessee Zone's resurgence. What do you think about that, Riker?"
"I'm not sure I'm qualified to give my opinion, Commander."
"Come now, Riker, man to man. If you were in charge of VIP, where do you think you would take us?"
I saw this slippery slope ahead, and I did my best to head in the opposite direction. "From what the other commanders have said, sir, I think you're the best man to make that call. I'm just a rookie." I thought he was going to press me for an answer. Maybe he wanted my opinion. Maybe he wanted to take my idea and claim it was his. Who knew? The guy seemed as out of place here as a peacock at a weapons range.
"You're right, of course. I have many ideas that would make VIP the elite of the elite. Our men and women are superbly trained, eloquent, and strike an imposing visage. Do you think you might like to be part of something like that, Riker?"
I somehow bit back the guffaw and said, "I'll have to discuss this with my family, sir. I'm sure you understand." He looked disappointed for a split second, but he recovered quickly.
Of course. One of the things we value in VIP is family. Take all the time you need, and in the meantime, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to call on me." It was a dismissal, and he was already on to whatever task he had laid out on his desk. I stood formally, did a sharp about-face, and left the swanky office. I didn't need time to think. I'd already made up my mind. Now, if only I could convince my wife.
Psst. Give this author some love by clicking subscribe.
Chapter 19. Jane was surprisingly supportive. After I laid out the entire courtship, detailing each conversation, and then my objective viewpoint of what each job might hold, she came to the same conclusion. "You have to join the squads. It's you, after all." When she said it, she tried to sound happy, but I detected the sadness there. Jane was one of the few people who remembered who I was, who I'd been. "I really think this is for the best, babe. I mean, you don't want a grumpy husband who complains about his job every night, do you?" She moved across the room and draped her arm over my shoulders. "I just want you to be safe. Can you at least try to be safe?" I nodded. "Of course I will." But I knew it was an impossible thing to promise. If I'd only known the depth of my unconscious lie, I never would have made Jane that promise. The general was happy but not surprised by my decision. He was another of the few who knew who I was after all. I was perfectly suited to do what his teams did. "I'm glad to have you, Riker," he said, shaking my hand formally and pointing to a tablet that required my signature, handprint, and retina scan. "By the time your new file is built, and by the time you've healed, you'll have all the necessary clearances. The only people in this place with more access are the Council and the 3 commanders. I usually tell my new team members not to let that go to their heads, but I don't think that'll be a problem with you." "No, sir, it won't." "Good. Now, unless you have anything else, we're scheduled to meet with the Council in 10 minutes. The general prepped me before we stepped into the council chamber. "They just want to say thanks for what you did at Camp Cumberland, and then I'm sure they'll have some questions for you. Think you can handle that?" "Yes, sir." The carpeted chamber was all solid walls and muted sounds. The general stopped at the end of the table, and I followed his lead. "Good morning, General," a slight man said. "Thank you for bringing Riker with you." "My pleasure," said the general. He didn't seem to be too impressed by the gathering, more like they were his peers. It would be a learning experience for me. The man turned to me. "My name is Diedrich, and you will learn the names of my colleagues in due time. There will not be an examination after this visit." The others in the room chuckled dutifully. With a patient smile, the man continued. "We'd like to thank you for your help at Camp Cumberland, Riker. I speak for the entire council and for all the Patriots in the Tennessee Zone when I say that your heroics are much appreciated." "Thank you, sir," I said awkwardly. "I know it's not much, but the new quarters are a small thanks for what you've done. I hope it's adequate." "More than adequate, sir. Thank you." "Good. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have some things to discuss with the general." I nodded to the council, and I did an about-face. "Wait for me outside," the general ordered. I waited for almost an hour. When he finally emerged, the general's normally placid face was furrowed in thought. He motioned for me to follow, but he didn't say a word until we were almost back at his office. "I'm sorry to do this, Riker, but you're going to have to cut your recuperative leave short." That I didn't expect. Jane wouldn't like it since we'd already promised the kids that I would play stay-at-home dad for a while. "What happened, sir?" The general shook his head. "It's complicated. Why don't you go spend time with your family first? Enjoy lunch with them, then come see me. By then I should have my thoughts together." "Aye, aye, sir." Lunch was over, and we dropped the kids back at school before I said anything to Jane. "But Riker, you promised." "I know, but It's not like I asked for this." She gave me an accusatory look. Of course, I hadn't asked for this specifically, but I had voluntarily joined the squads. "When are you going?" "I don't know if I'm going anywhere yet." "Come on, Riker. You must know he's sending you somewhere." She was right, but I was still holding out hope. Maybe it was an emergency that could be addressed from HQ. "Why don't I go find out what he needs before we jump to any conclusions?" Jane nodded, but she wasn't convinced. I didn't blame her. My thoughts were already on how much ammunition I should pack for the trip. "There's a problem in Boulder," the general was saying, toggling a map on his screen. "We thought we had things under control, and I sent a squad out to confirm, but they haven't made contact for 3 days." "And that's not normal?" "Sometimes it is. We try to spare airtime as much as we can. Despite what you've seen around here, there are still limits to the tech we have on hand. Every overage has to be approved by the council." "So how do you know something's wrong?" The general grimaced. "The council got word from Boulder about a new uprising. When they authorized me to contact my team, I got nothing. Now that's not normal." "How can I help, General?" "I can't believe I'm doing this. You don't even know how the squads operate yet. Do you even know that our squads are more like fire teams, 5 men to a squad?" "No, sir." "Of course you don't," he flared. "God damn it. I'm not mad at you, of course. I'm mad at Logan. He's the one who begged me to send my guys out there. It was his responsibility." I let him cool off for a minute and then asked, "Sir, how would you like me to help?" "I'd like for you to run up to Commander Logan's office and put a bullet through his head." He looked up quickly. "I shouldn't have said that. Forget you heard it." "Forget what, sir?" He glared at me until his eyes softened, and then he laughed. "Damn it, Riker. It's good to have you with me, son." "It's good to be here, sir." Chapter 20. The general wanted me to investigate the disappearance of the missing squad. The plan was to take a team and leave that night. If all went favorably, we could be back in a matter of days. There were regular shipments that flew to the zone's outposts, and there would be another flying out in 5 days. Our mission would not be considered completed simply because we either found the missing team alive or found them dead. I was to continue the search for problems in either case. Basically, it was an open-ended mission. I hated goodbyes. Jane attempted to put on a brave face while our kids cried. "I'll be back soon," I told them. A small lie, probably. "Stay, Daddy," screamed Charlie, one of his rare tantrums boiling over. "I can't, buddy. I need you to be a big boy, okay? Will you help Mommy while I'm away?" That calmed him somewhat, but it did little to quell Sybil's and Andrew's tears. "I love you, Daddy," Sybil said. "I love you," Andrew said, clinging onto my neck. When I arrived at the pad in the middle of HQ, the team was waiting for me next to the sleek black aircraft that would be flying us to Boulder. To my surprise, I recognized one of the 3 team members. "Oh, Mac, what the hell are you doing here?" I asked, clasping the man's hand. I'm embarrassed to say that I hadn't asked about him since returning. Honestly, I thought he was dead, and I didn't like dwelling on the dead. "They had me cooped up in the infirmary. I had to beg the general to let me come." "Well, it's good to have you." "Are you kidding me? I wouldn't miss my second flight in 12 years, especially if I get to sit next to the hero of Camp Cumberland." "Fuck you, oh Mac," I said. We understood each other. I'd saved his life, and the best way to avoid that conversation was to make light of the fact it had happened. I turned to the 2 other team members who were watching us with open curiosity. There were 1 guy and 1 girl. Not a girl, a woman. I'd never served with women before, despite the gender equality in the service. It had just never worked its way to my unit. "I'm Riker," I said, extending my hand to the female. "I know who you are," she said, not in an antagonistic way, just matter of fact. "My name is Posey." "And I'm Wallace," the man said, a little too eagerly, like he was meeting a celebrity. Great to meet you, Riker. I'd have to keep an eye on him. His personality was anything but calm and collected. Those were traits I prized in team members, especially when the crap hit the fan. Where's our fifth member? I asked the others. The pilot replied. He was tall, lanky, and had the swagger of a race pod driver. We're picking him up on the way. The General's orders. If you guys are ready, climb aboard. We're packed to the gills, so you'll have to hold your gear on your person. The ride was smooth, but I missed the ability to look out a window. The only person with a view was the pilot. I would have liked to have seen HQ from the air. I liked knowing the exact lay of the land. Once we'd leveled off and the craft was placed on auto, the pilot came back from the cockpit. Hey, I thought you might like to see what's out there. He handed me a helmet that looked identical to his. Put it on. It fits to your head. I'd worn similar helmets before. I nodded my thanks and put the helmet on. It was lighter than the ones I'd used in the past, and it changed its contours to fit my head perfectly. The pilot tapped the side of the helmet, and I was greeted with a myriad of colors like a computer booting up. A couple of seconds later, the helmet had synced with the aircraft system, and I was looking through the lens of a camera mounted somewhere beneath the plane's fuselage. You can toggle between cameras, the pilot explained. Just tell it what you want, for example, rear feed, and it'll change it up. Feel free to play with it. The Viper is on its own for a while. The Viper? I asked. The pilot patted the metal wall. This is a Viper. Then it all made sense. The aircraft was roughly triangular in shape, like the head of a viper. Fitting name considering its impressive firepower. How does she fly? The pilot grinned. Like a gem. I wish we had 10 more along with the pilots to fly 'em. That made me think about the Tennessee Zone's capabilities and assets. How many Vipers did we have? How many troops did we have? More questions for another day. I played with the helmet for a few minutes and then handed it off to O'Mac, who needed more hand-holding than I did. Tech didn't come naturally to him, and it made me realize that, aside from our time together at Camp Cumberland, I didn't know a thing about him. Posey and Wallace didn't want a turn. This was old news to them. How long have you guys been with the squads? I asked them, once again setting the helmet on my head and adjusting the screen so I could watch the landscape below, while also watching the 2 new team members. Came in the same class, Wallace said. He turned to Posey. 2 years? Posey nodded. I'll bet you've seen some shit, Max said. Some, Wallace said. Dissent has been increasing during the last couple of months. What do you mean? I asked. There hadn't been time for a full briefing. So much of what happened in the last 10 years was still a mystery to me. It would take months of reading just to catch up. It was like enrolling at a school 3/4 of the way into the calendar year. More violence, more attacks. Sometimes they send us out to pick up the pieces. Sometimes we just do a flyover. It just depends on what the general wants. What is his deal, anyway? O'Mac asked. Why do they call him the General? Posey spoke for the first time since boarding the Viper. Nobody knows. He's a good soldier, though. Probably the best the zone has. O'Mac laughed and slapped my back. Shit. Didn't you know we have the hero of Camp Cumberland on our side now? Ain't much my boy Riker can't do. I knew there was some sarcasm there, but I couldn't help but wonder if that was why I'd been sent. Was there anything else going on that the General hadn't told me? What other information was he keeping close to his vest? Was he not disclosing information that would be helpful or critical to know for the success of this mission? Chapter 21. We picked up our 5th team member on the outskirts of Old St. Louis. The only reason I knew that was because the helmet alerted me, along with providing a perfect aerial view of the pickup zone. To my surprise, we didn't land. Instead, I watched as the pilot dropped some kind of canister at the end of a line down to the ground. I watched as the black-clad man below climbed into the canister, and then I heard the whine of the winch bringing him up to the aircraft. The pilot didn't wait, gunning the engines and taking us higher. Then I saw it to the south, A sudden flash, then a loud ping sounded against the hull. "We're taking fire," I said. "No problem," the pilot replied, like it was just another day in the Army. "This baby's hull can withstand any kind of small arms fire. If you see a missile or warbirds, then we need to be worried." He was right. Even though I waited for it and saw another volley hit the Viper, nothing happened. One reason I preferred land travel over that of flying or being on a ship was at least I couldn't fall out of the sky or sink. I wasn't afraid of much, but those two scenarios made my top two least favorite possible ways to die. "Riker, grab the back hatch, will you?" the pilot asked. I stood and went to the door leading to the cargo hold. It was locked from my side, but upon looking into the retina scanner, it hissed open. On the other side of the door, my fifth team member was waiting. He was short, like dwarf short. Or was it elf short? I always got those mixed up. He was still extracting himself from what I now realized was a blast-proof retrieval pod used for hot extracts. He looked up, and I stared dumbfounded into the eyes of a child. Seriously, the kid looked to be no older than 16. "You must be Riker," he said, his voice light and airy like he hadn't just been yanked out of an apparent war zone. He strode over and stuck out his hand confidently. "I'm Fleck." Fleck. An appropriate name. "What were you doing down there?" I asked, shaking his wiry, strong hand. You know, just making trouble." He said it like he'd just lit firecrackers at the freshman prom. "What kind of trouble?" He shrugged with a sly grin. "I like to blow stuff up. That and make a general nuisance of myself." Fleck didn't have the southern drawl of the others, but instead had a cultured twang like he'd been yanked out of prep school. "Come on," I said. "Let's go talk to the others." Fleck knew Posey and Wallace by reputation, and they looked at him with something akin to awe. That was good. O'Mac couldn't help but blurt out how young Fleck looked, but the kid took it with what I would come to regard as a survivalist's dose of self-deprecation. "I'll bet I still get along better with the young ladies," Fleck said. "And besides, what's with your name? Mommy sing you one too many rounds of Old MacDonald?" O'Mac flushed. I was ready to step in between the two, but O'Mac's face calmed, and he said, "I'll bet that mouth gets you in some trouble, Fleck. It's Fleck, and yeah, it does." The two men, I use that term lightly with Fleck, grinned at each other like two troublemakers who'd each just met their equal. "Okay, now that we're all here, tell me how you think you fit into the team," I said. Wallace spoke up first. "I'm the comm guy. Let me get my hands on anything from a homemade radio to a nuclear satellite, and I'll make it talk." That was good to know. I had no idea what kind of tech we'd need, and there'd be no time to acquaint myself with it. Besides, ground pounders from scouts to cannon fodder needed a way to talk with HQ. "I'm your armor and ballistic specialist," Posey said. She had a way of talking that made it seem like everything bored her, or that it was somehow beneath her. "Oh, and I'm probably the best shot you've got." I doubted that, but I didn't say anything. "Man, you've got some balls, girl. I like that," O'Mac said, giving Posey a wink. "And what's your talent, being an annoying prick?" she bantered back. "Maybe. Wouldn't you like to find out?" I wasn't their commanding officer, I was their team leader, and while that may seem like the same thing, it's not. Officers were obligated to step in sometimes. There was a lot more ambiguity of roles within a team of equals. Things would play out, and I would be there to make sure things didn't escalate. These four had been given to me. I hadn't picked them. It would take me time to get to know them, and them me. That last part would be tricky. Could I do that without letting them know about my past? If they did find out, everything would change. The Viper flew much faster after picking up Fleck. Looking straight down was no good since we were flying map of the Earth. I wasn't quite sure if that was the pilot showing off or if it was to avoid being seen. It was yet another addition to the string of questions that kept getting longer and longer in my head. What were the enemy's capabilities? What kind of tech was still left in the world? What would our orders be once we got to Boulder? I didn't have to wait until we arrived to get the answer to the last question. A light flashed inside my helmet, and then a message displayed in front of my eyes. It was from the general, and it listed the last known coordinates of the lost squad, known contacts, and planned extraction points. What it didn't list was what their mission had been. Why had their insertion been so contested between the general and Commander Logan? The last line was to the point. Timing critical. 24 hours allowed for your team's mission. 24 hours. The general had told me we had a lot more time than that. What had changed? I must have been on a real win streak with my questions because, once again, the answer came as soon as the pilot announced we were entering Boulder airspace. When I toggled the view of the Rocky Mountain-bordered city, I saw at least one reason for the compressed time. Thick, black plumes of smoke covered the area. We were going into a war zone. Chapter 22. I decided to drop in 10 miles from Boulder. We did a couple of passes just to make sure the area was clear. All good. The Viper was on the ground long enough for us to jump out with our gear, and then the pilot was off to whatever location was next up to drop off the goods in his cargo hold. First, I made sure Wallace had our team's comms up. Once that was completed, we strapped on our packs, checked for anything loose, and stepped off. We went first to an old gas station. The general's notes indicated the lost team had made this their first stop and check-in. He didn't say why, and I hadn't yet had the opportunity to make the inquiry. I was going on blind faith. Luckily, the general hadn't let me down yet. "I'll go in first," Fleck said, pointing to the shell sign up ahead. I was about to tell him I would, but I could see that this was his thing. "Let me know what you see," I said. He grinned and stripped off his pack. Then he did something that shouldn't have surprised me, but it did. With one quick rip, the outer layer of his one-piece black tactical suit came off, revealing tattered civilian clothes. Just like that, Fleck looked like just another kid scrounging for food. He even bent down, grabbed some dirt, and rubbed it on his face. "You like?" he asked me. I nodded admiringly. The only thing that contradicted Fleck's camouflage was the weapon bulge under his waistband. That could easily be solved by hunching over or pulling his shirt over his waistband. In a flash, Fleck left. It didn't take him long. Once out of sight, it only took him 2 minutes to radio in his findings. "Area clear," he announced. "2 bodies, not ours." We followed the same path he had taken. We were soon standing in the station's main building. Only 3 walls remained, and the ceiling looked like it was about to cave in. The stench from the bodies was prohibiting most visitors, but not the scavengers. The faces of the men were now unrecognizable. "Looks like the coyotes had a good time with these fellas," Omak noted, poking one of the corpses with a stick. Posey pushed past Omak, slapping the stick out of his hand in the process. She bent down for a closer examination of the bodies. "Large-caliber rounds. I'd say 7.62 most likely. 3 in this one's chest, 2 in this one." "What are you, some kind of detective?" Omak asked. "Just seen a lot of bodies with a lot of bullet holes," Posey answered, unconcerned by Omak's leering. "Have you ever seen a man decapitated by a volley of machine gun fire?" Omak's eyebrows rose. "No." Posey gave him a little smile as if to say, "Then you ain't seen nothing." She continued her inspection of the area. I did a quick search myself, shuffling through their tattered pockets. If they'd had anything, it was long gone now. "We'd better take some DNA back with us," Wallace suggested, producing a pair of tiny plastic bags from his pack. "What do we need that for?" I asked. "I don't know, but they always want it," Wallace said, plucking a hair from each corpse and inserting them into the bags. Looked like I had a lot to learn, but why the hell would HQ want DNA? I didn't ask because Posey probably didn't know either, and I was pretty sure Omak didn't have any more info on this than I did. "Let's head to our next stop in 5, I said, sipping from my water hose. When we were just out of sight of the next set of coordinates, Fleck took point again and headed for the abandoned residence. The house was situated on the outer ring of what must have been a large community. Now it was all just abandoned husks. Once again, Fleck signaled the all clear, and we entered the neighborhood with our weapons in plain view. There was nothing there to greet us except for a few skittering squirrels and a lone wild dog that barked at us once before running off. "We've got 3 more," Fleck announced as we approached. He was standing outside the dilapidated home. He waved a gloved hand back and forth in front of his face. "Super ripe." The wind shifted, giving us a punch of the potpourri of death from within the house. "I'll take a look," I said. Wallace was more than happy to give me 3 DNA bags and stay behind. O'Mac and Posey followed me into the house. Like Fleck said, there were 3 bodies this time, all lying on their backs. I let Posey do her inspection, and her report was nearly identical to the last, except one of the bodies had 4 bullet wounds in its torso. When I searched for personal items, I found none. This time, O'Mac didn't say anything about the ravaged faces, but instead helped me gather the requisite samples that would be taken back to HQ for analysis. "This doesn't smell right," O'Mac said, handing me the last of the 3 plastic bags. "How do you think a corpse should smell?" Posey asked. O'Mac was about to correct her, but then he saw her thin smile. "Fuck you, Posey," he said, but there was something like admiration in his tone now. "Look, I don't know what's going on here, but I'm getting that creepy feeling like we're walking into some hoodoo-voodoo shit." "What are you talking about?" I asked. One of the things I'd learned about O'Mac during basic training was that he believed in his fair share of superstitions. I don't know if it was a byproduct of the conditions after the collapse or just something bred through his family. "I don't know, man, but something's not right." I looked at the bodies, even looking to see if they'd been moved, that maybe there was some sort of symbolism involved. Nothing, at least as far as I could see. 2 more stops, 5 more bodies. In each case, the scene was the same. Large caliber wounds, always in either the chest or abdomen. It was like playing the same sick video over and over. I was starting to get a weird feeling, too, as if someone was playing Hansel and Gretel with us, except that instead of dropping breadcrumbs, they were leaving bodies. Our final location was the last one called in by the lost team. It was a school. 3 stories of broken glass. We went in together this time. While I trusted flexibilities, I trusted our firepower a bit more. I took the lead, and once again the smell of death greeted us at the door. 2 more bodies, both disfigured like the rest, were just inside the door. There were streaks of blood leading farther in. They'd been moved. Room to room we moved. I let the rhythm take over my body, weapon and body swiveling as we cleared. Then we got to what must have been the gymnasium. The wood floor was gone, probably used for firewood. The only clue it was a gym was its size. "You think they still have a bathroom in this place?" O'Mac asked me. I shrugged. Sometimes it was better to let his questions go unanswered. "I'm going to take a look," he said, pointing to a door in the far side of the gym. "Take Fleck with you. The rest of us will check out this one," I said, pointing to the closest door. The trail of blood from the bodies with mutilated faces ended halfway in, and there was nothing to indicate we'd find anything more, but what else was there to do? The room that Posey, Wallace, and I entered was empty, except for piles of disintegrating ceiling tile. "Riker?" O'Mac's voice came through my earpiece. "Yeah?" "You need to come see this." I nodded to the others, and we went looking for O'Mac and Fleck. To my surprise, the locker rooms were in decent condition. For some reason, no one had taken the time to tear out the tiles in the bathrooms. But when I entered the showers, I saw why. There were 5 black-clad bodies lying on the ground with their lifeless eyes staring up at where the shower heads used to be. While it was alarming that we had most likely found the lost team, it was by far not the most startling thing in the room. O'Mac pointed to the shower wall where big, bold letters were smeared in blood. The message was simple: "Come and get us."
Psst! If you're enjoying this story and want to support more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 23. Great. My first day on the job and this happens. Lucky for me, or unlucky, depending on how you looked at it, whoever had killed the team had also left us a handy-dandy map to follow. "I don't like this," Omak said. Posey just kept shaking her head. Fleck seemed to be the only one amped up to go. "I'll take us in, Riker," he said anxiously, like a dog hot on the trail. "No," I said, after reviewing the map. "I'll take point." The others looked at me, Fleck with a hint of annoyance, but no one said a thing. After we took pictures of the dead team, we submitted them to HQ. I felt breaking radio silence was warranted. We headed off. I took lead. I didn't have a clue who we were after, and I knew even less about what they wanted. Other than that, it seemed like just another hunky-dory day in the service. Since we were on foot, we didn't get to the little hillock just north of still-burning Boulder until the next morning. Fleck had suggested we cut through Boulder, but one look at the city continuing to burn, with the silence punctuated periodically by the staccato of machine gun fire, I figured it would be safest to skirt the city. My job was not to save Boulder, it was to find the team. I'd done that, and now I had to find the murderers who'd killed them. We should have been tired after the miles we'd traversed, but we were wired with adrenaline and a healthy dose of dread. We could be walking into a trap. I say could because I had to hope that there was an alternative. I'd been in enough near-death situations to know that even the unluckiest bastard sometimes walks away clean. That's how I thought of myself now, an unlucky bastard. I trudged along thinking of my life, where I'd been, what I'd become, and finally how I'd somehow ended up at the head of a patrol marching into certain doom. It wasn't that I felt sorry for myself, no time for that. Self-pity had never been my thing. It never got you anywhere. There were always people who complained about being sick or that their lot in life wasn't what they'd expected. And what did that complaining get them? Did anyone who stopped to listen actually care? No. I'd learned that early on. I had to take care of myself and take care of my family. Now I had a new family, the 4 people following me on a road to ruin. They were my responsibility. Bitching about it wouldn't make a difference. Coming out alive would make the only difference. Well, that and finding the assholes who'd left us a trail of bodies. The church appeared like a ghost in the morning mist, tall and stately, its white exterior gleaming and well-kept. Not a single window was broken, and even the lawn looked well-tended. "Wow," I couldn't help but whisper. The front doors of the church were open, and from somewhere inside came singing, like the chorus had risen early for a rehearsal. I hadn't heard church hymns in such a long time that I stopped for a minute, just listening. I felt the others watching me and listening too. I looked down at the map where a big fat X marked the spot, like a child's treasure map. The church was the spot, that much was obvious, but that didn't explain the singing. Anticipation gurgled in my stomach as I checked my weapon and signaled the team to spread out. If all went according to plan, I would be the only one going in. Better to keep the others out of harm's way, if for no better reason than to leave someone alive to provide a sitrep to the general. With a final nod to my team, they fanned out, my protectors taking up positions surrounding the church. I headed for the door, the singing calling to me and soothing me forward. It was like God himself wished for me to enter. I felt every breath and every step as I moved forward, my weapon ready, my mind tight. The inner chapel was smaller than I'd imagined, and it was narrow, like an old country place of worship. I passed through the tiny vestibule and then entered the main worship space. The pews were filled, and all I saw were the backs of heads, all men. Not one turned to face me as I moved forward, farther in, closer to a danger that radiated like a hot iron. The podium at the front of the chapel was turned to face the women and children standing on 3 rows of stadium seating. The choir. They looked at me. Their mouths moved, but their eyes pleaded. I heard a whimper. The whimper was countered by the snap of the conductor's head. The guilty party, a young girl, closed her eyes and kept singing. Now that I was close, they didn't sound in tune, but that didn't seem to matter to the man at the podium. His graying hair was a wild mess cascading halfway down his back. He swung his arms wildly in the air as if he were conducting an orchestra. The crescendo of the song came, the conductor raising his arms in exultation, but to my ears the whole thing sounded lackluster. I saw their eyes, frightened and wide. "Thank you all for that wonderful performance," said the man at the podium, bowing deeply to the choir. Then he spun and faced the rest of the congregation and me. "I see we have a visitor. Why don't you give us your name, kind sir?" I didn't say a word, and neither did the rest of the church attendees. The man's overgrown beard was as unruly as his hair, but it was his eyes that really stood out. Now, I'd seen crazy before. There were all kinds, from your run-of-the-mill I don't care about anyone but me crazy, all the way up to full-blown psychotic. This guy gave a whole new meaning to the word crazy. It was obvious that he was living in his own little world, his wild eyes glistening with hysterical glee. "You left me a note," I said. He looked confused for a moment, then he snapped his fingers and smiled. "Oh, yes, I'd almost forgotten. I guess I got so caught up with my friends here," he gestured to the choir, "that I temporarily misplaced all thoughts of your compatriots." "Maybe it would be better to go outside and talk about this," I said, hoping that the nut job would listen. "I can't do that. Can't you see I'm busy?" "I'm sure your friends wouldn't mind if I took a couple minutes of your time." More whimpering from the choir. It was silenced immediately by a snap of the man's head. "No, you'll just have to wait until Mass is over," he said. "After all, we're doing this for you. Well, for you and the bigwigs in the mountain." He wasn't making any sense. Maybe a bullet in the head would solve his problem. It was obvious the lunatic had some hold over the congregation, but what? "Sir, I would appreciate it if you followed me outside." I said it calmly, but with authority. My request was received with a maniacal cackle. "Oh, you think you're the one giving orders?" He was the only one laughing. "Well, the joke's on you, Mr. Patriot. The joke's on you. They have you all fooled. Oh, Lord, how they have you fooled. Can't you see that it's a conspiracy? A really fat, juicy conspiracy with a cherry on top?" He was really letting it go, like gasps of laughter. I'd had enough. I raised my weapon, aligning the man's head in my front sights. "Get down on the ground," I ordered, cutting through his laughter. And just like that, the laughing fit was over. He looked at me through bloodshot eyes, the menace in his eyes shooting down the narrow aisle at me. "You people think you know everything. Everything. You think you can put this country back together. You think we should hold hands and salute the flag. What if you're wrong? What if that's not what's supposed to happen? What if we're right and you're wrong?" "Who is we?" I interrupted, fearing a 20-minute diatribe. He stabbed a finger repeatedly in his temple. "We are who we are. Can't you see that? We are all around, even though you don't want to believe. Believe." "Look, I'm just a lowly soldier. I'm sure if you come with me, we can get you in front of someone who—" "No, no, 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 no." He was stomping around the podium now. "You don't see. I see. Patriots. Ha! I'm a patriot. Sir, with respect, I have no idea what you're talking about." He stopped again, this time cocking his head when he looked at me. The examination lasted a full minute, maybe longer. "You really have no idea, do you?" He was subdued now, like he'd found some mystery to be unraveled.
Well, Mr. Patriot, lucky for you, you happened to come to the right place. Would you like for me to tell you why? I nodded. Because I am one of none. We are who we pronounce ourselves to be. There is no us, only we. Why don't you tell me about it as soon as we let these people go? I'd been watching the parishioners out of the corner of my eye. They were trembling. Impossible. Utterly and entirely impossible, the man said. Why? I asked. He smiled and then reached into his pocket. My finger tensed on the trigger. Because of this? He exclaimed, holding a shiny metal remote in his hand. Do you know what this is? I'm sure you'll tell me. He laughed. You're catching on, Mr. Patriot. This is a remote detonator. Do you know what it controls? I shook my head, playing along for now. Why don't we ask the crowd? He turned to the choir, and I almost shot him, but something held me in check. I think it was his confidence, like no matter what I did, the action would be fruitless. You, he pointed, you there in the front row, the little girl with the pee-pee pants. The girl couldn't have been older than 4. Her pants were soiled, and she tried to look away. I said, tell him what this controls, the man screeched. The little girl avoided the man, and her tiny eyes fell on mine, pleading. The bombs, she said quietly. That's right, the man said, jumping up and down. The bombs! And would you like to tell Mr. Patriot where the bombs are? Under the chairs, the girl answered, the words coming out in a whimper. Yes, under the chairs, under all the chairs. His attention swung back to me, his smile wide. So you see, Mr. Patriot, I'll be the one calling the shots around here. I heard Posey's voice in my earpiece. Take him out, Riker. Then Fleck said, Yeah, I can take care of the explosives. They both sounded confident, but I was the one staring at a lunatic who'd most surely rigged the explosives to blow if he was incapacitated. So tell me, Mr. Patriot, why did you decide to enlist? Not enough food? Got bored eating roots? My kids got sick, I said. He seemed surprised by my honesty. And how many kids do you have? That doesn't matter. He didn't have to know everything. He shook his head sadly. I thought we had an agreement. I'm the one running the show, not you, remember? 3 kids. How old? 8, 6, and 2. Ah, children. It's always the children, isn't it? We want to make them strong, but they make us weak, so very weak. And a wife. Are you still married? Do you make love to her and hope to have more? He never finished. He couldn't with the bullet I'd put in his forehead. His lifeless body slipped to the floor, and I ran forward. There was a collective gasp from the frightened crowd, like one final intake of breath. Then the beeping started, loud and angry, followed by the recorded voice of the dead man lying in a pool of blood. Your time has come. No longer will you be afraid. Now you will truly be free. Chapter 24. The beeping went from loud to blaring. Add in the screams of men, women, and children, and all of a sudden you can't hear yourself think. Get in here, I told my team, but the order was unnecessary. They ran into the building from all points a second after the transmission went through. I've got this, Fleck said with confidence, snatching the detonator from the crazy dead man's hand, and then began searching for the actual explosive. We've got to get these people out of here, I said to my team. Crap, Posey yelled in dismay. She'd immediately headed to the choir, already thinking the same as I had. What is it? How could this get any worse? They're all shackled, she said, pulling at a chain attached to a little girl's ankle. Then cut them out and get them outside. We had tools similar to mini blowtorches. They were both faster and easier to use than bolt cutters, but we were short on time and getting everyone out was an impossibility. My team didn't care. They set to their task as soon as the words spilled out of my mouth.
I saw one and then another parishioner run for the back door. I thought about yelling in an attempt to quiet everyone, but that wouldn't have worked. One man trying to quell the panic of 100 scared people was analogous to requesting a flamingo to stand its ground, although a stampeding herd of wildebeest were bearing down on it. "Damn," I heard Fleck say. When I went to check on what was causing his consternation, I saw the sweat streaming down his face. It was the first time I'd seen him nervous. "How bad is it?" I asked, kneeling down so only he could hear me. There were more people streaming out now, the blaring beeps chasing them. "I've seen worse," he said, trying to sound upbeat, but there was real fear laced in his terse voice. "How long do we have? Ballpark?" His fingers were working over a heavy black box with wires running in every direction. They had been cleverly and expertly concealed. They probably ran to every corner of the church. In my estimation, the explosion wouldn't just kill us all, but it would also leave a crater the size of a football field. "This isn't the movies," Fleck said. "This could explode virtually any second." The beeps continued their shrill wail, cutting into my eardrums like spear tips. I glanced around at the rest of the team and at the innocents about to be eviscerated by a madman's bomb. There wasn't a thing I could do. We were all going to die, yet for some reason, my death seemed of such insignificance. I'd faced down the hangman on more occasions than I cared to remember. Was this finally my time? Even if it was, I'd be damned if I was going down without a damn good fight. I did what I'd always done. I grasped at the 80% solution, the best bet I had at my disposal. From the depths of my subconscious, an inner solution surfaced, similar to a wise whale from the depths of the ocean, yawning as it breached the ocean's surface to breathe in air. "Move back," I said with impatience. Fleck looked up at me like I was crazy. "I can do this," he said. "It's something new, something I've only heard rumors about, really." Something new? New tech? A part of me filed that away for later, if I was still alive to think about it. "Move now," I commanded with urgency. Fleck put up his hands in surrender. Slowly, he came to a standing position. "I hope you know what you're doing, Riker." I gave him a tight smile. Semper Gumby. Then I aimed my weapon at the black box, and I fired. Chapter 25. We didn't die. Let me say that again. We did not die. How is that possible? Luck? Maybe. Skill? Not really. You're thinking the same thing Fleck was. Hell, what everyone in the chapel was thinking. How did this guy, this no-name with a gun, how did he shoot a bomb and somehow make it stop beeping? Had I ever disabled an explosive device before? No. Had I ever watched someone disable a similar device? Only from a mile away. I'm no idiot. There'd been guys in the service who made a living disarming bombs, remote munitions, and even robots. But that wasn't me. Compared to those guys, I was just another ground pounder without a lick of explosive sense. So how had I done it? How had I once again snatched victory from the jaws of defeat? It was simple. My dad. He's the one who'd saved me, who'd saved us. You see, me and my dad didn't have a lot in common. In fact, most of my early adulthood was spent doing everything possible to put distance between us. I was the ultimate 20-something rebel, the kid who wanted nothing to do with his father's dreams. But we did share a love of weaponry and advanced tech. Before his death, he'd been in a position to know of the tech that, on one hand, could have revolutionized the battlefield for decades, and on another led the cure for the most infectious diseases the world had ever known. It wasn't just his position, it was his passion to seek solutions to the world's problems. He was always telling me to find the simplest way to attack a problem. Being a hard-headed 17-year-old, I formed my own interpretation to meet my needs. If I wanted to go out, I just left. If I didn't want to do my homework, I paid someone to do it for me. In that way, I was very enterprising. Dad was never amused. and I hate to say that my antics hurt him in more ways than one. But at the time, I didn't know how else to act. Call it hormones, call it pretty girls, whatever. It took me years, too many years, to figure out that I truly was my father's son. We were both stubborn. But he'd just saved my life. He'd reached through the clouds and handed me my answer, or at least that's how it felt. One little conversation had allowed me to disarm the bomb. We'd gone fishing that day. It was a rare occasion, what with Dad's schedule. He'd bribed me into coming, promising a boatload of bass in exchange for my company. I went, and between pulling 5- and 6-pounders out of the lake, we discussed the only safe topic at the time, tech. He told me about a new development that some engineers in Arizona had developed. It was essentially a tamper-proof explosive device. I couldn't recall the specifications or even what it was called. I did remember that he'd told me a secret, something only he and a handful of engineers knew. I insisted they give us a way out, he'd said, a way to disarm it in the case it fell into the hands of the wrong people. At that time, tech had overcome a plethora of issues regarding weaponry. From ballistic missile shields to advanced robotics, the world seemed to become safer. But that was just like Dad. He wanted more safeguards. He'd seen too many American-made weapons fall into the wrong hands. And that's what I'd seen. He'd never shown me a picture, but he'd described it to a T, and there it had been, a small dimple in the bottom corner of the device. It was designed to look like a dent, something so innocuous that the user would never notice. But there it was, the indentation that Dad told me about. It's as simple as putting a bullet through that mark. The words rang clearly in my head now, like he'd just whispered them in my ear. I shook my head in wonder. Sometimes it was the smallest things, the most random of conversations that saved your ass. I thanked Dad for that. "Hey, is that thing dead?" Omak asked. "Hell if I know," Fleck answered, clearly perturbed. "Riker's the one with the magic bullets." Omak looked at me, then back at Fleck. "Whatever. Let's get these people out of here. I'm hungry." A short while later, we'd gotten everyone out and away from the church. Fleck kept giving me the "who the hell is this guy" look. Better to leave that alone for the time being. We had our hands full with 96 Boulder citizens who were now homeless and who'd been through probably the most harrowing event of their lives. Some were in complete shock, following us like zombies, eyes blank, arms hanging limply at their sides. Others couldn't stop thanking us. Then there were those who glared at us with blazing contempt, like we were the ones who told that crazy bastard to lock them down and blow them to smithereens. It turned out that the crazy man wasn't alone. The parishioners told us that there'd been a group of maybe 12 crazies 2 days before. No one could tell us the exact number, but 10 to 12 seemed to be the consensus. "They blabbered on and on about cutting numbers," one woman said, holding onto my arm as we walked. A young man, probably no older than 25, told us that he'd been the first to see them. "They were ready for war," he said. 4 or 5 vehicles were stacked with weapons and crates. I've never seen that much in my life." He said it like he'd seen all manner of evil in his short time on Earth. He'd probably seen his fair share, but until you shipped off to war or had been sent into the darkest corners of the world, you hadn't seen anything. By the time I had enough information to call HQ, the sun was directly overhead. We shared our water where we could, and only to those who needed it the most, but I told my team to save some for themselves. I had no idea what the general's next orders would be, but the last thing we needed was to step off without water. So while I tasked Posey and Wallace to get teams of refugees together to find and treat water, I found a quiet spot under a distant tree to call in my report. "What happened?" the general asked once we'd gone through the predetermined authentication. I rehashed the scene in the church, leaving out how I'd known what to do. All he needed to know was that the bomb was disarmed. "Any civilian casualties?" "Just the ones I reported before," I said, meaning the trail of bodies we'd encountered leading up to the near massacre at the church. "Good. Any idea where the rest of them went?" The people we saved seemed to think they were heading east. I was about to take a look at some possible routes and come up with,
"I can wait," he said. "I need you back here."
That was news. He'd sent me and my team to Boulder to determine who was behind the dead team's disappearance. The general had been very specific about tracking down the enemy. But he was the general, and I was now under his command. Just me or the whole team?
"Just you for now. Have your people stay with the refugees. Jasper's got some flying transports en route, but that could take up to a day. I need you here ASAP. I got a Viper coming to get you. Same one you flew out on."
He was being vague on purpose. Something about his tone made me nervous. "Sir, can I ask what this is about? I'd really like to stay with my team if possible." There was a pause. I heard him exhale, and then the general said,
"I'm under strict orders not to tell you until you arrive."
Thoughts of the kids stabbed at me. Was it Jane? Had something happened to Jane? "General, please tell me, is it my family? Did something happen to one of my kids?" He was quick to reply,
"No, your family's fine."
Then what could it be? Why was I being recalled without my team? "Sir, I'd really like to know what quagmire I'm stepping into."
"They want you for questioning."
"What? Who? The council?" Another pause. For a few moments I thought we'd been cut off, then his voice came back again, this time sharper with bitterness, raw and palpable.
"No, the Fed. They sent a representative to talk to you."
Chapter 26. It took longer than I expected for the Viper to arrive, the swarthy pilot waving as he lowered the bird to the ground. "You guys going to be okay?" I asked my team as I scooped up my belongings. "We'll be fine," Fleck said, popping a food pill. "What about you?" I hadn't told them what the general had told me. I just said that I'd been recalled for a follow-on mission. "Probably just some bureaucratic nonsense," I said. "You want me to go with you? Slap those hippies around if they give you a hard time?" O'Mac asked, clearly relishing the idea of roughing up some bureaucrats. "I might take you up on that." And then I was gone, once again boarding the sleek aircraft that would whisk me back to what was left of civilization. Part of me was glad. At least I'd get to see Jane and the kids. But the way the general had told me about the Fed wanting to talk with me kept me from getting too excited. I hadn't done anything wrong, or at least I didn't think I had. And maybe it had something to do with the two guys I'd killed at the cabin, or some kind of investigation into the Camp Cumberland attack. It might be nice, really. While I didn't like getting interrogated, there might be a chance to get some answers. Whether because of timing or for some other reason he hadn't let me in on, the general had been more than a little vague on a lot of things. I trusted him more than most, but even the lowliest soldier needed the truth at some point. The flight home was peaceful and uneventful compared to the days spent on the mission in Boulder. For the first couple of hours, the pilot, who introduced himself as Nero, told me about his supply run and the streams of refugees fleeing back into the wilderness.
"Man, they got it bad. We're lucky to have a place like the HQ to hole up in."
"Do we know who did it?"
"That's way above my pay grade,"
he said. He seemed like a nice enough guy, but he had that punch-the-clock mentality that so many government employees had. He cared, but only enough to get by. Curiosity, or going above and beyond, probably wasn't something he did. "What'd you do before the collapse?" I asked.
"I was a crop duster. I used to spend my days spraying fields and doing maneuvers. It was nice being my own boss."
For the first time, he seemed genuine, like he missed those days. It was the same with most of us. It had been a golden age for a while, and life seemed as perfect as it could get. Poverty was rare, and there was a real sense of unity, a shared ideal of community and prosperity.
"What about you, Riker? What'd you do before?"
"You know, this and that," I said. He got the drift. I didn't want to talk about it, dredge up those memories, however sweet. I saved those moments for my family. I owed them that much for changing my life, especially Jane. The years before I met Jane were memorable, but for a totally different reason. The past was the past, and sometimes it was best to let it stay there.
"Yeah, I did a little of this and that, too,"
he said with a chuckle. This chick here, that chick there. He laughed at his own joke, and I gave him a chuckle to play along. How much longer till we land? I asked. I'd say about 30 minutes. Good. Maybe I could sneak in to see the kids and take a shower before I met with the mystery Fed. It would be nice to get some food, too. I'd been so busy that I'd forgotten to eat. I thought about digging out a food pill, but I decided to wait for the cafeteria. It would probably be about dinner time. Hey, you know how long they serve dinner? Oh, sure. They don't stop until... His voice was cut off by a loud blaring, and before I had a chance to grab hold of something, the Viper banked left. What's going on? I asked from inside the helmet. I could hear him muttering something. Missile, he said simply, and then I saw it, far below us at first, and then rising with frightening speed. Shit, he said, banking in the opposite direction and taking us toward the ground. I held on now, watching with a sort of detached curiosity as the missile streaked in. It was a strange feeling, watching the cause of your impending death creep nearer. A bullet never gave you that chance. It made me want to laugh. I just escaped a bomb-wielding madman only to be targeted by some rogue anti-air nut on the ground. We were supposed to be in friendly territory, but apparently that didn't mean a thing. My stomach lurched as we dove, the missile close now. I could hear the intrepid Nero breathing hard. I was just cargo now, watching, listening, and waiting for the inevitable boom. And come it did, but not as loud as I would have thought. I didn't see where it hit, but the explosion rocked us left, and for a long moment I thought that we were about to spin to our deaths. Nero came through my earpiece again, his voice strained. I think I've got her. Losing altitude, but I've still got most of my controls. I didn't know if he was speaking to me or thinking out loud. Can we make it the rest of the way? Another alarm was sounding now, not as loud as the previous warning, but still annoying enough to keep my attention. I don't think so, he replied. What I need is a place to put down so I can take a look at the damage. Is there anything I can do to help? Now the pilot laughed. Grab your gun, my friend. There's no telling what might be waiting for us down there. I didn't know a thing about aircraft other than how to jump out of them or climb into them. Nero, on the other hand, seemed to know what he was doing. After a less than gentle landing in a large clearing, he went quickly to work. The Viper had been clipped in the starboard wing, and I could smell the wound as soon as I stepped out of the plane and into the setting sun. Damn, he said, holding a fire can in one hand and giving the damaged wing a dousing. The chemical compound did its work, and a second later the smoke was gone. I'm gonna have to call this in. Maybe they can get some mechanics out, or even give us a tow. How long will that take? He gave me a shrug and trudged back into the cockpit. I did a pass around the bird, scanning the area for anything that could be considered hostile. It was like being naked, and I knew that if a force larger than 10 or 12 tried to get to us, they would probably win. Unsettling? Yeah. Good news, Nero said, emerging from the Viper. They'll have someone out here in less than an hour. He was standing there with his hands on his hips, smiling like everything was normal, when his head melted. Not his whole head, just the skin and guts, leaving an open-mouthed skeletal head in its place. An energy emitter, I cursed to myself. I hit the deck and tried to make myself as small as possible. Whoever had taken the shot had to wait now. Energy emitters could be great weapons, but the ones I'd used took almost a minute to recharge. Deadly when placed in the right hands, an energy emitter was silent and had the ability to literally melt a human body. The only sound had been a kind of sizzle, followed by Nero's body crumpling to the ground. I thought about crawling back into the Viper. At least then I'd have cover, and I might even be able to control the weapon system from the cockpit. But when I looked that way, I knew it was too far. 20 or 30 feet might not seem very far, but it's like 1,000 miles when the space offers zilch for cover. Besides, I didn't know if there were more shooters. I controlled my breathing, waiting for them to come. How many could there be? Could I take them out one by one? Anything was possible. It was the marksman who concerned me. If I even poked my head up a couple of inches, it could end up as a squashed watermelon like Nero's. 1 minute went by, then another. No one came. The darkness was enveloping the glade now, giving me some hope of survival. Once night fell, maybe I could get away. I gave myself a 10% chance that the marksman didn't have night vision tech. Make that 20% chance, I thought optimistically. Then I heard it, loud and clear. Riker!
Psst. If you want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 27. The voice boomed from the tree line. Riker! I didn't want to respond. They were just trying to get me standing. I slipped the Viper's helmet off my head so I could hear better. Riker! The voice. It was familiar somehow, although it was distorted like it was coming through a foghorn. I took a chance. Who's there? I yelled, throwing my voice in the opposite direction, hoping that might help. He didn't reply for a few seconds, and then to my surprise the voice said, It's Gregor. You need to come with me. Gregor? It was a trap. It had to be a trap. What the hell was Gregor doing here? Last thing I'd heard, he was serving his penance rebuilding Camp Cumberland. Then it hit me. Had he shot down the Viper? Wasn't he the one who'd saved the day when O'Mac and I were going to be killed by the enemy outside of Camp Cumberland? It was one of those who the hell am I supposed to trust moments. If Gregor had shot down the Viper, tracked it to the clearing, and shot the pilot, did I really expect a favorable outcome if I couldn't trust him? There was always the odd chance, but mine were looking pretty slim. I rose, slowly, raising my weapon over my head. Put that thing down, Gregor called, emerging from the shadows. I could just make out his outline, illumined by a green glow that I realized was the night vision mask he'd probably tilted off of his face. Come on, we need to go. With too many questions swirling in my head, I broke into a trot to join him. What the hell is going on? I asked after we ducked into the safety of the woods. No time to explain. The general needs to see you. He went to leave, but I grabbed his muscled arm. You can take a minute and explain, I said, as calmly as I could. You try almost getting blown up, then shot down, and see how at ease you'd be with a verbal grenade dropped on you without explanation. I thought he was going to brush off my request, the good soldier just following orders, but he nodded and said, That pilot. He pointed to the unseen corpse in the clearing. They paid him off. He was going to kill you. What? Who paid him off? I seriously doubted the pilot could have gotten the drop on me, and then I gave it a second thought. He had seemed overly relaxed, like he was attempting to get me to do likewise. The only bit of surprise for him had been getting shot down. Well, that and having his head melt off. Gregor didn't answer immediately. He shifted his massive weight uncomfortably. I'm not supposed to say. Seriously, Riker, if the general... I don't give a damn what the general said. I need to know. Who was trying to get me killed, and why? The words stuck in my throat. All thoughts of my own safety evaporated. My family. Where is my family? Gregor put up a hand as if to signal for me to calm down. They're safe. Trust me. We're off to see them now. The revelation did very little to settle my unhinged nerves. If there'd been a threat to me and my family, and the general had gone to such lengths to keep us safe, what the hell of a mess had I stepped into? Who was it? I asked. Someone in the Fed. Was it the person I was supposed to be meeting? We don't think so. How do you know? You want the straight scoop? Gregor asked. I nodded. I think the general has some friends within the Fed. He didn't say so, but I think they tipped him off. You'll have to ask him for specifics. I didn't know anyone at the Fed. How the hell could they be after me? I was just another no-name soldier trying to provide for his family. And then the truth stepped in and slapped me. Twice. Do they know who I am? It's possible, Gregor said quietly. As far as the general knows, he and I are the only ones outside of your family that know your true identity. There's no way of knowing for sure that someone outside of the zone hasn't also determined your secret. There it was. My past was coming back to haunt me. I'd spent years trying to distance myself from it, but here it was yet again. Would or could I ever outrun it? The weight of the burden dropped on me and left me feeling momentarily helpless. So what do we do now?
Like I said, first we link up with the general and your family. Then it's up to what the boss says.
There was no use in arguing. I was tired and worried. The answers would come. I wouldn't lift a finger to endanger myself or my family further if the general didn't give me what I needed. He owed me that much. Okay, I said, steeling myself for the upcoming conversation. Let's go. Chapter 28. They ran to me as soon as I opened the door, crushing me in their collective embrace. I felt Sybil's tears before I saw them. Andrew's smile shone like a welcoming beacon. Charlie kept laughing while he held my leg in his signature bear-hug grip, his light tittering shaking my leg. Jane stood back and waited, watching us, that wary look in her eyes. I knew that look. She wanted to know if I'd changed, if I'd digressed and reverted to the old me. I gave her a reassuring smile, a wink to let her know that the old me was long gone. Her smile said it all, even if she didn't completely believe me. She was my rock, my love, my everything, my Jane.
Let's take this party inside, Gregor said behind me. His home couldn't have clashed more with his gargantuan image. I'd sensed rather than seen the security ringing the wooded perimeter. His place was a fortress, but what had truly surprised me was the actual structure. Gregor's home was more a hobbit house than anything else. Built into the side of a bulbous hillock, the door was heavy and massive, more bunker than entryway. Inside it smelled like centuries of cedar firewood. It was strangely welcoming and much larger than expected, with peaks and hallways rounded with a height of 10 feet. I turned and gave him a look of incredulity, and he grinned. This was his home, his castle. You could read it in his body language. He'd been tense and on edge since leaving the crash site, possibly even more than me. I got the sense that he was treating me like precious cargo. His deference was obvious, and I didn't like it. Mi casa es su casa, he said, as he closed the gigantic door behind us. The general thought they'd be safer here.
What's a casa? Andrew asked. It's a house, Jane explained. That's weird. Gregor chuckled as he tousled Andrew's hair.
You hungry, champ?
Andrew gave him a look that said, Are you kidding, dude? Call it dinner. Call it in the middle of the night breakfast. I called it safety with my family. Entombed in Gregor's lair, I temporarily forgot the rest of the world. Part of me just wanted to stay there, a new home to hunt from and live out our days. My reintroduction to society had been anything but comforting. In that moment, while I watched Charlie slurp down soup and laugh as Andrew told us his best knock-knock jokes, all I wanted to do was stay put. The world didn't need me. I was but one person and just a peon, really.
It's time to go,
Gregor said to me. Jane heard his pronouncement, and she tried to pretend that she hadn't. I couldn't meet her gaze. Where? I asked.
You know where.
The Fed, I thought, a chill running up my spine. How long will we be gone?
That's up to the general.
Everyone was quiet now, well, all except for Charlie, who was making a show of yawning and giggling. Okay. Then I turned to Jane. I'll be back as soon as I can. I had no business proffering that promise of hope. My life was no longer my own, and I knew that. I was immersed in somebody else's world, and, unfortunately, it was a world of unknowns. We met up with a Viper an hour from Gregor's place. He led the way. I didn't have a map, but I felt the back and forth. It felt like he was trying to disorient me, or maybe just craftily putting distance between ourselves and his safe haven. I didn't complain. The last thing I wanted was for some renegade to track us back to his home in the hill. Once we reached the Viper, there was no greeting like, "Hey, how are you doing today?" Besides, there was no pilot. The bird was either on autopilot or controlled from somewhere else. Like a bear going into hibernation, I did not want to expel any unneeded energy. My mind and body quickly leaned into the familiar feelings of waiting and anticipation of the mission. It was better to save and build my energy. So that's what I did. I waited and wondered. Where were we going? What or who would be waiting? It had to be something big. I'd been a part of big things before, where most people had a fear of something as trivial as public speaking. I had a fear of failure, and I always had. There were so many ways and opportunities in which to fail. Your family, your job, and or yourself. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible yet inevitable weight burdened me then, like 1,000 pounds of chains bearing me to the ground. I couldn't fail. I wouldn't fail. I won't fail. I won't fail. I purposely ignored the time. I didn't want to know how far we'd gone. It was one less thing for them to quiz me about. Habit? Maybe. I think that I just didn't want to be in the spotlight any more than I had to be. It was better not to be curious. My thoughts veered back to my family, back to Gregor's safe haven. He owed me. He could help me build something like that. I could defend a hill home against a horde of Mongols. Maybe that was something to think about, something to request. 30 seconds, the autopilot's voice announced over the aircraft's intercom. The autopilot was good. I didn't even feel the bird touch down. A second later, Gregor was up and grasping the hatch. "You ready for your audience with the king?" he asked, grinning obnoxiously. "Just open the door." He got the drift and opened the hatch. What greeted us made me squint, the artificial lights attacking my muted vision like poison darts. "Where the hell are we?" I asked as I exited the Viper, shielding my eyes with one hand. Gregor answered with as much awe in his voice as I felt, while we stood gazing over the vastness of what my vision beheld. "Welcome to the Fed, Riker." Chapter 29. It's hard to say what I expected. Months before, I really thought any former American federal entity had been eradicated. Every indication told me they were gone. I'd lost friends who were in the federal service, well, friends and family. I had expected an entourage of some sort, maybe a line of armed sentries waiting for us, but there was nothing, just a landing pad in the middle of a brightly lit cavern. No, not a cavern, but instead more like the inside of something huge. The place could have housed 100 of the Tennessee Zone's headquarters. The place was lush, and the smell was somewhere between a rainforest and an evergreen forest. I could feel the humidity, and while it wasn't in the least bit uncomfortable, it was a strange sensation, considering the possibilities running through my head mere minutes before. "Can you believe this?" Gregor inquired breathlessly, taking in the view with wide eyes. "I can't," I replied, trying to make sense of it all. There were distant shapes of buildings, not overgrown but perfectly situated between trees and rolling fields of green. "Wait, you've never been here before?" "Nope." And then I heard it, distant at first and then coming closer. It was a soft electrical whining, some kind of vehicle. "Where is everyone?" I asked. "Our orders were to wait here," Gregor said, still staring at the jaw-dropping panorama. And then it came into view, not a column of troops, not even a convoy of vehicles, but a small electric-driven golf cart with one person inside. I could see the driver was a woman, her hair color in stark contrast to her dark clothing. "Who do you think it is?" Gregor asked, as curious as me. "You've got me." The golf cart pulled up next to us, and the young woman smiled at us pleasantly. She couldn't be older than 20. "Good afternoon, gentlemen," she said. "Would you please hop in back?" Her voice was soft, and she seemed shy. "Both of us?" Gregor asked. "Yes, please," the girl answered. The ride wasn't long. It gave me just enough time to see that the long-lost forest of the Fed was completely man-made. An unpracticed eye might not have spotted it, but someone accustomed to the randomness of nature could pick out the deliberate planning of the environment. Everything was well kept, including the grass and the trimmed trees. It was all far from wild, and I wondered what kind of army they employed to maintain such a perfect landscape. Our journey ended, but in a way it had just begun, inside a stone wall where a thick door stood. It was expansive enough to allow a space shuttle through. There were no buttons to press, and the doors slid open without our driver doing or saying a thing. There must be hidden cameras, I thought. They were hidden quite well because I couldn't spot them. We parked 50 feet inside, and our quiet driver got out. "Sir, if you'll please wait here," she said to Gregor. "I'll be right back with some lunch for you." Gregor was obviously upset to be left behind, but being a good soldier, he just nodded in compliance. I followed my blonde guide past an unmanned checkpoint, and the automatic gate opened, letting us pass through. My curiosity got the best of me. "How many people work here?" I asked. She turned, offering me a little smile. She said, "I'm not supposed to say. Can I at least ask your name?" She actually blushed. "Scarlett." Scarlett picked up the pace down the long hallway. We went down first one set of stairs and then another. Finally, we came to a bank of elevators. I counted 10 elevators, all oriented like something out of a grand hotel or maybe the Pentagon. It gave the sensation of being inside a mausoleum. There was an impressive line of buttons inside the elevator we'd entered, and, after submitting herself to a retina scan, Scarlett chose a button 1/4 of the way down. The elevator made a whooshing sound, and we were off. Other than the occasional vibration, I could barely tell we were moving. The ride ended soon afterward, and the doors opened onto a nearly identical bank of elevators. Scarlett turned left and chose the first door we encountered. The decor inside was comfortable and decorated in bank-like utilitarian. "He's waiting for you," Scarlett said, pointing to a door at the other end of the office. Then she took a seat behind a tidy desk and proceeded to ignore me. With no explanation forthcoming, I walked to the door and knocked. "Come in," said a voice from inside. I stepped inside and saw the back of a silver-haired head. "Please, have a seat," said the man, pointing to a chair across from him. My first impression was of a very old and fragile-looking man. When I got around to where I could see the man better, I nearly fell over. "Mr. Vice President?" I asked. He looked up at me, squinting. "Do I know—" He took a violent breath in, and I thought he was going to have a heart attack. "My God! It can't be you. But your name—" "I changed it," I said simply, sitting down slowly, staring at the man I'd known before the collapse. It took him a second to regain his composure. He'd been such a force when I'd known him, a man of both physical and political stature. "It looks like we both have some explaining to do," he said, shaking his head in wonder. "The last time I saw you was when the president—" "Yeah," I interrupted. "That was a long time ago." We were both silent for a minute, remembering that time, even though neither of us wanted to. Those were the dark days, and days I'd rather forget. "Do you miss it? Do you miss those times?" he asked. "I do miss being able to order a pizza whenever I want," I said, dodging the question with a chuckle. He looked at me with those inquisitive eyes, exactly like my boy Andrew would. They were so similar in the way they dissected a person or a situation. I remembered that well. Vice President Harry Tomlin only had to look at you to know the truth. But he laughed now, the laugh of a man who no longer cared about pomp or circumstance. Now he seemed more like an uncle you hadn't seen in years. His eyes softened and he said, "To be honest, I miss it too. But I don't think you came all this way to talk about pizza. Am I correct?" "I came because I was summoned, Mr. Vice President." "About that." He made a face, one that I couldn't place, like he was reluctant or maybe annoyed to tell me something. "I guess you could call me the president now, at least the acting one." I didn't know. And that was the truth. When the world went to hell, no one knew what happened. It all happened so quickly. First there was the disillusion, and then the Fed went quiet, like it had never even existed. Well, it's
Not like I hold any sort of power," he explained. "I guess you could call me a figurehead, one with a very small staff. Most days I feel more like a caretaker." That made me think about the lack of personnel at the gates and the girl who'd ferried me to the president's office. But how does this place run? There have to be hundreds, if not thousands, of workers. The president shook his head. "All will be revealed in time, I'm sure. Including Scarlett, who just happens to be my daughter, the number of staff currently working for me is under 20. Less than 20 staff members. How is that possible? What about the rest of the cabinet, the advisors, the staffers? I pictured their faces, knew their names, and I even remembered their families. When we handed power back to the zones, most went back to their homes, at least those still living. Others, over time, have scattered, and still more have died since. None of us are as young as we used to be." He waved a hand over his withered body as an example. "So few. How? What?" "The collapse stole more than just our old way of life. For many, it stole our will to live. We are what's left." I shook my head, hoping it was all a dream. I really had expected more, so much more. Without realizing it, and since enlisting with the Tennessee Zone, I'd come to view the Fed as a beacon of what could be, in addition to being a symbol of the life we'd once lived. People talked about the Fed in whispers, like it was a hidden gem we'd one day be reintroduced to. And now this. How could this be? "I can see by the look on your face that you're disappointed. That's to be expected," the president said conversationally, like he'd had the same thoughts on a daily basis for the last 10+ years. "This place, what you all now know of as the Fed, has the capacity to be so much more, do much good. I want you to understand that, Riker." It was the first time he'd used my new name, and it was akin to turning a page in a history book. He was waiting for me to ask, so I did. "What do we do now? How do we go on?" The president smiled the old familiar grin I'd seen so many times while out on the campaign trail. "It's time for you to get reacquainted with someone who will tell you everything you need to know." "Who?" I'd expected him to tell me, not to be passed on to one of the rest of his disappearing staff. Wasn't the president supposed to be the one with all the answers? The man who somehow shipped food and tech to the zones and kept those places going? His answer was the very last thing I ever thought I would hear. And then he said it, in a voice equal parts reverent and hopeful. "Your father, Riker. Your father is waiting to speak with you." Chapter 30. My father. That was impossible. My father was dead. I saw the building kill him. I saw it. I saw it. "Riker?" I looked up to see the president looking at me expectantly. How long had I been sitting there? No, not sitting. I was standing now, my fists pressed to my sides. I could feel my heartbeat pumping in my temples. "I don't understand. My father is dead." "There's a lot you don't know, son. And to be fair, he thought you were dead as well." He struggled to stand, so much that I went to help him. He waved my assistance away, still stubborn. "I'll have Scarlett take you to him. He's waiting." I was scared. What would I say to him? What would he say to me? Then it hit me. Does he know it's me? The president smiled kindly. "He does now." He didn't know before? A shake of the president's head, and he pointed up to the ceiling. "He's seen you by now, but no, he didn't know before. None of us did."
That was something. Could it all be coincidence? Knowing my father, it couldn't be. Was it possible that he'd kept me from the president, had somehow left me to die in the Tennessee zone only to pluck me out of obscurity as only he could? "I'm sure he'll be just as happy as you," the president urged, motioning to the door. "You don't want to waste any time. You've already lost enough." I don't remember being escorted to see my father. Scarlett walked along quietly, and I followed without seeing. My father. How could he be alive? It was impossible, wasn't it? And then we were standing in front of the last door, my father's door. It opened, and Scarlett left me there. I was totally uncertain about how I should proceed. "Please, come in, son." It was my father's voice. "It's good to see you." I walked into the stark white room, almost shielding my eyes from the glare inside. There were no visible shapes inside. Then the lights dimmed and my vision cleared. It was a circular room with spokes running outward on the floors and ceiling. In the middle of the room was a glass case that looked like those airtight laboratories the CDC once had. I walked to the glass and rested my hand on it. It was cool and thick. Was my father in quarantine? There was something in the center of the sealed core, but not my father. "Where are you?" I asked. My father's voice came out from the speakers overhead. "I'm right where you're looking." "But I don't. Let me explain." There was my father's sharpness, when he didn't like my impetuous attitude, like I was a misfit teen again. The tone flooded me with memories of being berated for trivial mishaps. I pushed past those memories enough to say, and then explain. "You look good." His voice was softer now. "How have you been?" How had I been? 10 years, and that was the best thing he could think of to ask. "How do you think I've been? How about you, Dad? Read any good books recently?" I imagined his pinched lips going white, the vein in his forehead bulging. I waited for the inevitable retort. We were good at that, the back-and-forth banter of barbs. "I don't want to argue, son. Really, I don't." I didn't either. But millions of questions threatened to burst out of me like a blue flame. I took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry." "So am I." I rested my forehead against the glass and closed my eyes. "Can you come out so I can see you?" I had an overwhelming urge to look at him again. He was my father, after all, and not many people my age had fathers anymore, not after the collapse. "I can't, son." Those 3 words were like a stab in the heart. "Why?" I managed to say, the sob in my throat staying where it was for the moment. He was dying. That had to be it. He was being kept alive by one of his machines. "I've changed." His voice sounded strained. "Changed? How?" I heard him exhale. The speaker system crackled for a second and then went quiet. "Are you sure you want to know?" he asked. I wasn't sure, but I said yes. There was a whirring sound, and then the object in the center of the glass room shifted. I thought it was rectangular, but it was a cylinder, and half of it was turning. At first, I couldn't see inside. It was just a shadow. Then a light came on in the cylinder and brightened the space. I gasped, gripping the glass for support. He was right. My father had changed. In fact, he was no longer my father. A single tear ran down my shocked face as I attempted to handle the despair. There was a clear container suspended inside the cylinder with wires that connected and formed a web fanning out. The wires continued their path inside the container, which looked like it was filled with a vitreous liquid, and entered into what was left of my father. A floating human body, pale, but otherwise looking very much alive and well. Suddenly I recoiled, wanting to be gone from this place. My father was dead. "Tell me what you're thinking, son," my father's voice asked. My head shook without my knowing it. "You're not my father." I was backing away now. I felt like I was choking, and I tried to loosen my already open collar. "Please, let me explain." "No, I'm leaving." I turned and tried to somehow open the door, but it was closed. "Open the door," I demanded, the panic in my stomach very real now. I had to get out, had to get away. "I can't let you leave." I whirled at the bluntness of his declaration. Whatever he or it was must have recognized my intentions, because he was quick to add, "I mean, you can leave if you want, of course, but I need to explain." I hesitated, even thinking that maybe I should raise my weapon and shoot through the glass and kill the monster inside. It could work. Then something else unexpected happened. An image flickered to life on the glass partition, blocking my view of the wired body beyond. It was black at first, and then shifted to color. It was a picture of my father. No, not a picture. The image was moving. Then he spoke again. "Is this better?" "Who are you?" I asked, my entire body tingling with anticipation. I half expected wires to attack me at any moment like a Venus flytrap, encasing me along with whatever was supposedly the remains of my father. "It's me, son. I promise. Will you let me explain?" His face was the same as I remembered. Well, almost the same. It was older, 10 years older. Where and how had the time-lapsed image been generated? "You have 1 minute." It was something he'd said to me on countless occasions, like when I snuck in late from hanging out with my friends or skipping school. He smiled like he remembered the reference. "I'll do my best." His smile remained, and the tale began. "I almost died that day. You were there, but I didn't die. Not completely. They were able to recover my body. My body was crushed, useless. Someone else would have left me, and I wouldn't have blamed them. I barely had a pulse. It's a miracle they were able to get me out." "Who saved you? How did they get to you?" He'd been buried under tons of rubble. I'd been there. I'd tried to get to him, but there was no way in, and there was no way to get him out. "I think you know who saved me," he said, his voice quieter now. I didn't know. How could I? I'd left right before the counterattack. It would have been suicide to stay. Then the realization came, and I felt a cold dread flood my body. Not them. The image of my father nodded. "They were my only hope." "But how? I thought they were all destroyed." He looked at me now like a father about to tell his innocent child that the world wasn't really made of rainbows and lollipops. "You know me better than that, son. Did you really think I would throw away decades of research just because they killed the entire human race?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He'd been at the root of the problem, had been warned and mandated to dismantle the program. So many deaths. So much death. He didn't try to explain his way around my declaration. Instead, he said, "I guess I somehow initiated my homing beacon. They zeroed in, found me, dug through the debris, and saved me." Then the weight of the lie, the betrayal, slammed into me like a locomotive. The Fed, the lush cavern, the unmanned bunker. It was them. It was all them. My body was shaking now, anger and terror mixing into a toxic stew of human emotions. I raised my weapon then, thinking that it was better to take out the brain, literally. In response, doors slid open all around the circular room. My aim stayed on the disappointed image of my father. I shifted to the right to get a better shot, but my father moved with me. "Please, don't," he said. He wasn't pleading. My finger moved to the trigger and I saw him frown. Without warning, they flooded through the doors, too many to count. The first Cybots formed a single-line barrier between me and the glass, between me and my father, a phalanx of unthinking automatons. The one in the middle raised a polymer hand in a sign of peace, and then through its robotic mouth came my father's voice. "Lower your weapons, son."
Psst. If you're enjoying this book and want more free audiobooks, please click subscribe.
Chapter 31. I didn't move, and neither did my weapon. How could he be so reckless, so stupid? Generations had been wiped out because of the thing standing in front of me. It started innocently enough. As tech progressed from drones to unmanned supply missions and then to Cybot infantry, Cybot because the units initially came under the purview of the U.S. Cyber Command and Special Operations units, the free world all but wiped out every last vestige of terrorism on Earth. Celebrations rolled across the globe. Freedom and peace had won, with only a minimal loss of human life on the side of the victors. And at the head of it all was the United States of America. We were the saviors, and everyone knew it. It was supposed to be the beginning of something wonderful, a new utopia and an era of prosperity that had the ability to last centuries, maybe more. There was even talk of employing the soon-to-be-retired Cybot armies in tasks like farming, mining, and manufacturing. But it didn't last. The hearts of men are forever greedy, bent on power and exertion of their own selfish wills. With battalions of American-made Cybots roving the globe, squashing crime and minor uprisings, other countries soon took their first tentative steps into the arena. There were the knockoffs, the Cybots with basic capabilities like house cleaning or walking the family dog, but baby steps turned into great strides in innovation. Soon, China, Russia, and India were deep into next-generation cybotics. They took our platform and built upon it. Industrial espionage proliferated. We had said that couldn't be done, and some of our scientists had even made that promise to the President of the United States. They were wrong. Systems were duplicated, and they were bent to new needs. Then the riots began. Human beings demanded the repeal of Cybot use, and who did we send to quell the rebellions? Cybots. Cybot armies, to be precise. They did what they'd been built for. Rioters were either jailed or sent home, and for a time it looked like our utopia was back. Nope. The first known system hack happened in Japan. A Cybot battalion training in Yokosuka turned on their handlers, slaughtering 50 before turning on the Japanese population beyond the naval base. Over 1,000 innocent civilians were killed in the massacre, and it took 5 more Cybot battalions to demolish the first battalion. After that, things happened quickly. With a toehold into their secure telemetry, Cybots were turned on their masters, and no, they didn't come to life like in some horror film. They had new masters, a new breed of terrorist, and those new masters wreaked havoc from London to Los Angeles. They targeted power plants, schools, economic hubs, and centers of government. But the worst were the nuclear arsenals. Before we were able to wrest control of the Cybot armies back from the terrorists, they'd managed to seize and use nuclear weapons on nearly every continent. If there was a beginning to the end, that was it. Whole countries were wiped out in a blink. An international coalition of cybotics and computer experts banded together to salvage what they could, and they attempted to regain control of the hostage Cybots from the terrorists. All the while, still loyal Cybots hunted down and killed their errant kin. It took too long. Panic ensued in those countries with populations still alive. Power grids crashed and neighbors turned on neighbors. Economies collapsed overnight. One alarming day, I saved the president from being murdered by rogue politicians. An hour later, he was killed by a Cybot programmed to find and kill the leader of the United States. Game over. Through the valiant efforts of the last human warriors still in uniform, the remaining Cybots were rounded up and destroyed. Before this new information, I believed that the last Cybot on international soil had been dismantled by a team of American scientists who'd founded the American Cybotics program along with my father. My father had stood on the rubble of the Capitol and promised the world that it was safe from the Cybot scourge. The Cybots were gone, but they'd taken everything with them. As an added safety measure, what was left of the world governments ordered all tech seized. That was a hoot. Imagine all creature comforts gone, and then the government takes your toys. The chaos flared, and human-on-human violence multiplied. I'd lost my father in one especially daring raid by a group of former commandos who were all hell-bent on seeking revenge. They got it, but not before we killed them all. By then, the damage was done. Infrastructure didn't exist. What was left of the U.S. government relinquished control to the states, who'd then been renamed the Zones. Like I said before, I didn't know what happened after that. The world was in flames. You couldn't buy food. Once honest men took to killing in order to feed their families. They stole from the dead and dying. The old world was gone forever. I took Jane and we ran. We found our little haven and we hunkered down until we thought it was safe. We survived. We survived as billions perished, murdered either earlier at the mechanical hands of the Cybot armies or later by marauding former citizens. Sounds crazy, right? Cybots designed to protect us were suddenly slaughtering us. Well, it happened, and no one was laughing, especially not me, as I stared down my father and his phalanx of Cybot guards. For the first time, I noted that these Cybots were softer than I was accustomed to. Their heads and even their hands were smooth and almost mammalian. The Cybots that had nearly destroyed the world were all military, with sharp angles meant to look menacing and warrior-like. These were something new. "What did you do now?" I asked, my lips tight and quivering. "I have so much to tell you," he said, still using the body of the nearest Cybot to talk, its hands motioning like he was my father. "There are things I need to show you, things you must see." His voice was giddy, like in the past when he'd come home and brag about the latest invention he and his team were about to unveil. "Please, son, this time it is different, I promise." I don't know why I lowered my weapon. I don't know why I let him pull me in again. In the end, maybe it was one of the most basic human needs that got me. Hope. Chapter 32. One of the Cybots escorted me down a series of halls into a small hangar. There was a single Viper inside, waiting for me, its door open and engine idling. "Stay here," I commanded the Cybot, who was really being controlled by the brain, who was my father. The Cybot didn't nod, just turned and walked to the wall and stood there. The damn thing creeped me out. They all did. The surprise in my stomach was still churning when I boarded the Viper, unsure again of why I'd agreed to see whatever it was that my father wanted to show me. Stupid. So stupid, I thought. As a door large enough to accommodate the now hovering aircraft slid open, I doubted that anything could be so cataclysmic as to change my mind. Boy, was I ever wrong. I couldn't see much at first. This Viper had been modified so that windows lined every side, like a sightseeing vehicle made for shuttling tourists. All I could glimpse for the first few minutes was the darkness of walls, lit every few feet by lines of blue light. Then I saw it up ahead, faint at first, like the sun peeking over the horizon. It got brighter as we got closer, and then, without warning, we were clear of the tunnels, and I was looking out at possibly the most amazing view I'd ever seen. Acres upon acres of farmland spread out below us, fed by rivers of crystal blue water bordered by neat dirt roads. I recognized the green husks of corn, tan plots of wheat, and long rows of leafy greens. If the first cavern I'd encountered at the Fed had stunned me, this one left my mouth hanging open. We were underground, far underground if my sense of direction was still working correctly, but I couldn't see a ceiling, just brilliant light, like a perpetually sunny day. Like the Fed entryway, I saw the order mingled with precise creativity. Fields were laid out in precise right angles, but streams were allowed to flow in what seemed like natural patterns, sometimes even cutting jagged lines across perfect square farm plots. "What do you think?" my father asked, his voice patching through my ride's intercom. I didn't know what to think, other than this was where our food must be coming from. But why? Why was it here and not above ground where it could help so many? That question fluttered away as we flew on. I actually pressed my face to the glass like a child, my eyes wide as I saw more fields, these filled with herds of cattle, then galloping horses, and then the muddy fenced squares housing lounging swine. If that wasn't enough, we next approached huge lakes with glistening water. The Viper swooped in and left a wake as we glided over it, almost skimming the water. I saw a fish jump, and then another, and when the water cleared, I saw a massive school dodging the Viper's shadow. "My God," I whispered. "Do you like it?" my father asked. I ignored his question and asked one of my own. "Who built this?" "I did, or at least we did." By we, I knew he meant he and his Cybot army. How many Cybots did he have to make such a place, let alone keep it running? The place went on and on with no end in sight. How big was it? After the collapse, and once I'd had time to come to terms with my new situation, I set about building the Ark. "The Ark?" He chuckled. "You know, like Noah's Ark." "That's what you call this place?" "If you come up with something better, let me know." "Smartass," I said, almost forgetting that my father was some kind of machine now. "What did they do to you anyway? You mean, how did they keep me alive?" "Yeah." He didn't sound upset by the question, but there was still that trepidation in me of a son speaking to his dad, like I still didn't want to question him. I don't know why. "You want the long or the short answer?" I frowned, and he must have seen it from whatever camera he was controlling. "Fine, I'll give you the short version. We'd been making great strides with the artificial intelligence and life preservation programs. In fact, it was where everything was headed before what happened. The combination of the two not only saved me, but enhanced me." The thought of it made me grimace again. "You were going to load your AI program into the Cybots, weren't you?" I asked, with more than a hint of disgust. "Well, of course we were. They already had the ability to think independently in certain situations. The decision-making processes were improving. The next logical step was to integrate them fully." "You are so naive sometimes, you know that?" "Why? Because I wanted to make something wonderful, something that could change the world?" I laughed hard and bitterly. "Oh, you changed it all right." We were both quiet as the Viper swept over more endless farmland and then some sort of warehousing district. For the first time, I saw the Cybots below, manning machinery and walking from workplace to workplace. They were everywhere now that I was looking. "You're right. I messed up," he said. "Did dying help you figure that out?" I remembered my father's attitude after the Cybot destruction. He wasn't sorry, not even close. While politicians and even my father's colleagues mourned the losses, he looked at it like a failed chemistry experiment. So damned objective, he could never be wrong. Maybe almost losing my life did have its benefits. It gave me a new understanding of the fragility of life. You have to believe that I have changed, that I'm trying to set things right. I wanted to scream at him. It was no use. He'd set himself on some path that he would no doubt try to pull me onto. What he didn't know was that I wasn't biting. "Can we get this tour over with so I can go home?" I asked, my body tired now, aching to be far from my father's hopes and dreams.
"This tour is only the beginning, Riker."
There was something in his voice that I didn't like. He wasn't telling me everything, but I didn't have the energy at that moment to push it. I spent the rest of the flight gazing out over the sprawling man-made landscape, trying to figure out how I could somehow kill my father for good and give the Ark to the people who needed it most. Chapter 33.
"You don't seem impressed,"
my father said after the Viper landed. Who said I wasn't impressed?
"I know you, Riker."
Right. He thought he knew me. At least his AI-enhanced brain couldn't read my mind. Dad always thought he knew what I wanted, but everything had always been about him. Nothing had changed. All I needed to do was play along until I could find a way out. I stepped out of the Viper into the same bay we'd taken off from. There were no Cybots in sight, and I was glad for that. The path lit up ahead, showing me the way. Seriously, I am impressed.
"Well, good. It's taken a lot of work to get to this point. I'm sure you have more questions. You are never the silent type."
He was right. That's what had started the trouble. In kindergarten, I got in trouble for asking too many questions. My parents had tried to discipline me, but it kept happening. After all, wasn't that what kids were supposed to do? Question things? I'd never admonished my own children for being curious. In fact, Jane and I encouraged it daily. What about the resources? Where did they all come from?
"When we first started, I sent out the remaining Cybots to scavenge cities. There was plenty of material to make the subsequent generations of workers."
"And what about energy sources?" I asked. That was what I was really interested in. How the hell could they run an underground paradise without utilizing a boatload of energy?
"We use a mix of solar, wind, and hydro," he explained. "We've even reclaimed a handful of nuclear plants and set them up for use."
Nuclear was what really did it. I knew there had to be something. While nuclear might have lost some of its luster half a century before, the tech had evolved along with the security. There really was no better source of near-unlimited energy. The old Navy aircraft carriers were a testament to that fact. And the food you produce? How do you decide how to allocate it? How do you decide where it goes?
"That's a little more complicated, and it's something I wanted to discuss with you."
I'd been wondering about how the Fed made that decision. Did the Tennessee zone get the same amount of resources as the California zone? I entered a door etched in blue luminous strips. Inside was the room in which we'd first met, with a single chair facing the wall of glass. I thought that odd for a moment until I realized that my father didn't need a chair. A video image flickered to life on the surrounding walls. It looked like a live stream of the Ark, displaying rushing streams and all.
"Have a seat,"
my father said, his own image coming to life in the glass wall. He was pacing back and forth, hands clasped behind his back. I sat down, still not entirely comfortable talking to a fake person. Sure, it was my dad. At least, I was pretty sure about that, but it was weird. I kept my automatic weapon on my lap. The right time would present itself, I was sure of that.
"You've asked about food and other resources. As you probably know, we allocate a certain amount to the governing bodies of each zone. I've done my best to be fair."
I thought of all the poor souls scraping to make a living in Franklin, dragging their sickly bodies to beg or steal as their needs demanded. "So, how do you do it? What are your criteria in being fair?" My father nodded thoughtfully, like he was trying to come up with the right explanation to mollify me.
"You were tested when you enlisted with the Tennessee zone, correct?"
I nodded.
"And what did they tell you about that test?"
I tried to remember exactly what the general had said. Something about DNA markers that told them what jobs we should have.
"Good,"
he said, like I'd passed a test, or maybe that the Tennessee zone had.
"But there is more to the testing than that.
It all clicked. That's why I'm here, I surmised.
Yes.
And you were looking for me. That's what the test was for. It all made sense. My father's pixel lips pursed.
Not exactly,
he said, avoiding my gaze. That got me. I'd assumed that my father had been looking for me. Why wouldn't he? Using his expertise and whatever tech he had at his disposal, it seemed a natural task to pursue. Then what? You said the test was why I'm here, but it had nothing to do with actively searching for me. Please explain. His look was pained now.
I thought you were dead. I had no way of knowing that you'd survived. The test had nothing to do with you, or at least it didn't, until now.
His hopeful demeanor returned, and he met my stare.
I should have known, should have assumed.
Assumed what? Would you just tell me what this is all about? I could tell he wanted to put me in my place, but he didn't. Instead, he nodded and began his incredible explanation.
What do Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, and George Washington all have in common?
Great, a pop history quiz. They founded the United States.
Correct. They were the founding fathers, but in what other ways were they similar?
I searched my memory for long-forgotten middle school history lessons. I don't know, that they were somehow special. They were men devoted to their countrymen. My father smiled.
Close, very close. Now, do you remember what happened in Washington, D.C. just before the collapse?
Of course I did. I'd lived it. I'd been right smack dab in the middle of the drama, and those memories lived on in my nightmares. Everyone showed their true colors, I said, remembering how colleagues had turned on one another. Politicians who'd spent entire careers forging paths together then sought to destroy each other.
Yes, that's a very good way of explaining it. You always had a knack for distilling things down to their most basic tenets.
Yeah, maybe I did because you didn't. His eyes flared, but a second later softened.
You're right, of course, he laughed. I've never been known for my brevity. Like you said, everyone showed their true colors. Now, what if I told you that there was a way to predict not only someone's aptitude, but also predict their sense of duty, honor, and love for country?
I'd say that's a lofty promise. He thrust his right index finger in the air.
But I did it. I got lucky for sure, but I did it.
He'd ignited my curiosity now. Could it be possible? How?
I raided the tombs of the founding fathers.
He said it like he'd just told me he'd bought a soda at the corner market. You what?
I was desperate. It was a shot in the dark. Instead of trying to reinvent history, I went back to it. We had the time, so I capitalized on my curiosity. Using science, I wanted to know what made those men special, what gave them the will to press on, despite the overwhelming advantage England had over them. They were sometimes only days away from doom, yet still they persevered. Imagine it.
I didn't have to imagine it. I'd lived it. But I didn't tell him that.
Through a very specialized DNA test, I was able to compare the samples and find the similarities. It took some time, but I found it.
Wait, you're saying that you found something in their DNA that can predict whether a person has the same chance as Thomas Jefferson to run a country? It sounded like one of his crazier experiments.
No, anyone can run a country. History has proven that. What I wanted was to find something special, something so unique that only the tiniest fraction of the population would have it. I wanted to find the ultimate patriots, the ones who would put their country before themselves in selfless service if that was needed.
That's impossible, I said. I'd served with men and women who seemed to live and breathe the American flag, but then when the shit hit the fan, they ran away as fast as they could. In my mind, there was no way of predicting that. Predicting behaviors took time, experience, and a fair share of heartache. His smile was wide. He would not be deterred. "It's not impossible. I've done it." "Come on, how can you know for sure? Even Thomas Jefferson wasn't perfect. Hell, George Washington's entire life was spent scooping up land to fill his family coffers." I didn't know where that random fact bubbled up from. "You're right. Of course, you're right. I'm not saying these men were perfect. I'm saying they possessed a singular quality, one that I now know is so rare as to be almost non-existent. For a time, I wondered if that quality had died with the rest of humanity, but it didn't. You're proof of that." "Wait, what? Are you saying that I'm—" "Yes, you have the marker." This is what he'd been trying to tell me? It was ridiculous, stupid. "You're crazy," I said. That wiped the proud grin from his face. "You will believe me." I laughed at him. "Why, so I can fulfill whatever destiny you've concocted in your Frankenstein laboratory?" "There are more. I know it." "How do you know it?" "Because the 3 I mentioned aren't the only ones. The remains of other leaders were tested. Leaders from around the world. Churchill, Gandhi, Mandela." A creeping darkness entered my subconscious. "Did you dig up only the good ones?" I asked, watching as his face became stoic. "We didn't dig them up." He was dodging my question, and I could see that he was about to go off on another tangent. I wouldn't let him. "You dug up the bad ones too, didn't you? You included the tyrants, the dictators, and the mass murderers." He blinked once. Dead people didn't need to blink. "The rise of certain personalities can always be attributed to upbringing, environmental factors, and opportunity. As a scientist, I had to test them all." It felt like ants were crawling over my skin on their way up to my head. "So you're saying that guys like Hitler and Stalin possessed the same marker?" I said it slowly so that there was no question as to whether I required an answer. "Not Stalin, but Hitler, yes." Expletives raced through my head, and I have no idea how I kept the daggers from shooting out of my mouth, piercing the body jar. That was my dad, always ignoring the downside of an argument, especially if it didn't back up his own hypothesis. He'd made a name for himself by taking risks. Up until the Cybot debacle, he'd minimized the fallout from the darker side of his plans. But here he was again, the famous scientist interpreting data to build his own vision of what life on Earth should look like. "This is wrong. I don't want to be any part of it." I stood up from the chair, my weapons still in my hands. "I'm going." "Don't you want to know what you get, and what the people out there get if you cooperate and work with me?" "Not really. Even if it means saving them, saving all of mankind." I exhaled. It was exhausting talking to my father. He was brilliant, I'd give him that, and with his new lease on life, I bet he could work longer and harder than he did in the past, without the physical limitations a body imposed. "I'm tired, Dad. I'm not really in the mood to talk about this anymore. There are people out there that I can help right now." And then it hit me. He didn't know. I smiled. "I have a wife and 3 kids. Did you know that?" He froze. His holographic image actually froze. Maybe there was more of him left than I'd thought. I didn't know," he stammered. "I need to get back to them. I need to make sure they're safe." My father's eyes brightened. I didn't like that look. "You can bring them here. It's perfect. I can keep them safe. I really can." I'm sure he could in his own way, but I didn't want my wife, let alone my children, to be exposed to his twisted world or his way of thinking. I could only imagine how Andrew would take to living at the Fed, exploring the Ark with wide eyes, dissecting everything. Now that I thought of it, there was a lot of my father and Andrew. That thought made me shiver. "I'll think about it," I lied. "Why don't you tell me about how I can help?" I was stalling, of course. I couldn't tell if my bullets would make it through the glass barrier. The material might be completely bulletproof. It probably was. My father wasn't stupid. Then there was the shape of the glass, convex and perfect for deflecting flying objects like bullets. I stood a damn good chance of killing myself with a round-the-room ricochet. He snapped his fingers excitedly. "Okay, so the plan was to institute a system that was foolproof so that only the worthiest could assume leadership of the new world." I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I call it the Patriot Protocol. Do you know what a protocol is?" "Sure. It's a system of rules." "Yes, good, but it really has 3 meanings. The one you mentioned, where a system is put in place. Then there's the medical piece. That's where things started in my experiment to find the marker that separated true patriots from others. Then there's the treaty aspect, or formal agreement. That's what we've established with the zones." Here he was again, explaining things as if I understood what he'd already done. And what was with him and odd numbers? 3 parts to protocol, 5 patriots, etc. What's this about a treaty? "As you might have guessed, we parcel out the resources to the zones based on how many new citizens, or patriots, if you will, they are able to recruit and retain. That's where the initial testing comes in. It exists to document each new member and to test them for the marker. So you dangle the carrot, so to speak, and then they do the heavy lifting for you to find the people you need." He shrugged. "It worked for you." He was right, of course. It made sense. Attract the poor and hapless with food and safety. If it hadn't been for the medical care we needed for the kids, I never would have given serving again in the military a thought. It worked. "And this system you mentioned, what's it all about?" I asked. "After the collapse, I understood the need for leadership that was incorruptible, or as close to it as we could get. Only a person with that propensity could be given direct control of the Fed, the Ark, and all that comes along with that." "Wait, what do you mean control? I thought you controlled everything." He nodded. "True, but that is only temporary. I enacted the Patriot Protocol to be fully controlled by 5 individuals. Once those 5 are found, my role will be complete." "And I'm one of those 5? The full weight of his revelation was sinking in. "Yes." "How do you even know there are 4 other people left on Earth that fit your model? I mean, it's not like we have billions of people left to search." He nodded gravely, and then, in his precise clinical voice, said, "By my estimation, and from the probes we've sent out, the surviving population of the world is roughly the size of the pre-collapse population of Rhode Island." I took a step back, then another. If things had seemed bleak before, now it felt like we were the only 2 men left on Earth. Check that. 1 man and 1 floating body. "And you think that somewhere in that number you'll find the other 4? "I found you." "But that was luck. If I hadn't come in, you wouldn't even know I was alive." He stared at me for a long moment, and then, in a tone reserved for his most thoughtful musings, he asked, "What about faith?" "Faith? How did faith help us when your creations were killing everything in sight? Did faith help my children when they got so sick that I couldn't help them? No, I did. When will you realize that your inventions aren't the solution to everything?" Pissed off didn't come close to explaining how I felt. He'd sucked me in again, presented a plentiful bounty of resources, and then explained its validity with a single word: faith. So much bullshit.
You're right. It'll take more than faith. It'll take hard work and time, maybe a lot of time. It's possible that these individuals aren't even born yet, or maybe they're so well hidden that finding and convincing them to come with you will prove difficult. But don't forget, we have resources here. Anything we need to find and bring the other four from anywhere around the globe to safety.
It was a good speech. He said it with all the reverence of a preacher on a Sunday morning. But I wasn't buying what he was selling. I could see through his facade. He wanted to be the solution. He wanted a new legacy, one not defined by the collapse, but by the Patriot protocol. He wanted to be the savior to prevent the world from extinction. What could I say? He knew how I felt. He knew the layers of crusted skepticism that had been forged between us. And then something he'd said rang a bell in my head. He'd mentioned something, and I could use this to my advantage. "What did you mean when you said I'd have resources at my disposal?" I asked. There was that look again, like I was a fish that just nibbled on the hook, and he was about to commence reeling in the catch of the day.
"As one of the 5, you get a 5th of anything you've seen, including the Cybots."
Wait, you're saying that if I choose to walk out of here with 1/5 of the Cybots and 1/5 of all the food we could transport, that you would be okay with that?
It's your right as one of the 5. It's yours to do with as you please, although I will tell you that should the resources remain whole, the impact on the world could be exponential. Imagine the work the Cybots could do, building new cities, working in factories, exploiting and caring for the land as they've learned to do here. Everything works better in harmony.
It sounded too good to be true. What's the catch?
Catch?
Yeah, there has to be a catch. My father huffed in frustration.
"I tell you that I'm giving you these resources, the power to do so much good, and you ask me what the catch is?"
I couldn't help but smile. You taught me to be a skeptic.
"I did. I know that. But what I'm asking you to do now is to look past your skepticism and to find the value in the proposition. Can't you see that?"
I was done arguing. It was getting late, and I wanted to get back to my family. My mistake was in asking the next question. "Okay, so what do I need to do?" A strange smile crept onto his face.
"I thought you'd never ask."
Before I could react, something grabbed me from behind, clamping my head in a vise. I tried to move, attempted to raise my weapon. The gun was stripped from my grasp as I felt soft padding behind me, and I flexed, making every effort to get away, but to no avail.
"It's best if you don't struggle,"
my father said matter-of-factly. Before I could respond, I felt a sharp prick in the side of my neck. I remember the image of my father wavering in the distance. Suddenly, everything seemed so far away, and then I faded away. Chapter 34. I woke with the feeling that I'd been asleep for days. I wasn't used to sleeping well. An hour or two was about all I normally got at one time. That's what you get when you live through the destruction of the world. If it were a choice between life and sleep, I'd choose life. My eyes opened effortlessly, and I had almost forgotten what happened. When the memory did come to mind, I wasn't angry, not even a little bit. It was just something that had happened. In fact, it really felt like all the stress had been squeezed from my body, the years of struggle and toil cast off like an old shirt. I relished it for a moment, breathing in and out as my vision cleared.
"How do you feel?"
a voice asked. It wasn't my father. I turned my head. There he was again, the president. Where's my father? Again, I didn't feel any anger toward him or anyone.
He thought it best if he wasn't around when you woke up. He said you put up quite a fight before.
They gave me something to relax. He nodded, still wary. What did he do to me? When it looked like he was convinced that I wasn't about to leap out of the examination chair, he said,
"They finalized the testing. You're a perfect match."
I didn't really want to know what they'd done to finalize the testing. And you know everything?
I don't understand how it all works, not specifically, but yes, I helped draft the Patriot protocol with your father.
Whatever they'd given me was helping me see things from a more detached perspective. Had my father done that on purpose? And what do you want me to do?
Well, unless you have any questions, we'll arrange for your family to join you here. There's plenty of space, and you'll be given accommodations and an office to work from.
Work?
Yes, you'll help your father coordinate the search efforts.
I'm not sure if the effects of the drugs were wearing off or if the magnitude of what the president was asking finally hit me. You want me to stay here?
We think it's best.
To keep me safe. He didn't answer. He knew I was asking just for the sake of asking. I'd been in the security business once. I'd been tasked with ensuring the safety of high-level government officials. There were times when my colleagues and I wished we could have locked our charges in a vault. There were just too many ways to kill a man. That's what they were doing with me. Keeping me safe. Yeah, right. I need to see my family, I said, easing my way out of the chair. I did a quick physical check of my body. Nothing seemed to be amiss.
They'll be brought here as soon as you give me the word.
No, I need to talk with them away from here. They need to know what they're getting into.
Riker, I understand how you feel, but that's just not safe at this time, he said, trying to sound conciliatory.
I seem to remember you and the former president insisting on making more than a couple of iffy campaign stops on our tour through Los Angeles. There was a flash of that old anger, the fiery temper he'd wielded against colleagues and enemies alike as our eyes met. Then he regained control, his aging body probably too frail to deal with the rush of blood. He grabbed a chair from against the wall and brought it close. He sat down heavily and said,
"I'm old, Riker. I'm old, and I'm sick. I don't want to die before I know that we've handed the reins to someone we can trust, someone who will fight for what we've been fighting for these 10 long years. I know how you must feel about your father. He and I talk about it often, and he's expressed genuine remorse for what he put you through. But this isn't about you and him anymore. This is about all of us, and most importantly, it's about those still out there, the ones who don't have any hope left. Will you let them down just because you don't agree with your father's intentions?"
If I had a nickel for every time someone had waved a flag in front of my face. What makes me any better than the poor souls you want me to save? I asked. Something in my DNA? Do you actually believe that? Do you actually believe that certain people are destined for power?
I believe there is someone out there with certain talents who is willing to work harder than anyone else, and that this individual would be willing to put others first. I believe someone like that exists. I believe 5 people like that exist.
So why don't you round up the best prospects and let them prove that to you?
Riker, it's not my job to decide. We tried it the other way, and it worked for a time, but drastic times, as they say. We need this, and I think deep down in places you don't believe exist, you need this. And what happens when and if we find the others? Are you just going to give us the keys to this place and let us do what we want?" He shrugged. "What else can we do? We've built this place to be the seed for the future. Your father and I have done our jobs, and now it's time to hand off the next phase to others." My attitude was still laced with meds, but I felt my emotions rising. I was getting sucked in, and it wasn't my decision. I had made my decision. "Let me talk with my family. I won't tell them the details, but I need to talk with them." The president gave me a barely perceptible nod. "Fine, but please be careful." When I rejoined Gregor after another golf trip, driven by the president's daughter back to the Viper hangar, I found him digging into a stack of inch-thick steaks. He looked up from the platter, a dribble of fat running down his chin as I stepped out. "What took you so long?" he asked, his mouth still full. I didn't have a clue how long I'd been gone, but I was in no mood to extend my stay. "Long story. You ready to go?" He was waiting for an explanation, but I was in no mood. Besides, I wasn't supposed to tell him the secret. That part the president had made clear. As if on cue, the Viper's engines kicked on, and Gregor nodded. He grabbed his food, followed me into the troop hold, and we were soon in the air. This time I grabbed one of the Viper's helmets and watched as we rose above the lushness below. It was probably the last time I'd see this place, and I wanted to make sure I stored the images in my memory so I could share them with the kids. They loved it when I described places I'd been. Sybil always asked about the colors, and Andrew liked to wrinkle his nose at the description of the smells. I smiled when I thought about being reunited with them. It felt like ages since I'd seen them. When we reached the top of the cavern, I could finally see that it was encased by a mountain, a huge mountain. When I adjusted the video feed from the top of the Viper, I saw what looked like real sky, and a few seconds later we were clear of the cavern. Now I could see where we'd been. We had been inside what appeared to be a volcano, immense and towering over the surrounding landscape. But while the terrain inside the Fed had been green and fertile, the world outside was barren and rocky. I couldn't see a single tree on the slopes of the mountain, and the place looked as inviting as an ashtray. "Where do you think we are?" I asked Gregor, who I could see was also taking in the view. "My guess would be Greenland." "You ever been to Greenland?" "Just on layovers, and thought it would be more green." I laughed, more from the relief of flying away from the Fed than from Gregor's joke. "How long did it take us to get here?" I should have paid more attention on the flight in. "Just under 4." The Viper rocked wildly, alarms ringing in my ears. I gripped the straps holding me against the seat. It wasn't like there was a pilot to ask, but I asked anyways. What the hell was that? "Engine malfunction," said a mechanical voice. "Please remain seated and secure your belongings," it instructed calmly. "Emergency landing initiated." So much for advanced tech. Even the best tech crapped out on occasion. What was it with me and my luck with flying contraptions anyway? It felt like the Viper was tilted to one side, but the bird was no longer shaking. I watched as the Viper descended, not to the volcanic center we'd just left, but instead to the slopes below the crater. "Sure wish we had a human pilot," Gregor said. "I'd ask him for a full ticket refund." The Viper landed with a thump, the jolt shocking my tailbone. "I'll second that refund," I said, rubbing my backside. "I'm going to take a look outside and stretch my legs." "I'll come with you." As soon as I unclipped my harness, the technical voice came on overhead. "Please remain seated. Please remain seated." "Sure, pal," Gregor said, pushing the button on the hull to open the side hatch. I stomped down the metal stairs, glad to be out of the aircraft, if only for a few minutes. The ground was as coarse as it looked from the air. Volcanic rock of all shapes and sizes ruled the neighborhood. I wouldn't want to be stuck out here for long, Gregor said, stretching his long arms over his head. Yeah, I can see why they picked this place. A real crowd pleaser. We'd both left the helmets in the Viper, but I could hear the aircraft repeating, "Please return to the aircraft. Please return to the aircraft." We ignored it and walked to the edge of a rock outcropping. The spot offered a panoramic view of the land below. There was nothing but more mountain and rock. Beyond that, the cloud cover prevented us from seeing off to the horizon. I should tell my travel agent to book a return trip, maybe for Christmas, Gregor said, picking up a fist-sized rock and chucking it down the slope. It skittered down, triggering a tiny avalanche of similar-sized rocks. You think the general's ever been here? No, he said you and me would be the first, Gregor answered, throwing another rock with a professional pitcher's fluid grace. Did he tell you who he knows at the Fed? The general's not much for explaining things. Besides, I'm kinda on his shit list right now. For the Camp Cumberland thing? Gregor shrugged. He said he wasn't pissed, but you know how commanders are. You want me to say something to him? I asked, genuinely surprised that Gregor would be on the general's naughty list. Nah, I've been through worse. Besides, being on his shit list means more trips to the volcanic desert. Who am I to complain? Right then, I made up my mind to ask the general if I could bring Gregor in as part of my team. My father had his own plans about how I should spend the rest of my days, but that didn't mean I had to go along with them. I needed to be with my family and with my team, especially those I trusted. Therefore, if I could add Gregor to the mix, so much the better. I was about to ask him what his plans were once we got back to HQ, but I heard the whine of engines in the distance. You think that's our ride? Gregor asked. We got our answer a second later when at least 12 Vipers came into view, all online, aimed straight at the crater and us. They were still a way off, but I could make them out despite the distance. Seems like a lot of redundancy for 2 grunts, I observed. Then I saw more Vipers coming in behind the others, doubling their number. Something's not right here. As soon as the words left Gregor's mouth, 2 things happened simultaneously. The mechanical-sounding voice from our Viper blared, "Enemy contact, please remain calm. Enemy contact, please remain calm." And then the first line of Vipers opened fire at the only targets in sight. Us.
Psst. Give this author some love by clicking subscribe.
Chapter 35. For some reason, I just stood there. I saw Gregor move for cover, but then he turned. I guess he saw me taking a stand. However, I wasn't. I was just glued to the spot, and I couldn't move, literally. The only thing that moved were my eyes, and for a horrifying moment I watched as the Vipers swooped in, led by their air-scorching missiles. Gregor was now next to me, and he was saying something that I couldn't hear. He raised his rifle and started firing. It was like throwing rocks at a tank. Closer and closer the missiles came. Then it felt like an electric charge flowed through me, leaving my nerve endings tingling and raw. All of a sudden I could move again, and I staggered a few steps before regaining my balance. What was that? At first I thought it was just me, that my momentary paralysis had jangled my senses. No, the ground was shaking. I watched as tiny rocks danced on the ground, bumping this way and that. I looked over at Gregor, and I could see that he felt it as well, although he hadn't stopped firing. "Got one," he said. It didn't matter. The missiles were too close now. There wasn't a thing we could do. We exchanged a look, and then I raised my own weapon and began firing. Might as well go down shooting. No sooner had my own rounds begun their pitiful flights against the much larger enemy munitions than I felt what can only be described as a strong breeze at my back. A split second later, something, rather multiple somethings, tore by while aiming straight at the incoming missiles. I stopped firing and watched. There were too many to count, and they were moving too fast for me to determine what they were. They went out further until the strangest thing occurred. I focused on the closest incoming missiles. The yet-to-be-determined objects that had flown by us veered in the direction in which I was looking. The first one made contact 200 yards away. As my eyes swept down the line, so did the smaller munitions. 2 beats later, that entire line of missiles had disappeared. A handful of good guy missiles, if that's what they were, still cruised towards the Viper formation. Just for the hell of it, I focused on one Viper, and the pilot must have seen his doom coming because he tried evasive maneuvers only to be felled by the remaining rounds. "What the hell was that?" Gregor asked. As if in answer to his question, I heard the whine of engines again, but these possessed a higher pitch than the Vipers. I turned, and what I saw made me flinch. They looked like a swarm of locusts streaming out of the volcanic crater. There were rows upon rows of Cybots, with the closest now flying directly overhead. "My God," I said, open-mouthed, remembering with horror the same sights I'd seen years before, flying Cybots swooping in to terrorize the world. Some stacked in front of Gregor and me to the point where I could barely see beyond the Cybots' wall. Left and right they flew, at first in tight formations and then fanning out, firing as the Vipers opened fire. They didn't stand a chance. I saw a couple of Cybots downed by Viper fire, but the remainder hit their own targets with the same homing missiles that had protected us moments earlier. That took out a quarter of the enemy fighters, angry, flaming balls crashing to the volcanic earth on the lower slopes. My blood surged, and then the destruction really began. The slaughter on full throttle. The Cybots attacked the Vipers head-on, latching onto their hulls, tearing them open and firing into the poor bastards inside. Some of the enemy tried to get away, and I saw bodies falling to earth, flailing as they plunged to their deaths. And then it was over. The battle had turned in the blink of an eye. Every enemy aircraft was downed, yet the remaining Cybots continued to rain down munitions in an effort to destroy any survivors. I recoiled at the sight. There were actual people down there dying. The killing stopped at my recoil, and the Cybots flew straight up into the air, ending in perfect hovers, awaiting someone's command. "Holy shit," Gregor said. "Who do you think they were?" Meaning the enemy. "I don't know." My stomach turned, and I felt the bile in the back of my throat. So many dead. What had prompted the attack? It didn't make any sense. Death was nothing new to me, but to watch annihilation like that. Then it did make sense. My blood went cold. I turned and walked back towards the crater, back to the Fed. "Where are you going?" Gregor asked. "There's someone I need to talk to." The president and my father were waiting. I stomped in, seething, with Gregor coming in right behind me. He wasn't supposed to be there, but at this point, no one was going to stop us. "What did you do to me?" I asked, pointing a finger at my father's image. "We had to take certain precautions," the president answered instead, moving closer. I shot him a glare that warned him to stay away. He stopped in his tracks. "What kind of precautions did you take?" I asked, again to my father. "While you were sedated, the first thing we did was test you. We had to know for sure that your DNA matched the Founders. That was always part of the plan. The 5 Patriots would be linked by their DNA to the Fed. It would be how you each control your fifth of the resources and the Cybots." "So, you put something inside me?" "Yes," my father answered. "I want it out. Now." "Riker, you have to understand that it's not safe for you out there," the president interrupted again. "I'm not talking to you, Mr. President," I said icily. "This is between my father and me." I turned to my father. "Take it out." I didn't see a shred of remorse on his face. He thought he was right.
Don't you understand the power we've given you? You took out an enemy squadron without even knowing you could. Imagine what you'll be able to do now that you know how." "You make me want to puke," I spat back. "You think this is a gift?" I wanted to pull my hair out. I was so furious. "Who were they, anyway? More of your puppets?" "Probably the New York zone," he said. "They're always making trouble." "Why were they coming here? What did they want?" My father shrugged. "I don't know, but they probably came for food. They've had a bad run of it lately." "But you have the Ark. Why not give resources to them?" If a zone was desperate enough to attack a fortress like the Fed, they had to be hungry and desperate. His eyes narrowed. "Didn't you hear anything I told you before? There is a plan, a fair allocation of resources to the zones. The New York zone doesn't want to play by the rules. They want something for nothing. It's not our responsibility to take care of them. You're the fucking federal government. It is your responsibility to take care of those people. But now it's too late because they're all dead, or at least the ones whose bodies litter your precious outer walls." The president stepped in, rightly sensing that father and son would have come to blows if that were physically possible. "Listen to me, Riker. I understand how you feel." "I doubt that very much," I said. He shook his head sadly. "You think you're the only one who's seen death, experienced pain and suffering? Well, let me tell you what your father hasn't told you. When the collapse first happened, when we were still located in Washington and prior to the formation of the zones, we opened our doors to the public. We allowed state leadership in and anyone they brought with them. It was our duty, like you said. We gave them food and shelter. We protected them. We gave them medical attention. We did what we were supposed to do." He paused, his eyes pained now. "You were gone by then, and you didn't get to see what happened. We went from relative order to outright chaos. Their leaders demanded more, and then opposing factions started pushing others out. We couldn't keep up. They squandered their opportunity. It snowballed until we finally had to flee, and we gave power back to the zones. Once we relocated here and your father and I had a chance to plan for the future, we came to the conclusion that the zones and their citizens had to earn their way back in. That led to the Patriot Protocol. Like it or not, it's fair." "Sounds more like a feudal system composed of a lord and his peasants," I said. "That's actually not a bad analogy," my father cut in. "Similar to the lords and their fiefdoms, we've promised food and protection to those who prove themselves, much like the peasants of the medieval era pledged themselves to their lord's service." The president looked like he was going to disagree, but he didn't. Instead, he asked me, "What do you think would happen if we opened our doors again? Do you think they would share with one another? Do you think they would unite and work together?" I didn't answer. Maybe I had a slightly better view of humanity than they did, but I also couldn't disagree with their argument. There had to be a better way. "This is not the perfect answer," the president continued. "We know there is room for improvement. That's why we need you and the rest of the 5. For this plan to work, we need people who have been out there and who possess something your father and I don't." "What is he talking about?" Gregor whispered. I'd almost forgotten he was there. "My father thinks I'm some sort of super patriot, and that I should rule the world or something," I said, my words dripping with sarcasm. "I'd vote for you," Gregor said. "What?" "I said I'd vote for you. There aren't many better than you, Riker. You've proven that." I didn't know what to say.
and I grimaced when I saw the "I told you so" look on my father's face. With respect, I said more to the president than to my father, "This is my decision. You can't make me take a place on the throne if I don't want to." "Of course not," the president said quickly before my father could chime in. "Take some time to think about it. We know what this means for you." I laughed out loud and said, "I'm not sure you do, Mr. President." Chapter 36. The president walked back into the circular room, lost in thought. "What do you think?" the image, now pacing next to the president, asked. "I'm not sure. He doesn't seem convinced." The image chuckled. "Oh, he'll come around. It just takes him a little longer when I'm involved." "Do you think it was a good idea to let him go?" the president asked. "We didn't have a choice. Besides, my boy now knows what's at stake. He's moral to the core, and he'll come around to our way of thinking." "And the Klansmen? What will you tell them?" The image shrugged. "Now they know not to come here ever again. I suspect they lost half their fleet today." The president nodded, still not convinced. There were days that he wondered if he ever should have gone along with the brilliant scientist whose body was now entombed 10 feet away. He could have left. He could still leave, really. But without the resources of the Fed, he would be helpless, and he couldn't leave Scarlet. No, it was better to stay and see things out. Then he thought of something. "Do you think Riker knows that you baited the Klansmen?" Another chuckle, this one darker somehow. "Does it matter? We leaked sensitive information to the clans, people my son doesn't even know. The important thing is that he knows the power he could wield, or rather, the power he could employ should the need arise, which I predict will happen." The president shook his head. "I hope you're right." "Don't worry, old friend. My son will return sooner than you think." Epilogue. We returned to Gregor's Hobbit home without further incident. Before we left the Fed, I ensured the device my father had surreptitiously implanted was extracted. For the procedure, I had to be sedated, but I insisted that Gregor was allowed to observe. Now my body was once again tech-free. It was a moonless night when we arrived at Gregor's abode, and the door was barely visible as we approached. Without warning, the door burst open, and all 3 kids ran out of the bright doorway. I knelt on the ground and gathered them in my arms. "I love you, Daddy," Sybil whispered in my ear. "Hi, Dad. Did you miss me? I missed you," Andrew said. "Daddy, Daddy, Daddy," Charlie squealed. I didn't want to let them go. Had it only been 1 day since I'd last seen them? So much had happened. So many things were left to decide. With Charlie on my shoulders and Sybil and Andrew each holding a hand, we walked to the doorway where Jane stood waiting. "Hi," she said, reaching out to stroke my face. "Hi," I said, leaning in to kiss her. "Ew, gross," Andrew wailed. Jane and I laughed. For a brief moment there was a state of normalcy. It took some time to get the kids to bed. Each one had to fill me in on everything that I'd missed. To them, Gregor's hillside compound was like a castle built specifically for them. There were rooms to explore and plenty of places to hide. It was funny to hear their separate recollections. I loved the way their minds worked with colorful images and thoughts that were consistently optimistic. By the time Jane and I retreated to bed, it was well past midnight. I didn't bother taking a shower. I was too tired. My eyes had just closed when Jane laid down next to me, the smell of mint toothpaste fresh on her breath. "How did it go?" she implored. I was glad she hadn't asked me that question before. I needed the time to ponder the possibilities of telling her what occurred, without telling her the truth. While I didn't like lying to my wife, I agreed with my father and the president that the knowledge I now held had to be kept from the outside world. There were a lot of people who would kill for the information that was firmly embedded in my brain. I saw no reason to burden Jane with the same pressure. "I saw my father," I said. "What? Your father? I thought he was dead." She gripped my arm like she expected a flood of emotion. "I thought so too. It was kind of a surprise." "Kind of? Honey, what's wrong?" I shook my head, not really wanting to talk about him, but I knew she'd keep pressing, not because she was nosy, but because she sensed I was in some sort of pain. We'd made it a habit not to go to sleep with emotions high. "Let's just say it wasn't the reunion you might have expected." I wasn't going to tell Jane that my dad was nothing more than an AI-enhanced body floating in a jar of goo. "I don't understand." "It's complicated." She squeezed my arm to get my full attention. "I can see that you're upset. Please tell me what happened." I exhaled and then said, "Well, he kind of offered me a job." "A job? What's wrong with that?" "I don't know. I mean, it could help a lot of people, and it could do a lot of good." I imagined the endless fields within the Ark, all that food. "That's good. Sure, I guess, but there's a catch." "Don't all jobs have a catch?" she asked. "Yeah, but this one could take me away from you guys for unknown periods of time, and you know how I feel about that." "But you said you could do a lot of good." "How much good?" I turned over onto my side and looked at her. She was so beautiful. My Jane. I couldn't lie to her, not about everything. "What if I told you that I could fix it all?" "Fix what all?" "Everything. I could return the world to what it had been, or at least what it could be with the people who were left." For at least a minute she didn't say anything. I could see that she comprehended the gravity of the situation now. Then she smiled. "Do you want to know what I think?" she asked, kissing the tip of my nose. "Of course." "I think you should go take a shower before I change my mind." "Change your mind about what?" I asked, before thinking. She gave me that look. You know, that look. "Oh, right," I said, suddenly very much awake and slipping out from under the sheets. "Give me 5 minutes." Jane draped her naked leg over the sheet and said, "I'll give you 3. I grinned and ran for the door. I went to sleep that night and dreamt of 2 mighty beings playing tug-of-war with my unconscious body. One was righteous. It was streaked in silver with a massive hand, soft and gentle. I knew it represented my family, the shining beacon in my life, that which kept me centered. And then there was the steel-encased knight, composed of hard metal with sharp edges. Its gauntleted hand dug into mine painfully. It represented duty to serve my fellow humans and my country, what was left of it. On and on they pulled until it felt like my arms would pop out of their sockets. My body screamed in pain. Neither being paid me any mind. Both just kept pulling, and then they appeared, just like earlier that day. There was a swarm of them. The Cybots came to my rescue, each giant being letting go at the sight of the flying things. The Cybots swept me away on cold hands, racing quickly, deeper into my dreams, faster and faster, faster and faster, until I finally had to close my eyes in my dream and trust that they knew where they were going.